All right, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to call to order the January 15th, 2025 meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee of the California Fish and Game Commission. And there's the Zoom. Wonderful. I am going to turn it over to, let's see, who am I going to turn it over to? We've brought the public participants into the meeting? Yes, that's happened. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Ari for technical notes, but before I do that, I will say that callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. And when it's time for members of the public to participate in the conversation about an agenda item today, we'll provide instructions on how to indicate that you would like to speak, and that speakers will be able to unmute themselves individually when called on. In the meantime, please keep your microphone on mute when you are not speaking. Now I will turn it over to Ari for technical notes if you're ready.
Yes.
Okay.
So for those here in the meeting room, so first of all, welcome to Wildlife Resources Committee meeting. For those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom if you happen to be connected to the webinar. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that linkage happened automatically. If you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number, so be aware of that. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact the following email address, fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's the preferred method. If you can't manage that, then we have a phone number, 916-902-9288, that you can call for help if needed. For those who are on Zoom, video is available if you'd like to turn your video on, but it's optional. For each item, the presiding co-chair will first call on the speakers here in Sacramento, and then we'll ask for speakers on the Zoom webinar and phone. Today, the presiding co-chair is Commissioner Zavaleta. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host. And I will do some introductions. So that's the technical stuff. Now I'll go into an overview of the meeting itself. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We're operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and they'll be posted to the commission website or the YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair or co-chairs. Committee meetings operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or a co-chair. Please share your name and affiliation if you have any. You're not required to, but it helps us to know who we're talking to. Time is limited. Please be concise to give others time to speak because we really do want to hear from everybody. If several speakers have the same concerns or ideas to express, please appoint a group spokesperson. Generally, participants in person are called first, followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. As a topic discussion evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. If speaking during the general public comment item, which is towards the end of the agenda, the subject matter you present should not be related to any item on the current agenda. Public comment on agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses that item. Please note the nearest emergency exit for use in the unlikely event of an emergency. It's through that door and down the stairs. For those joining us in the meeting room, restrooms are located, this is the second floor, so straight down that way. And so, let me do some introductions first. Our co-chairs this morning are Commissioner Zavaleta and Commissioner Anderson. We have Melissa Miller Henson, the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Commission. My name is Ari Kornman. I'm the Wildlife Advisor for the Commission. We have David Hogg, Regulatory Analyst, who will be running PowerPoint and managing the Zoom. Kelsey Laird is here. She's an Executive Analyst for the Commission. And we also have Devin, our Sea Grant Fellow, who's helping us out taking notes. From the department, we have Chad Dibble, Deputy Director of the Wildlife and Fisheries Division. Scott Gardner, Branch Chief of the Wildlife Branch. Jay Rowan, Branch Chief of the Fisheries Branch. We have Robert Pelsman, Assistant Chief for the Law Enforcement Division. And there are other department folks who will be presenting and participating. I'll introduce them as we get to their items. And that's it.
Great, thanks so much, Ari. And I just want to reiterate that the Wildlife Resources Committee is an opportunity for discussion and vetting of items. And so the idea is for us to have a constructive dialogue. We appreciate in particular if you have specific ideas about how we can craft better whatever the agenda item is, whether it's better regulations, better language, and so on. And above all, I want to encourage everyone to please maintain an atmosphere of respect. It's reasonable to disagree on many of the issues that we face, but please do so respectfully and constructively. And when there are a lot of folks who want to comment on a particular item, we may need to do some kind of time management that restricts your ability to have an open and free discussion. And I apologize for that because really the goal is to be able to work through ideas together. But we also do need to get through the entire agenda today. So with that, I just want to ask whether my fellow co-chair is comfortable with the current order of agenda or wants to add anything else.
No, but I would like to start the meeting and just say on behalf of the both commissioners that our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody in Southern California. Extreme amount of damage, and as somebody that lived through the fires in 17 and 20, my heart goes out to everybody that's going through difficulty right now. So
thanks so much for that, Chair Anderson. Okay, so if there are no ideas or changes on the agenda, we can approve the agenda and order of items.
yeah.
Great. Okay, and we'll go to agenda item 2.
Okay. So agenda item 2 is inland sport fishing. This item is to discuss and make potential recommendations for 2 potential sport fishing rulemakings. First, a striped bass slot limit, and second, other miscellaneous changes to inland sport fishing regulations recommended by the department. Both are continuations of discussions we had at the last WRC meeting. I did want to note that for striped bass, just note for the co-chairs that you received an extra supplemental comment from a water agency regarding striped bass. It's in your emails, so you can make sure you see that. We'll start with striped bass and a presentation by Jonathan Nelson, Environmental Program Manager with the department. So let's get his presentation up.
Thanks, Ari. Welcome today, Commissioner Zavaleta, Commissioner Anderson. As Ari noted, this is a continuation of discussion from several WRCs over the last couple of years around this slot limit. We had a comprehensive presentation that we overviewed our evaluation the last meeting, and today we just want to focus on kind of what came out of that meeting, just remind, and then what the regulations will look like as proposed and recommended by the WRC to move forward to the Fish and Game Commission. So we just want to make sure everybody was on the same page as we move forward, have one more round of potential discussion around this, and then see what the commissioner's thoughts are as we are moving forward. So as I already said, my name is Jonathan Nelson. I'm an environmental program manager in our fisheries branch for the anadromous fisheries. So welcome everyone. And It's not a long presentation, so we'll have a little time for discussion. Next slide. So just as a reminder, striped bass are introduced in California, native to the East Coast. They can have a long life, potentially up to 30 years. They're anadromous. They live in both freshwater and saltwater. The majority of fish in California, striped bass population females become mature around 4 to 5 years of age. That's around 22 to 24 inches. They are broadcast spawners, which means that they swim up into the rivers. They just their eggs go out into the water, and they spawn together, and then they fall and just kind of drift down and mature as they are drifting down the river. They are opportunistic predators. They, in the ocean, in the river, they will eat invertebrates, fishes, crustaceans. They'll eat each other. And definitely we see differences in prey items based on both locations, time of year, and size of fish. Just a reminder, the current anadromous inland and marine regulations is an 18-inch minimum length, 2 fish daily bag. It's a year-round season. There are also striped bass regulations for a few inland lakes and the aqueduct. Those are not regulations that we will be making changes or requesting changes to. So those will remain the same. Next slide. Just as a reminder, Fish and Game has a striped bass policy. It focuses on, preventing the loss of sport fishing opportunity, ensuring enhancing, trying to maintain self-sustaining striped bass populations while also managing our mission to not have impacts to threatened and endangered native species. And the last one, which is part of this WRC process, is we're working with stakeholders, organizations, and the public to develop broad objectives to meet these goals and objectives. So, next slide. As a reminder, we have not comprehensive, but we think we have a lot of at least angling data that we're able to look at. Angling data as far as catch per unit effort and what gets reported is not directly translatable to population. So we can make some inferences, but we can't make solid decisions or management decisions to say that even though we are seeing that the catch per unit effort has increased, we haven't seen the size of striped bass being reported being reduced. We don't quite know over the long term of population, but we do know as population trends go, striped bass, like many of the fishes in the delta and river systems, have had a precipitous decline over the last 20 to 30 years, and those are primarily a direct impact of environmental conditions. So that is just something we want to note, that we recognize that the striped bass populations, unfortunately, the department doesn't have the comprehensive monitoring to be able to make population estimates for striped bass at this time. And this is just a reminder, we had this in the last time, but we see more people releasing striped bass. And that could be because they're not getting the size, they're undersized, they're bigger than 30 inches, or they're big fish that people want to conserve. So there's different reasons for people releasing those fish. But we haven't seen the mean size of striped bass being harvested change over time. So, next slide. So just as a reminder of the petition, NorCal Guides and Sportsmen Association had submitted a regulation to implement a 20 to 30 inch harvest limit. The petition was is supported by all the Striped Bass Association chapters and many other members of NorCal Guides and other fishing associations. The department evaluated that, request, we put in we developed an evaluation, a comprehensive evaluation that we submitted at the last WRC meeting. From that, our recommendation would be that we can either support a no change, or we could support an 18 to 30 inch, but not a 20 to 30 inch. The reasons for that 20-inch were in the petition. We're not going to rehash those. We went over them in much detail in the last meeting. At that meeting, NorCal Guides, the striped bass groups, and their science advisor, David Ostruck, confirmed support of the 18 to 30 inch that the department evaluated and presented. And at that meeting, the WRC recommended moving an 18 to 30 inch proposal for discussion at the Fish and Game Commission. So today, what we wanted to do was make sure that everyone was aware of what that regulation looked like, what waters it affected, and how that would move forward. Next slide. So just a reminder of some reasons why the department is supportive of a 30-inch and upper limit, basically, to add to the 18. In pretty much any outcome, when you're managing stocks, you will have more success at long-term population protection with a slot limit compared to just a minimum limit with an open-ended harvestability. The probability of recruitment from overfishing with only a minimum length increases, or decreases, so you have less of a likelihood of overfishing, and that's more of a statistical analysis. It's not something that we would know for sure if we do have a slot, or if we don't keep a slot, that there would be overfishing on the population. We just would say, because you're protecting some top end of the population, the likelihood of overfishing would decrease over the long term. You can get more reproductive contributions from older females under a slot. We can't really know how much contribution will come from fish over 30 inches because we don't have a great understanding of how many large fish are in the system. But if implemented with a slot limit, it's presumed over time you would have more fish that would survive into the 30-inch slot limit. Therefore, more 30-inch fish would be in the system if they survive to that size or larger, and then they would potentially over time be able to contribute more eggs because they're larger. It would increase the potential for catch for both catch and trophy catch. Many anglers already reporting that they are releasing fish that they catch over 30 inches. That's just kind of anecdotal. The catch over 30 inches is already reported at kind of less than 5%, although we don't have the ability to say that there aren't more fish that aren't being reported or krill. And then just to note that there was a positive response and support in the questionnaire about people that would be interested in having a trophy fishery. However, the size of the trophy fishery ranged when we asked what size somebody thought a trophy fish was, between 30 to 50, 60 inches. And I just have some percentages that the highest percentage of responses had said around 30 inches, and then the next highest was 36, and then the combined was greater than 40. Next slide. So here's what the proposed regulations would look like. We would now have, instead of an 18-inch minimum, we would now have an 18 to 30-inch harvest slot limit, which means any fish less than 18 would have to be released. Any fish greater than 30 inches would have to be released. The season stays the same. It's an all-year season. The daily bag limit stays the same. It's 2 fish. There would be no changes to the method of take outlined in both the ocean and inland regulations. I just put those for reference, if anybody wanted to know what sections of those regulations are. That would mean that there's no changes to gear restrictions or that are currently in place or types of gear that you can use. And that would also include that spearfishing would remain unchanged as currently in both the freshwater and spearfishing, or I'm sorry, inland and fresh ocean regulations. It would be incumbent, obviously, on people who are spearfishing that they would have to be cognizant of being able to accurately or closely estimate the upper end of a 30-inch fish. If they shoot a fish that's over 30 inches, then they are either have to release it, which it probably will not be released alive, or they are at risk of harvest that and potential ticket. So that's just something that we've talked with enforcement. Enforcement believes that that is a scenario that they are able to enforce, and we can, if there's more discussion around that, we can have that moving forward. The geographic range for this change would include all Central Valley and coastal anadromous waters, and the ocean bays and estuaries north of Point Conception. It would exclude all non-anadromous inland lakes, reservoirs, streams, rivers, which includes the aqueduct and the ocean bays and estuaries south of Point Conception. So that's what the regulation would look like. Next slide. And with that, it's just a quick overview, and I can take any questions and we can have discussion as needed.
Great, thanks so much, Jonathan. So any questions?
I'm gonna wait until after comments.
Okay, great. So we'll go to public comment and we'll start in the room. See a couple of hands, so we'll start over here. Please remember to introduce yourself.
My name is Carl Kirster. I am here for Falconry, but I did want to comment that in the 70s, growing up along the American River, I fished for stripers every year when they were running. And over a 10-year period, I never got a keeper, and the limit was 16 inches back then. I just want to give a little information that you might want to consider some way that kids who are out catching a dozen an hour of 12 inches and less, most of what we were catching was in the 8 to 9 inch range. Just for your information about the striped bass in this area.
No comments in the room. I'm sorry, I'm referring to them as comments. Contributors to the discussion. It's really the spirit of this conversation. Please, Mark.
Mark Smith on behalf of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. The petitioners in this instance, we're happy to see that this has moved forward. It's been a while since we put this proposal on the table. I certainly have more white in my beard. That's how I measure time these days. I note that Jay and Jonathan look as sprightly, youthful, and handsome as ever. We are excited to move this out of the commission to the WRC to the full commission for a conversation. Our primary interest here is protecting the viability of this fishery, as I think you'll hear from others who have their hands up. As you're well aware, recreational sport fishing in California is really taken a hard time over the last 4 to 5 years. We don't have a salmon fishery. The sturgeon fishery has been significantly changed. We're looking to do things that under science and management proposals will result in the stability and the long-term success of this population of fish and allow a recreational opportunity to continue forward into the future. We don't want to be behind the curve like we've been on some of these other species. We want to be a little bit more proactive about it. So we thank the department for the science and the work effort. We're glad that we came to an agreement on the slot limit size. We think it is the right decision. We think there's a possibility that we discussed it could be revisited in the future as more science becomes available. We just look forward to moving the conversation forward. Thank you.
We have other folks in the room. Okay,
Ken would be first.
okay, we have some hands raised online, so we'll start with Ken. Ken, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ken Pachetti. I'm the president of the California Striped Bass Association, Ileton Delta Chapter. I am in support of the Wildlife Resources Committee recommendation of an 18 to 30 inch slot limit petition for striped bass. I also support this slot limit petition and its advancement to the full commission. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. Our next speaker, it looks like, is not named other than Samsung SMF something. If that's you, Samsung SMF9, please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Glenn Chederis. I'm the owner of the Big Red Worm Company. We are now the largest bait company in California, and you guys know me because I've come to a lot of meetings. I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing this topic up, but I did want to put a little bit of insight into play that with the closing of all of these seasons, we are now at a precipice to where if we don't start protecting some of these fisheries and still being able to fish for them, our whole all bait shops, bait companies, we're all in the process of imploding right now. So I know that you guys are huge on recruitment and you want young people to fish, but ultimately to do that, they need access to product, and that has been severely damaged. Every time we show up to these meetings, we've changed the halibut, we've worked with the sturgeon. We keep taking stuff away from ourselves to create viability. And what I'm hoping is you guys will push this through so that we have a level of viability, because striper is probably the biggest targeted fish in California. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Glenn. Next, we have James Cox.
Hello, I'm James Cox. I am State Board President for California Striped Bass Association, and I fully support the moving of this proposition onto the Fish and Game Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, James. Roger Mammon, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am the president of the West Delta chapter of the California Striped Bass Association, and I support Fish and Wildlife Commission forwarding this slot limit proposal to the Fish and Game Commission, as we need to be able to have fish to catch if we want to keep our sport alive and to retain, recruit, do the 3 R's. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Looks like we have Mike Phillips. Please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I just want to kind of support what Ken Bachetti said. I'm the vice president of California Striped Bass Association, Ileton Delta chapter, and I am extremely happy to see this coming up. I look forward to it going forward. An 18 to 30 inch slot will definitely do a lot to help ensure the availability of this species for my grandchildren and their children. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. Next we have Bud Chaddock.
Hello, and I'm also a member of West Delta chapter, California Striped Bass Association. I believe that this is a good plan at the time, and I feel like it needs to be moved forward and support that. I think that there's, like others have stated, many drastic changes have come over a lot of fisheries, and it's like we're just trying to keep everything going to have fisheries. And I feel that sportsmen, generally speaking, look at conservation measures like this as an important step to be able to keep things going so that the future will actually have something to look forward to that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any other hands raised. I'm gonna wait a moment though, because if other folks have other points to contribute, now's the time. Folks in the room. Okay. All right. Bill Commissioner?
Madam Co-Chair, I want to thank the department for working with industry. I think between last meeting and this meeting, a lot of work has been done. It's been very productive, and I think we've come to a point where I am in support of moving it to full commission. And I want to thank the petitioner and Mark and all the guides for all the work that they've done. And as they know, I feel their pain, and I want to do whatever we can to go ahead and make sure that the industry is robust and give them new opportunities. So I move that we move forward to the full commission.
All right, thanks. And maybe before we take that move, I just want to make sure that while Advisor Mark Corman has a chance to speak to it, and I don't know, Jay, whether you wanted to make comments as well. But...
Yeah, I just wanted to raise one issue, make sure it gets aired out, especially in light of the letter that we got from the water agency. And I don't want to put John and Jay on the spot, but I think it's really important that we address it. And that's the issue of salmonid and salmonid predation, because it came up last time. I know that Co-Chair Zavaleta expressed some concerns around that. And other folks have brought that up as a concern. And so, we did address it last time, and the department provided a explanation about what they posit that the effects to predation might or might not be, but especially in light of the letter that we got and the concerns that were raised, I think it would be great if we could just sort of repeat that and revisit that just for a moment, just to get it on the record.
Sure, maybe I'll talk first and let John kind of back through. I mean, we pulled as much information as was available, and that is in our document. We did an extensive evaluation of everything that's out there. There's not a huge body of literature with what we know from the monitoring that we have. It seems that most of the predation on salmonids is typically at the juvenile stage. And because of bioenergetics, larger fish aren't typically, not always, not typically preying on small juvenile salmonids, which is mostly what's in the system as they're coming down. But as John said in his presentation, striped bass are opportunistic predators. The migration of striped bass does coincide with the tail end of the Chinook salmon run. Big fish eat little fish, right? Like it's not a surprise in the fish world. There's lots of other predatory fish in the system, including native pike minnows, other fish, right? I don't believe that is a significant contributor. There's no data to show that that's a significant contributor to the declines of salmonids that we're seeing. It's I think well down on the list of things that are contributing to those declines. So in our opinion, we don't know for a fact. Our opinion is this is not going to have any significant detriment to salmonid populations. So, I don't know, John, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I guess I'll just note that the department is working with the water agencies and other resource agencies in ways to minimize predator hotspots throughout the system as well. Pinch points, diversions, deep holes, places where predators may hang out, and ultimately flow and turbidity during outmigration is one of the best ways for survival. We get impacted in these years where we have low water years and drought, and we are not getting high flows, and we have much clearer water, and obviously predation by all species goes up. There's a cumulative predation that's happening, as Jay mentioned, across the board with both fish eating fish that eat fish, and then also birds and mammals that are also eating those fish. And so cumulatively, predation on native species and salmon is happening across the board. It likely happens in more is more effective during those low flow years. And so I think collectively the goal should be focusing on habitat restoration, improved water management, as far as, key times of years, pushing those fish out, because we are seeing, and this is, it's always in step. When we have higher water years, more fish push out, more fish come back. So it's easier to point at a predatory fish, especially and non-native predatory fish, to say, well, let's get rid of that because that's also creating the problem. But it's not the thing that created the problem. And so I think we just have to, and it's a really hard thing to try to isolate one species and try to collect data on one species to try to know if that species itself is having a negative detriment, or if there's any way that we could remove that species to eliminate that potential threat. And so I would just caution that, we have to be careful when we're talking about a species or what one species impacts are in the environment. They've been in the system for a very long time. They are declining just like salmon are declining. Unfortunately, they do eat native fish. They're not only just eating salmon, they're eating lamprey and smelt and other things. And so those are all considerations that we have to have. But as Jay said, there's no real evidence that this slot limit or having these larger fish ultimately will have increased impacts at a population level to striped bass. We'd love to have more monitoring as well. And those are some of our limitations around the department, because we have to put most of our resources into monitoring of our native and ESA listed species. There's just generally not enough left over. So we are always trying to find funds that can help us manage the striped bass fishery as well.
Jonathan?
I did see some hands. I didn't know if they should
Yeah.
go first.
Yeah.
And before you do, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to mention, to add on to what, excuse me, Jay and Jonathan have shared, is that, as you are aware, the commission will be receiving a presentation at your February commission meeting from the State Water Resources Control Board with regard to the work that they're doing to assist in water for fish and wildlife and habitats and habitat restoration work, et cetera. And then a similar presentation will be made in April by the California Department of Water Resources. And we'll keep going from there. But that conversation about water, as we all know, is very important. We will be having some of that at your upcoming meeting.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. I have that in my notes. It's something that, I couldn't agree more with a lot of what you just said, Jonathan. But that critical piece there is that the big drivers of these challenges to these fisheries are not, they're not predation. We know that, right? So working for the commission, working with entities involved in the water world is part of, our responsibility to sustain these systems and everything else that you said as well. I think habitat restoration is a piece of it and a really important piece of it. And having these conversations about what we can do together to improve water quality and water availability for wildlife and fishes.
Well, and acknowledging too that our colleagues at the Department of Fish and Wildlife have a unit dedicated to water, an entire team about the size of our team, in fact, larger, just dedicated to water issues. So it's obviously important, right? Critters, habitat need water, and so it'll be an interesting conversation.
Absolutely. Okay, so we do have a couple of responses or comments from folks online. Roger, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you for letting me speak again. The biggest predator in the Delta happens to be pumps at Tracy. They kill more fish than anything in the Delta. Now, if the water agencies are so concerned about the salmonoids, why don't they just restrict the amount of water that they need at times when the fish are going through the system? They don't care about the salmon. They don't care about the striped bass. All they do is care about the water. Now, I have been told that their DWR is given permit to take protected species, and once they exceed that limit, they're supposed to really turn down the pumps, and that hasn't happened. I think the Department of Fish and Wildlife should start issuing citations to DWR to follow the rules. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Bud, go ahead, please.
I agree on the points that Roger made. Absolutely. That's a big part of it, you know. And like they say, follow the money, well, follow the flow. You know, I mean, flow is everything, and our water that you brought up earlier is a key thing for everything, even, you know, the salmon, striped bass, everything. And I've seen the effect of the flow on the salmon in my area, in my local creek, as well as seeing how they've moved the salmon in a smaller state to the bay with trucks on an outgoing tide in the evening to reduce predation, which seems like that's going to have to maybe be the way it goes for some time, and should be enhanced that way a little more also. But just like the Great Lakes, you know, there was many species there that could have, there was predation brought up between trout, muskie, pike, walleye, smallmouth bass, and all that, you know, with their salmon populations there. Well, they all coexist. I think the thing is there, they have a lot more flow than we do. They absolutely have more flow. So that's a lesser degree than it is here. Everybody wants a lot of water here from a lot of different directions. And I do believe that the flow is a big problem with this, as well as restoration. You know, you were talking the salmon thing too, but I mean, the restoration is part of everything from other species that need that restoration in the same area, these spawning grounds. Thank you.
Thanks, Bud. Offer up a chance for
just want to say thanks to John and Jay and those that contributed to that. This is obviously going to be a critical issue. Lots of people concerned about it. So, you know, presuming this goes to a rulemaking, we'll have to emphasize that during the rulemaking and have a discussion about this with the full commission so that they all understand, you know, where we are on the sound audit issue with respect to this rulemaking. And also the committee previously emphasized communication with tribes as well. And obviously that, you know, salmonids are an important cultural resource for tribes. And so in the rulemaking, we'll have to make sure that we have conversations with them about that and about if effects or non-effects to salmonids on that. So.
And we did, I guess, two things. First, I would, you know, encourage anybody that has questions about this particular topic, go to the petition evaluation, because
yes, that's right.
We pulled, you know, there's literally every paper that's written on this topic is included in that, so you can look back and read through the references and find all the available information that's available on this topic. It's a very robust section. The other part specific to tribes, that was something that was mentioned at the last WRC. So we did bring this particular issue to the tribal committee. We requested responses both at the committee and we made sure everyone knew that this meeting was happening. We're going to be discussing it again here, potentially at the commission. So you know, we tried our best to within the boundaries of where we have outreach opportunities to make sure this was highlighted for folks that wanted to come make comment, or of course, always come with us and either officially or non-officially consult. So.
Thanks. And this has been a long conversation. And I just want to echo the thanks to commission staff, department staff, Jonathan, thank you for all of your work on this, and then all of the participants in this ongoing conversation. Yeah, I mean, I have some reservations about this, but I agree that we should move the discussion to the full commission about the 18 to 30 inch slot limit and the associated pieces about spearfishing and so on. I think I do want to say that I do have some reservations around this issue of potential impacts to salmonids. Our striped bass policy limits our work in support of this fishery to actions that won't affect threatened and endangered species and so on. And so we need to have that conversation with the full commission. I do feel like, you know, it's worth saying, we're deciding to act in the absence of evidence that there's an impact. Sometimes we're precautionary in a different way. Sometimes we hold ourselves to finding affirmative evidence that there's not an impact. And so I agree, like, I don't think that there is affirmative evidence of an impact other than sort of first principles, striped bass or opportunistic predators, like you said, Jonathan. I also just feel like I have to note that, you know, there has been resistance in this forum to taking protective measures for other fishery species that are usually in more peril than sturgeon. So I just want to note that, because I hope that there can be consistent support for protective measures for other species that are of value to the angling community too. This is a little different than the conversations we've been having about some of the other species that are affected by all of the same suite of stressors in the Delta and inland. So right now, I feel like we need to move this conversation forward. But I want to say here, and I'll probably say it again in full commission, that we're going to need to keep our eye on this, and I want to encourage the department, encourage folks to support monitoring, to keep paying attention to what's happening to striped bass populations and what's happening in terms of their interactions with native salmonids. Yeah, but I agree that we should move this forward to the full commission.
Shall we do part B before?
Yeah. Yes, so
let's do that.
That was item 2A, 2B.
We'll do 2B and then we'll do the recommendation.
And I should have said that, yeah, we would do the discussion on 2A separately. That makes sense. So item 2B, I believe we have, this is other department proposed changes for the 25-26 sport fishing seasons. And I believe, do we have a presentation?
We don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if someone from the department, I'm not sure if it's Maddie or Jay.
It's me.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, so this is the second WRC where we're coming to talk about the regular rulemaking for sport fish updates for 2026. So there have been a couple of additions, or not a couple, a few additions since we talked last. So I'll go over those additions first and then talk about the rest of the package. It's a fairly large package. And I think it offers a lot of really positive changes that I think are gonna help anglers, particularly in the North State, gain more access to fisheries, particularly youth and sort of some of our underserved communities that are subsistence fishing. So with that, I'll start. The first one is a cleanup. The first new one that we didn't talk about yet is a cleanup on the low flow website. We changed a few meetings ago from the phone numbers to website. Unfortunately, we didn't consolidate some of those. So now we have a couple of paragraphs within that section of 8.0 that lists the website. So we're just going to consolidate that into one paragraph. Pretty easy cleanup there. In section 740, number 40, which has to do with the Eel River, we're looking at a boundary change line and a slight downshift, about a half a mile to a more recognizable point for folks that are on the river. We've heard some concerns from folks that they don't know where the lower boundary is. They can't find it from the water, things like that. So we're going to make that a little more recognizable. So it's only going to change the gear restrictions about a half mile. We don't think it's going to be particularly controversial. Statewide, we recently adopted regulations to allow spearfishing for American shad as a method of take in the Valley District. This is going to add those rules into section 5.6 to make it section, which is the American shad section. That's a mouthful. To be consistent with section 2.30, which we've already changed. So just kind of some regulation cleanup there. And then the last new one is there's a name change in section 7.50B 145. There's a change in the name of the water from Squaw Valley Creek to Yet Atwam Creek. which is consistent with, September 22 Department of Interior orders to, change some of these, formerly offensive names to those that are less offensive. So, changing that within the regulations as well. Going back to some, just a reminder of the ones that we've already heard about, in Region 1 in Lassen and Modoc County, gonna remove the black bass minimum size requirement of 12 inches from all waters in Lassen and Modoc County, except for Mountain Meadows Reservoir. This is because bass in these high elevation waters have very slow growth rates, stunted sizes. People are very rarely able to catch a 12-inch fish, so we want to provide an opportunity for folks to catch some of these smaller fish, start harvesting in hopes that we can grow the sizes of those fish. In the Susan River in Lassen County, that is part of the reg simplification cleanup. That regulation will revert back to the historic traditional trout opener, which is the last Saturday in April through November 15th. Also adding to this one, update to include a special open season for youth participating in a youth fishing derby. This change is going to increase angler opportunity by lengthening the spring season, which is mostly when you can access these waters, versus right now it has a winter season. Usually these places are snowed in, so you can't get to them. So provide a little more fishing opportunity for anglers in these areas. Also in Region 1 in Shasta and Tehama counties, adding bait fish use in the Sacramento River. It's going to move the upper limit of the Sacramento River upstream from Highway 32 to Deschutes Bridge. This is going to allow live fin fish to be used as bait further up in the Sacramento River, which is going to increase fishing opportunities for striped bass and other non-native fishes, where it's currently limited to lures and other methods. We found over the last several years, as waters getting warmer, striped bass have increased their or traveled farther upstream. This is going to allow anglers to have access to those at a little more effective fishing method. Region 1 also Sierra District, the anadromous regulations cleanup, allowing the use of bait during the summer months within certain anadromous streams in the northern Central Valley when anadromous fish are not present. So this will add new special regulations to sections of Clear Creek, Cow Creek, Cotton Creek, and Paynes Creek. It's also going to change the Antelope Creek boundary to make angling a little more protective of Central Valley steelhead in that section. So again, this one is going to provide significantly more fishing opportunity in the summer for youth and subsistence fishing on non-native warm water sunfish that tend to habitate the lower section of these streams. Golden trout, or excuse me, statewide cleanup on the trout general regulations. We're going to add 7.0, the general statewide regulation, to the list of sections accepted from the general statewide trout regulations in section 5.85A2. This already includes sections 7.4B and 7.5B, which is the table of waters, but it doesn't actually include the general regulations. So we're going to add that in there for clarity at the request of enforcement to help them out there. And then the last one is the Arroyo Seco River in Monterey. We're going to add a rainbow trout restriction, and this is going to change the bag limit from 5 trout of any species to 5 brown trout and 0 rainbow trout. And also add the gear restriction of only artificial lures and barbless hooks. And this is more of a protective measure to protect these coastal rainbow trout that are in these watersheds. And it's consistent with a lot of the actions we've taken some other water bodies where we have these coastal streams with rainbow trout, former steelhead, coastal rainbow trout genetics. We don't know if there's a lot of harvest going on in these watersheds already, but we think this is an appropriate measure to take to protect those coastal rainbow trout genetics. And this change is consistent with the reg simplification bins that are already in existence by the commission or approved by the commission. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
And just to clarify for those who are watching online, I may not be aware that there's a list of some of these changes in the meeting materials. And again, these are the department's proposed changes for commission consideration. If you agreed to forward those.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and thanks, that's a long list of.
It's a big list this year. Bigger than normal.
So we can go to discussion, and this is an opportunity for folks to weigh in about any and all of that. So show of hands, anybody have anything to comment on this? I'm not seeing hands online. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this just makes sense. It's straightforward, it's cleanup, some of it's not even regulatory, it's, you know, tweaks to improve angling opportunity where it's possible to do it, and it makes a lot of sense to me to move this forward to the full commission. If my co-chair.
I agree.
All right, thank you so much, Jay. All right. So with that, we'll, sorry, go ahead.
Jonathan wanted to add something, I think.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, Jonathan, please.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. I just wanted to also just note for everybody that's online and in the room, the timeline. So the reg package would start in the April Fish and Game Commission. The general our annual reg package cycle would begin at the April, and I believe, and Melissa, maybe you can confirm, we're shooting for the June meeting to submit the striped bass, to start the striped bass discussion, or do we have a timeline yet?
I think we need to discuss, given our capacity issues that we're
Okay.
experiencing.
Got it.
We need to discuss all of our rulemakings and timing of all of them. And that'll be something that'll be discussed at the February commission meeting.
Okay. So as far as if the striped bass regs were to be considered for January of 26, we would have to consider a timeline that they can have 3 meetings and be approved by that timeline. I'm just letting the angling community know kind of where we're at, and if we miss that timeline, it would likely move for the 27 regs.
Yeah, and I think we're shooting for the 26. It's just a question of how we make that happen, given the current situation.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Committee would like to make a recommendation.
On B or on,
Both.
we need to
Both.
clarify, okay, yeah. So, yes, we should make a recommendation then, that the commission support future rulemakings regarding striped bass slot limits and inland sport fishing. No specifics about date, we'll leave that up to you all.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. So with that, we can move to the next item on our agenda. This is item 3, big game hunting. To discuss and consider recommendations for changes to regulations for big game preference points and for the movement of cervid carcasses in chronic wasting disease management zones. And we have a presentation today. Or is there anything you wanted to say?
Yeah,
to
just
set it
start us
up
off.
before we go to the presentation. Thank you.
Last meeting, the committee decided to postpone one part of the department's recommended big game rulemaking, and that would change it to the return of preference points due to wildfire closures on public lands. It was continued to today, both to lessen the workload on the overloaded analysts at the commission staff, like we just talked about, but also to allow more time for discussion and vetting of some possibilities for changes. Additionally, many of the commissioners have expressed the desire to consider some sort of restriction on the movement of deer carcasses and parts from chronic wasting management zones to limit the spread of chronic wasting disease. So this item is to discuss and potentially make recommendations to the commission on these 2 big game topics. To go over the issues, we have Brian Leo and Brandon Monk with the department with a presentation.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
do.
Great. Thanks, Ari. And good morning, commission members. I'm Brian Leo, statewide deer coordinator in the big game unit of the wildlife branch. Next slide. Today I'll be presenting on big game preference point reinstatement, and then I'll hand it off to Dr. Brandon Monk, who will present on chronic wasting disease, initial response, and carcass handling. Next slide. Yeah, just next slide again, please. So this potential regulation change proposal is for section 708.14J2, which states that a deer tag holder whose hunt zone is inaccessible for 66% or more of a hunt season due to public land closure caused by wildfire may return their unfilled tag for preference point reinstatement. And this section of 708.14 was implemented in 2022 in response to the catastrophic wildfires California experienced in 2021. And so it was intended to address the loss of long subscribed or once or twice in a lifetime opportunity due to total closure of public lands caused by wildfire. Next slide. In the current regulatory language, the term inaccessible is used, but it's only regarding to 66% of the duration of a hunt season. So this is only a temporal specification. And unfortunately, a spatial extent was never specified. And similar language is used for elk, antelope, and bighorn sheep. Next slide. So this has led to a few concerns. Since the spatial extent of inaccessible is undefined, it leaves it open a bit to interpretation, especially when there's partial public land closures. Currently, it's unclear if all hunts should be treated equally regardless of the extent of the closure. And I'll provide a few examples from this recent 2024 hunt season of what I'm talking about. So a clearer definition of inaccessible, I think, would help provide guidance for the administrative tasks that are involved in implementing this regulation. And then finally, there's some concern about the fairness of opportunity that this raises, because there's potential for hunters to recognize if a zone does have a portion of inaccessible land due to wildfire for greater than 66% of the season. They could be more selective while hunting during the rest of the season, knowing that they may have an option to return their tags. So these hunters would essentially be able to use their accrued points to hunt multiple seasons. Next slide. So here's an example from 2024 hunt season of our premium general hunts. Hunt zone X7A had 20% of public lands closed due to wildfire, and D14 had 21% closed due to wildfire for greater than 66% of the general hunt season. Next slide. And here's another example of some additional premium hunts. So if you consider hunt J18, there was just 7% of huntable land closed due to wildfire. And if you compare that with J3 and J21, up to 68% of huntable public lands were closed. And so it raises a question, should all these hunts be treated equally, regardless of the spatial extent? Next slide. So the concept for this regulation change would be to clarify the language to achieve the original intent of the regulation, which is to restore preference points when catastrophic wildfires result in total closure of public lands. One suggestion would be to add to the definition 100% of public lands closed, or some other way to indicate that premium hunts are only eligible when a zone is closed completely. And that's pretty much it for this presentation. I don't know if we want to open it up and talk about it now, or if you guys would prefer that I hand it over to Brandon.
Well, I mean, yeah. I'd really like to hear the comments from
You need to speak up so they can hear you.
Yeah, I'd like to separate the two and have conversation now, because I'd like to hear from some of the industry folks on this issue.
Yeah, it's a pretty distinct issue. That's fine. Brian, I think we'll go ahead and pause. Thanks for that portion of the presentation. And have some discussion then. So a couple hands in the room I've seen. Yeah, please go ahead. You, Mike.
Greg Herner on behalf of the Safari Club International and California chapters. First, I want to say that, been a part of a couple of conversations on this in the past, and I get the workload issues for the department. Definitely understand that, reviewing a lot of these things is definitely a lot of workload and things like that. But I think there's a lot of concern over going to a language that would say 100% closure as they occur. You know, every one of these zones is unique, right? In terrain, in access points and other things. And so I think attempting to go to 100% is just, you know, it just doesn't allow for enough consideration of what the situation is. And so I think we're on the same page as wanting to help the department not use so many resources to like screen this stuff. But I don't think that going to that extreme is reasonable, because I don't really think that it is, you know, you have 20% left. It could actually, that could allow access for some hunters. You have, you know, if you have 7%, obviously it's probably not a big deal for anybody, but you know, you don't know where those access points or other things are to those things. So if you have hunters that have lacking mobility, that need easier access or things like that, it doesn't take those things into consideration. And so I think that there has to still be some discretion built into this to be able to review those types of situations, terrain, access, individuals, and figure out, you know, what is a fair method. So that's my concern with what I see in this proposal. Even though I understand the workload issues, but I really think we could find a different position to land.
Thanks, Greg. Chad, please.
Maybe I'll chime in, because I imagine we're gonna get similar comments to just help set the stage a little bit. What we're looking for is some ideas in this space, because it is super difficult to look at the 66%, but then as you see, 7% was closed. So we get a lot of calls that it's like, I want my preference points back. Maybe they hunted, maybe they didn't. It's a affidavit, you know, you kind of sign on it. And the reality is, what was closed? The spot where you had planned you were going to hunt for years, but the rest of the zone was open, and so you didn't get to go, so you want your points back? Or was it truly some threshold that's like legit? It was pretty difficult to get in there. The only access road was closed, what have you. So we're really struggling in that space, and it becomes you know, our staff getting a phone call, and then it's we don't believe you. And then it's like, well, I want to talk to your boss. And then it's like, well, we still don't believe, well, I want to talk to your next boss. And we get into this, how do we do this? And how is it equitable and fair? On top of the background of having to literally like track all of the fire closures and things happening, and then map that on GIS, as you can see through this, and then timely get responses back and work through. It really is, the intent is there. We want to provide this. We're not proposing to eliminate this opportunity. I think it's great, but I think you can see the difficulties in this. Is this a D3 zone where you can just get a tag over the counter and they closed 4% and you're like, hey, D3, sorry. That's a huge area that's closed. It's not a high preference. So we talk about it as special hunts, which have some thresholds that fluctuate as far as how fast they are sold out and what qualifies these different hunts to actually even become eligible for this. So there's all kinds of complications in there that I think well-intended when we created this reg, but on the back end, after a couple of years and fires that continue, has created some difficulties for us. So we're looking for some tolerance from parties about how we can do this better, more efficiently. Obviously, if you're on the back end of that, you want it to be the most efficient of whether you got your points back or not. It's all of these things just complicate in that space. So we're looking for some recommendations of how it's fair, what seems to be doable on our end, and make it the most clear it can be, so that folks know also early on. Maybe you're watching the conditions, maybe you're paying attention, and you decide to turn it in earlier than even when the season starts, because you're like, this is probably a bad idea to use my points this year, and work through that. So there's other opportunities. So that's what we're looking for. I think the comments here today will be helpful, but that's maybe set the stage a little bit deeper on what we're really trying to accomplish here, that knowing that it is a huge resource for us, and you know, we're trying to maximize our dollars in big game to where we think this is the best priority. And I don't know that having 8 analysts to sit in just to get back preference points is the best use of big game funds. But that's literally what it's about taking.
And can I ask that question? When I was talking to some other people, what type of volume, I mean, in a bad fire year, how many applicants are going ahead and trying to get their points back?
I think Brian had those points or that data. Brian, can you give us maybe a year or two of like, what numbers are we talking about?
Yeah, I think last year it was 100 hunters. Approximately.
You know, I want to minimize your workload, right? But if you're talking about 100 hunters, right? Is it really worth all the time to go ahead and debate and discuss and defend? I'm worried about, and I talked to Greg about this, let's use this 73-year-old guy that's got mobility issues, right? And, the area where he traditionally hunts is closed for fire for 4 weeks, and he misses the opportunity because that's when he was scheduled to go. Do we really want to penalize that guy? If he was a vet, cop, or just a general hunter. And, to me, having my own prep point, those are important points. I would sure want them back, right? And so the question is, can we give you latitude? Is there a problem with giving you latitude where if it's only 100, right? You say, just give them all back.
I think it's, those are debates. I think it's in
It's not a monetary issue, it's just a points issue.
I think it's the 100 number, but it's also how many hunts did that, so the workload on our end is, that's not just one hunt zone or 2 hunt zones. That could now be 15 or 20 hunt zones. So it's only 100 hunters, maybe it's only in that space, but it's the data and the analysis we have to do to go support just the hunters, the 100 hunters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm okay. So let's say it's, all over the state and you're talking 100 hunters. If you've got 8 analysts that are having to go ahead and analyze that, go ahead and put the points back in the account, it seems like a lot of work for 100 people in comparison to how many hunters we have in the state.
Yeah, but it's also, I don't want us to fixate on that 100 number, because last year, I wouldn't say it was a light season, but it wasn't a crazy fire season. When this was established, it was a crazy fire season. There were closures all over the state. If we had another bad fire season like that.
Right, but
the number would probably be.
His point is avoiding all of that and just having a looser regulation instead.
My point is, okay, so let's say it's 400, right, for a bad fire season. Why use 8 analysts to go ahead and do the analysis to say, oh, this road was blocked? It was only 27% versus 67% versus, to me, I think it's a lot of unneeded work. And I would
give them all back.
Or have just a much looser that, we have to trust the hunter that they're doing the right thing. And yes, let's say out of 400 hunters, you got 20 people that are game in the system, then we're gonna spend 8 bodies to deal with, the 20 people that are game in the system. I don't think it's worth the time and money.
I think you also have to ask yourself, if you do open it up and make it more loose, so to speak.
Yeah.
That number may change.
Well, but then you can come back if we see, it's become a real problem.
Put a one-time.
Yeah.
Put a one-time allowance for a 100-point preference. I mean, you can.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You could think about that. But anyways, I just want to set the stage, so I appreciate, I know there's lots of comments, but
I think it's a really great discussion, and I just want to make sure other folks have a chance to weigh in as well.
Yeah, no, I want to hear all the
Take the time
comments.
we need, Mike, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mike Costello, California Wildlife. Let me go the other direction. I think that the fact that this gift was given to us by the Department of Commission, it's a generous program feature that we have that I don't think exists in other states, where you can ask for points back after the season because of some kind of barrier to access to public land. So thank you for doing that in the first place. I think the way to cut the time out for the data analysis is to crisp it up and make it simple, make it objective, make it measurable. And so if we've got 66% of the season, time-wise, make it a 66% of the zone spatially for public land closures. And then everybody knows what the deal is. It's measured. I also think that's what's not addressed here is that right now, I think people can ask as far out as like February following. So people have a 3 to 5 month window of time to kind of ruminate on, do they want to pull the trigger on this or not? Because they didn't fill their tag. And I think that should be pulled in. And an extreme pull would be submit your tag during the closure. Okay, 7 days into the season, there's a closure in place. It exists today. Submit your tag. You know you're not hunting. You're sitting at home upset about this. Now's the moment. Now's the time to say, I'm out. I can't get in. I'm going to Hawaii next week. Even if it opens up, I can't use it. So submit your tag during the closure is going to be really crisp. And then if we can't do that, then at least make it like 30 days after the season closes. You got to pull that timeline in, and that way your staff is doing it as season's wrapping up, not as big game digest is being put to press. So those are my thoughts. Something crisp and objective.
Thanks for that history. I think it's good perspective to have on it. Scott, I know you want to make a comment, and I just want to ask a question, which is like, is making the spatial criterion anything other than 0 or 100 still complicated because you got to do a big GIS exercise for every single potential public land?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, one of the big issues is frankly, are the main roads closed? And does that become inaccessible? And to Greg's point, every circumstance is unique, you know? And I wanted to comment on Mike's comments. I appreciate those. He's right that other states do not do it. I don't know any that do it now. There is discussion through WAPA circles.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry.
So they can
Well, I was
hear you.
talking to him too.
I know, you're talking.
I talked to everybody.
Unfortunately.
I don't mean to put my back to you. Sorry about that. You know, but I think the point being that this didn't exist, and you remember, of course, when we went through this, you know, in a lot of detail. And it was sort of a thing that we don't do this at the time, but it was so extraordinary. And, you know, the world's changed. So and it has changed in the other states. And actually there's discussion among the states about how to grapple with this. So we may learn more, you know, as we collaborate through it, but it really has gotten to this administrative burden that I think everybody's appreciating.
But in 2021, we didn't have roads closed. We had Region 5 U.S. National Forest Service closed.
Exactly.
Like it was very on off. Like, you know, and then as forests opened, you know, Stanislaus National Forest opened, but Tahoe didn't. And so if you had a D6 tag, you could hunt. If you had a D5 tag or a 4 tag, you know, you couldn't hunt. And so it wasn't just about roads, it was about entire closures. You know, massive landscape level closures that prevent people from hunting unless they have private land.
And I appreciate all that, Mike, and, you know, I hear what you're saying, you know, under you, as I'm hearing though, Scott, under Mike's scenario, you'd still have to do all that work.
Well, the simple scenario we started with was complete closures. And let's hope that doesn't happen.
Right.
You know, but even there, and I can't recall all.
Yeah.
You're right.
But yes, you know, there's so many circumstances, right? And, you know, I had a week booked on vacation and I can't go now, you know, weather, accessibility, you know. So I'm trying to have one person deal with it, you know, for a few hours a week, not 8 analysts for the whole season. You know, to go to your earlier point, Chad, we have a lot bigger fish to fry than, in my opinion, this issue. And I want resources, especially considering the fact that the department is going through cuts or has gone through cuts. There's less time for your folks to do work. So, you know.
So, I mean, I think the simplest thing is what we had before, right? SOL, you don't get to go. And that didn't feel good because, you know, people wait their whole lives for these hunts. That wasn't the solution. I wonder whether there's a middle ground that has to do with like.
Who's harmed if we go ahead and liberal it up and move it to the point where we just, if it's 400, we get the 400.
The people that didn't draw the tag that are still on, that will then still be on because the person that had 7 points automatic draw is gonna have 7 points the next year or 8 automatic draw.
So it would delay other people reaching the point where they have their opportunity.
It stymies flow through the big game.
Especially if you had 3 bad seasons in a row.
That's the reality
But you're assuming that the people that, you know, that are behind them, right, don't have the same circumstance.
You are assuming that. Well, no, I mean, there's people that said I can't get into the national forest, and I was managed to legally. Like, there's people say, oh, I can't get in. It's like, yeah, you can. There's public land available.
I mean, I think.
You can go on if you want to figure it out.
What if I'm just gonna spitball ideas here, because I feel like you're interested in something that gives a little more room to folks who have constraints. What if the time component of it, which is 66%, what if that were quite a bit shorter, but the land closure thing were 100%? So I'm just thinking about, like, if the zone were all the way closed, but even if it were for just a month or 3, I don't know, what if it were like a third, but 100% closure, a third of the season, 100%, or something like that, so that it's easy, there's no spatial analysis, it's just the calendar. But it creates a little bit more, I mean, I realize, like, people have got
But it's
busy
still a
lives.
lot of work for the staff,
I
because
think
you gotta.
that's a lot of
You
work.
gotta count the days, and and no matter what you do, running a hunting operation, hunters are gonna complain and they're gonna challenge you.
Well,
It's just-
that's right.
But they're gonna complain and they're gonna
We
challenge.
love our hunters.
We love them.
I'd like to hear from the department.
The problem is we've got a spectrum, right? We've got an objective standard, which is easier and more practical for the department, even if there's a little bit of GIS involved and calculation of land. It's objective. But it doesn't account for those, circumstances, those individual circumstances that Scott and Commissioner Anderson were talking about. But on the other end, we could make this a discretionary thing on the department where we just put criteria about, like, accessibility, and the department decides what's closed and what's not. But I'm sure the department doesn't want to be in that place, right? Where they get to make a decision on a subjective standard of what's closed and what's not.
Yeah, because
those are the two
I think,
options that we.
I think under Commissioner Zavaleta's, I think that's an interesting idea, and that would really trigger off of a complete forest closure that we would take from the Forest Service. Now, of course, hunt zones would go over, potentially go over multiple forests, but that was sort of the scenario that we started with, and then, triggering off something like that. I mean, obviously, there are other lands that can be hunted, but that was the key thing, was the forest closures before.
So,
And can I ask you, this my number one, well, I have 2 number one factors: taking care of the hunters and reduction of hours on this for you guys.
Appreciate it.
In this situation, is your new scenario, the commissioner's scenario, gonna reduce hours?
I would think so. I mean,
I
we'd
think
have
so.
to,
We have
yeah.
to look at that.
It wouldn't
I mean,
have all the,
You still have accountability of, which fires for how many days, but you'd be able to know pretty quickly, there's not gonna be a whole lot of fires that close 100% of the whole zone, right? And so we're gonna know if it's a giant fire that's like closing a whole zone, right? So I think that's gonna restrict our need to do the analysis behind on the back end.
I think it would be the forest closure in that case.
Yeah.
That would trigger it.
Pretty much, yeah.
and does that work equally well in zones that are not? Oh, I see other hands up. I'm gonna just stop for a minute, give other folks a chance to weigh in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just, one thing I do want to jump in on that. If you talk about forest closure, first of all, California Bowling Hunters and State Archery Association, speaking on behalf of saying, when it comes down to, we're talking about fires, let's make sure, because as an example down south right now, the Forest Service just took Old Angeles National Forest closed, period. But regardless of fire.
Yep.
Okay, and now it's a safety issue. Okay, well, and I get that, and they've done that multiple times throughout the entire area. So I think you really got to look at, again, define your accessible issue. Again, not just talking about fire, because again, they've done this on multiple occasions too. I can tell you up in D11 through that whole A31 hunt, we've seen that. Starting on Labor Day, Forest Services goes in there and shuts the gates. Okay. Yeah. Well, why are we doing that? Well, because it's Labor Day and we might have a fire. Well, come on. Okay. Let's try to treat people to some extent like adults. I do tend to agree, with Commissioner Zavaleta and others. Again, when it comes down to the preference point issue, we can be fairly liberal. I don't want to treat anybody like children, but at the end of the day, if we didn't have a problem, as an example, like party hunts, okay, we wouldn't have to create the grandma world. cover that, okay, as far as preference points issue are concerned. Because there are people that are gonna figure out a way to circumvent the process and screw it up for everybody. But, I would tend to agree, Mike's got a good point. Just lay the thing out, in such a way that it's measurable and it's objective, because I think if you give too much subjectivity to it, it becomes a little problem. And let's not also forget when it comes down to the access points, to this gentleman's, point he made earlier, as we continue to turn, I hate to say this, but as we continue to turn more and more acreage in this state into national monuments, okay, now access points become bigger and bigger problems, okay? My hope is that, we'll see the light on this whole range of light national monument issue, but as we turn Northern California more into national monuments and you restrict access points for vehicles and that sort of thing, I think you need to, kind of look at and ensure that when the closures do occur, that we're not closing down what limited access points we may or may not have, so.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. Please.
Morning, David Bass, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Just a point of clarification from the department, is the intent to, when someone's impacted, or whatever the rule is, to reinstate the preference points, or be able to turn the tag in and get their money back?
I can probably answer that. We've talked to hunters about this in the first, go round of this, and overwhelmingly, hunters have said it's the preference points that they care about. They care less about the money that, not to a person, obviously there are some, but most hunters understand that the money goes to conservation and understand, but those preference points are like gold, right?
I would agree generally, remembering those conversations, but
yeah,
in some cases, we threw it in to answer his question, though. It is both, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
There, I understand the control hunts, right, the ones you have to draw for and bury your points for, but there's a lot of hunts throughout the state where you could have a forest closure or closure of some type where they can't get in, but they're not impacted by points because they're over the counter tags. So I was just trying to distinguish what
Originally, this was focused on premium hunts and preference points.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the focus, and it was what we heard loud enough, and it was what we were trying to do to help the hunters who have literally spent that time. And I joked with our staff the other day, like, for example, we talk about your life to get these points, but it's really about the hunter life. Like, how long does someone have of the age to go do these things, particularly with the species we're talking about? So if you're 40 and it took you 10 years and now you're 50 and you finally got drawn and you couldn't get out and you couldn't do it, it's going to take me another 10 years. Now I'm 60. Versus any age span you want to play that out, it starts to get to that point where, like, am I ever going to get to go do it? And I think the intent was to try to allow that opportunity for folks that took so long to get there for,
Which
for
is
those
why we
points.
have this, right?
Correct.
Bill Gaines, please.
Thank you. Couple things. First of all, we're talking deer and elk, right? And a little big game, and deer tags, $20 or so, not a big deal. You talk elk or something else, you're talking a big deal, right? Because then you're talking, I think you're around $600, right?
Yeah.
So I think you have to differentiate even that. The other thing is, I know Michael made the comment about the people that are waiting in line behind the folks that may have max points or whatever it may be. That's true, because that is one, right? But the other thing is, if somebody spends max points on something and can't go because of a variety of reasons, then holy smokes, I mean, they're really out of something as well. So I think you have to think of both sides about that. Now we're not looking at 2025 rates for this. We're looking at passing this through WRC and then bringing this to 2026. We do have some time to kind of put our heads together and work this through. But, yeah, I agree. Going back to what Greg said, half an hour ago, I mean, 100%. I think that's just extreme. There's got to be
All right, please.
Yeah, just building on what Bill said about, at least about the timeline, that kind of thing. I just want to throw in a process note for the co-chairs. If you can agree on something and recommend that today, that would be great, because that gives direction to us all. That's obviously what we would hope for. But if you can't agree on something, I just want to be clear that it doesn't necessarily have to hold up this package. I mean, if you could just, if you can't agree or could just give direction to the commission staff and department staff to get together and with all of the discussion in mind, come with our best recommendation based on what we heard, to the commission for. So you don't necessarily have to, you know, specify and decide as long as you trust us to give our best.
I'm open
but
to
it's
that.
up, but it's up to you.
You are. And the thing that I wanna see is, you know, a grandfather in there. So that we, you know, look at it, you know, if we're more liberal and people are taking advantage of it, or we, you know, in that time period, we see that, you know, something's unjust, right? But I'm really gonna drive the point home is I need you guys to be honest about whether or not it's gonna save us time. Because I want, you know, resources going elsewhere, not into whether or not, you know, there was 66 or 32 when it was 27 days and I was in a cast and I mean, it's not what we should be doing.
When I talk resources, it's the analyst time, the staff watching it, it's our own analysts, it's the licensed revenue branch folks that have to answer all the phone calls, it's folks that have to issue the refunds, they have to, it's all the collective when I talk about when it's not just one, I mean, literally.
Doing the maps and spending the time on that, I mean, there's money going into this, it's not.
So that's what it is, so it's a combination of programs and things within the department that have to touch this, and the more complicated we make it, the more programs have to touch it, the harder it is, so.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say that like, there is a fairness issue, which is part of why this has come up. So we do have a fairness issue to address. So I don't think that the solution is to leave it the way it is because, you know, like you said, you got a 5%, 7% closure on something and it doesn't affect an access point or whatever. It's just not the same thing. So I'm comfortable moving ahead with there's also just the reality that we can continue to tinker with this, right? So we can do something now, we can see how it works for a year or two, and just do exactly what we did in the first round of preference points reinstatement, and then we can refine it some more. So, you know, I would just encourage, I'm comfortable moving forward with like the opening for you all to come up with what is going to do the best by the hunters and fairness and reducing the sort of resource allocation to adjudicating every single one of these cases, and would encourage you to look at not just tweaking the spatial component of it, but the temporal one too. Because, you know, I'm also thinking about like, if an area is completely closed for only part of the season, the habitat impacts of whatever it was that led to that closure, the smoke, I mean, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that may materially affect the ecology of like, the hunting is affected for longer than the closure potentially. And so maybe the time part is the thing that we can mess with and just go with 100%. So if there aren't further points, maybe we can make the recommendation in an open-ended way. Is that comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I recommend that the department and commission staff, based on everything that's been said here today, go ahead and come up with something that addresses the various points that the interest groups have risen with the intent of reducing people hours, you know, and making our system more efficient and fair. Does that make sense?
That work?
I think that works, yeah. Do you need us to?
No.
What
At
he
least
said.
support a future rule. That's what I said. Okay.
That's good for recommendation.
Thanks, everyone. I
And
think that was.
we'll do our best and come to the commission with our best shot at balancing everything. Okay.
And then I know we're gonna move to Brandon's presentation, but I also want to let folks know, if you are sitting, especially back toward the wall and you're speaking and contributing to the conversation, if you could at least please stand up. Folks at the other end are having a hard time hearing folks that are a little further away.
The microphone's right here in the middle, so everybody on Zoom can
Stand
only
up,
hear you if this can.
Speak to the owl. Yeah, speak to the owl.
Okay, so with that, this is not 3B, but the second part of agenda item 3 is next. And for that, we've got a presentation from Dr. Monk. And after that, we'll take a break.
Thank you, commissioners, for having me. Appreciate it. Once the slide comes up, I'd like to start with an update on our 2024 CW surveillance. Any of our discussions leading forward on CWD response and management really should be informed by what we're seeing on the ground, our CWD surveillance. And once that's up, I will get started.
Yeah, let's wait for it.
Yeah, no worries.
We have
David Howe,
David?
are you online to pull up the CWD PowerPoint? There it is.
There we go.
Thank you, sir.
I think 2 slides forward, maybe. Thank you,
There you go.
perfect. So, top right corner is our deer sampling units. This is from our CWD management, statewide CWD management plan. The bar graph below it, colors correspond to the sampling units. Our goal is 300 per sampling unit, 300 samples per sampling unit as a minimum. To reach, we did that in 3 out of the 5 sampling units this year. It's the first time we've ever gotten that in any of our sampling units, no matter how we cut it. Numbers have changed a little bit since the slide was made last week. We've received over 1,800 samples. We've tested and received results for over 1,700 deer and elk. And about half of those came from our CWD management zones. This commission had adopted previously, and those that required mandatory sampling for harvests in those zones is a large part of why we have the information that we have. It is a very important kind of foundation for recommendations moving forward. We know that we still have some samples out in our regions. We expect once those come in this week or next week at the latest, we'll be just shy of about 2,000 animals this year. This is triple what we've ever been able to do in the past. Our best efforts in the mid 2000s was about 650, and that's when we were receiving a lot of federal money to do CWD surveillance. So this is an amazing accomplishment, in my opinion. We've been trying to get here for the whole 9 years I've been here. This is in large part due to mandatory testing, but also in large part due to the interest of hunters for this issue. So and we've also not detected any more CWD positive animals. It's still just those 2 we reported out in May, and neither of those were hunter harvests. So we have also not detected any CWD positive animals in our hunter harvested populations that we've been able to sample. And that's a bit of a caveat because we know that our sampling is not well distributed throughout the entire state. But what our sampling is telling us for 2024 is it's quite likely, it's quite probable that we have pretty low prevalence. Certainly have low prevalence in the hunted populations that we were able to sample and test in our management zones. It's the best news I could have asked for. Next slide, please. So this is a rehash of where we were in May 2024. We had this slide up and identified kind of our main priorities at the time. For me, our main priorities at the time were to really hit the outreach and education hard and to enhance our surveillance. We were able to kick our outreach and education into high gear through our already established No Time to Waste campaign, and then through the mandatory testing rules in the CWD management zones being established. We were really able to enhance our surveillance efforts in those zones, but also statewide due to the increased interest. We did also talk about carcass handling, targeted removal, adjusting hunting seasons, restrict prohibit farm rehabilitation, and these were all recommendations based on our then draft, now final statewide CWD management plan. Based on our current surveillance data, we probably have a fairly localized outbreak. We may have gotten lucky and caught it fairly early. All of those indicate that out of these, 4, 2 through 5, targeted removal is probably the one action that would have the largest impact on our outbreaks based on the information that we have. That said, we're working on establishing some live animal sampling and testing to inform, piggyback off of current plans to capture and collar animals. And if we get positives, we'll recommend some test and cull options there. But other targeted removal options should be considered. I'll talk a little bit more about the carcass handling and movement as well. The 4 and 5 the fawn rehabilitation is being dealt with in our rehab rulemaking, and that really follows the recommendation we've always provided for fawn rehabbers, which is please don't move the animals across the landscape, keep them within either the herd that it came from if possible, or if not possible, the county. And that goes back to our deer adenovirus concerns and just moving any disease around the landscape. So those will be applied to the rehab regs. And then the adjust hunting seasons is a much bigger topic that I don't think we're going to talk about today. Next slide, please, to give some background information on carcass handling. So if we're going to talk about carcass handling and we're going to discuss options, what we could potentially accomplish, we've got to think about the source of the carcass. So hunter harvest is obviously one source of carcasses, but an important source, especially with our current surveillance information, is vehicle strikes and other mortality sources. So the positive from the Bishop area was a vehicle strike. The positive from Madera County, the Yosemite Lakes Park area, was an older buck that died of unknown causes, may be related to CWD, but it was found dead. So how those carcasses are handled arguably might be more important to consider at this point than how hunter harvested carcasses are handled. I mentioned those because clinical animals are, depending on the literature you look at, anywhere between 11 and 13 times more likely to be CWD positive than your average hunter harvested male. And vehicle strikes, again, depending on what part of the literature you look at, could be up to 2 times more likely to be CWD positive than your average hunter harvested male. So with that being said, I think there's more unknowns than knowns as far as how we might want to approach carcass movement, carcass handling, when considering different sources. We certainly already restrict like scientific collecting permits, salvage permits within their study area, within herd boundaries, kind of similar to what we do with fawns. Herd boundaries and well established, then within county, if it's on a county line, then within 10 miles of the harvest or of the salvage. County works and Caltrans and road crews that are picking up deer carcasses, animal control that are removing deer carcasses from private property, public property, roadways. Some of these go into landfills, some of these go to rendering. Some states have chosen to ban rendering of wildlife for disease concerns, particularly CWD. The reason for that is while rendering, not all rendering processes are made equal, and I'm gonna clearly state that I am not an expert in rendering. But my understanding is that not all rendering practices are created equal, but most, if not all, rendering practices do decrease the number of infectious prions in tissue and sample, but they do not eliminate it. And rendered products are, tallow, fertilizer, pet food, they can travel far and wide. And then landfills, a lot of states in the West are struggling with carcass handling and what to do with it. Some states don't have lined landfills. EPA recommendations or guidelines from 2004 recommend CWD positive or suspected CWD positive carcasses go into a lined landfill. In outbreak responses in some states, they've trialed portable incinerators. Incinerators in California are being decommissioned. We still have access to an incinerator through our California Animal Health and Food Safety Laboratory, but I expect that if we start using that for suspect CW positive animals and not confirmed CW positive animals, we may outstrip their capacity. And there's a lot of questions around how prions travel through landfills, accumulate in leachates, how leachates are used, and this is an active discussion on the national scene as to what's appropriate, what's the best. For hunter harvest, that's an easier thing to tackle. Kind of as we suggested in May of last year, we'll probably just follow our 712 import regs. Best recommendation would be to leave everything except meat in the field, unless we're at the site of the harvest, unless you're required or going to get that animal sampled, and then you bring the head, the 2 to 4 inches of neck attached. To a sampling station, we sample it there, and then we confiscate the head. So we can manage brain material. So brain and spinal cord are going to be the most high-risk material. The other things we would need to be considering is meat processors and taxidermists. How are they handling their waste? Some meat processors don't accept heads. Okay. There's other aspects, other parts of the animal that we need to be considering as well. And, you know, some of these zones are premium zones. So how would we manage trophies if we're confiscating heads? That's a lot of words to say. There's a lot to unpack here. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to listen to the discussion.
Thanks, Dr. Monk. Before we go to discussion, and maybe even before the interview, just a couple of things I want to say. One is that I'm really interested in us generating a recommendation today because time is of the essence. If we're going to do rapid response to CWD, you know, I'd like us to try to do our best to move that forward. So that's my goal, is for us to have a recommendation today. And I mean, I guess there's more I could say about my thoughts on this, but I'd like to listen to people first. I just want to say also, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Monk. Thanks to everyone at the department and to hunters and folks who are encountering roadkills and bringing them in for testing, because those numbers that are all the information we have about whether this disease has spread rely on that. So keep the samples coming. And then it looks like so far there hasn't been spread. And I guess a question I have is whether you feel like the numbers in particular, like in the northwest part of the state, need to get higher for you to feel comfortable, you know, with that, at least like conclusion to date, because there aren't huge numbers from certain parts of the state yet. I don't think it's a problem. I just want to clarify that, like,
I do think
0 out of 100, is that enough?
Yeah, I do think it's a problem. So, you know,
Okay.
with all of these things, more is better. More is always going to be better. The more information we get, the better informed our decisions will be. And all of our decisions need to be informed by this robust, ongoing, appropriate surveillance. The 300 number is based on some probabilistic equations that if you want to be able to detect something at a 1% prevalence with 95% confidence, kind of more or less regardless of population size, you got to be hitting that number. That assumes you are doing a random sample. We're not. So what our information can really state is we have pretty good evidence in our CMZs, our management zones, that there's little, maybe no, probably not, but there's very little CWD in our hunted populations that were sampled. What we can't say with a lot of certainty is how much CWD we have in the areas, in the local herds that we've detected it, because that Yosemite Lakes Park herd is largely resident. There are migratory animals that move in and out of it. So if there's a high prevalence there, we can't say, we don't have enough information to say what the prevalence is there.
Gotcha.
But if there is a high prevalence there could be a high rate of infection or transmission, a significant amount of environmental contamination, and that could act as a reservoir for those migratory animals to then move that disease into other areas. So for your question about the northern part of the state. Absolutely 100%, we need to be sampling and testing more animals. But the caveat is still gonna be that we can say what we can say about the disease, but only in that sampled population, which is largely gonna be our hunter harvest. Now, those males tend to be more likely to be positive than the does do. So it's a better sample to be going after if we're trying to detect the disease.
Okay, thank you. That was a lot. I mean, what I get from that, two big take-home points, keep the samples coming,
Yes.
please, everybody, we need more. And then, the other piece is that, you know, there's the potential for higher prevalence than we're detecting in the areas where there have been detections. And so we do need to be thinking about limiting the extent of the disease to the places where it's ready to be detected. We do need to address carcass movement in some ways. And I have some thoughts about that, Chad.
I'll say potentially, and your point of, you know, if we need to do something and want to make, you know, movement here, that's why we're here today. If you recall, in December, we put a package forward on chronic wasting disease. You have that in front of you, public has that in front of them, and the comment, your statement about, you know, wanting to consider this further is why it's on the agenda today, to talk about whether there's something to be put into February's agenda for when it's on discussion. And does that mean it changes to the package that's already in play? About carcass. We purposely did not include anything there for the reasons that Brandon had, Dr. Monk had expressed and talked about. A lot of his logistics as well, a lot of his still some unknown on what is the right approach or not, and how would you approach this? For example, if you chose to restrict it by a county or what have you, reserved to where you've had a positive detection, that becomes a hunter potential issue. It becomes a department issue of, you have a mandatory testing, which is what we're proposing to put in place. So positive could mean the director making the call, this zone turns on, this zone turns off, what have you, based on positive detections going in the future. So you have a mandatory detection, testing or sampling. If there's also a carcass movement, that creates potentially another responsibility reliability. So that means that that hunter has to field dress, also get sampled, right? We also then have to restrict where that hunter can go and be able to supply the ability for them to submit their samples, because they can't move out of whatever zone you've restricted them to. So you're requiring them to sample it, but you're also requiring another portion of the department or other parties to be accessible and available for that hunter to submit their samples, which can get complicated depending again on where we may or may not get a positive sample. Could be easy in some areas where it's like, hey, it's a big zone, it's a big county, or however you define the closure or the restricted carcass movement. There's just logistics behind it that we weren't able to resolve early on, and sort of thinking the same lines why it wasn't included in the December package. So just again, food for thought on how we work through this, but it really determines on if you turn something on of a carcass restriction, you know, movement restriction, what is the scale, what is the scope, how does that play out, and what's the actual implementation of making that effective and making it, you know, user friendly for the hunters, but also for the departments and the responsibilities of the parties that have to move it, to work under that space. So something to think about.
Please,
Dr. Monk, you know, and I want to hear from everybody, but a quick question on taxidermy, because I don't want to do anything today.
Didn't like that.
I don't want to do anything to hurt small business. So on that whole issue, if, you know, they donate the head, does that mean I can take the horns and the skull?
So the brain and spinal cord is gonna be our, you know, most high risk material. So if they're going to a taxidermist, then we need to be working with the taxidermist on how they manage that waste. And my limited understanding of kind of our oversight of taxidermy is pretty limited, that we don't have a ton. So it's unclear to me where we would maybe enforce some of that waste management. If they brought the head to us, say, so Fresno office was probably our most successful site for hunters coming and collecting samples. If a hunter brought a head in and there's a carcass handling regulations in place that match 712, we would probably saying, okay, you can take the skull cap with the antlers, the rest's gonna stay with us, and we'd have to set up dumpsters and all this good stuff. And some of the discussions about adjusting seasons and stuff like that is in part because of logistics of having dumpsters with parts in 95-degree weather, and how that might be perceived in some of our other offices, like in Bishop, where it's a rented space, where there's other businesses in the area. And so there's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, I would just, before we hear sort of from, the room, I would just want to make sure either from the commission staff or department staff that we reach out to the taxidermy folks and get their input, you know, once we send it to the commission or to go ahead and review. Because I want to hear what they have to say, and I want to make sure that, you know, we understand from an operationally standpoint what works for them, both on, you know, being, you know, if you take the skull cap, you know, they have to go back and clean it appropriately. There's always gray matter and oftentimes things left in the skull. So if we can go ahead and ask them for input, it'd be great.
Great, thanks, Co-Commissioner. I know you've been waiting a long time to speak up. Let's go to you and then.
Can you stand up, please? Can you stand up? So, because you're speaking to this microphone right here.
Okay. I have a question. How many samples were turned in that you were unable to be tested?
We are at about 7 to 8%, I think. And the largest portion of those were from our, were actually not from Hunter Harvest. So we opened up our ability, you know, Hunter's ability to take their own samples and turn it into us. And to be honest, my initial reluctance for that was I expected poor quality samples and more no test. Our no test is the largest portion of our sampling stream that had high no test rates were really our roadkill. And I think it's because we were, you know, my direction to our staff is you can find a lymph node, we'll test it. But if you find a lymph node in an animal that's been baking with 150
Why
days.
not Hunter Harvest? What sample that was taken and then it was returned, you got a return that said that it was too degraded food? What does that mean?
That means the pathologist that we send these to couldn't identify lymphoid follicles in order to test it. So we'll send the lymph nodes in, and we ask for an enzyme, you know, so we're gonna have a rapid test, which they take a chunk of the lymph node, emulsify it, run it through this test. If they can't identify it, their technician, we look at them first. So, and we hear very little of what we send. We say that looks like lymph node, we're gonna send it. They look at it too at their lab, and if they can't identify lymphoid tissue, they'll send it on to the immunohistochemistry, which is they cut it onto a slide and they look at it on the microscope, easier to identify. For the ELISA rapid test, for them to move forward with that, they've got to be able to identify appropriate amount of lymphoid tissue and then move forward. That no test, if it was too degraded, they should have then gone to the microscope, and the pathologist should have looked at that on the microscope. And if the pathologist can't identify lymphocytes in follicles, then it's a no test because of the rules that are set up around prion testing. You've got to have at least 6 follicles on a slide for it to be an appropriate test. So they can sometimes say it's too degraded for those reasons. As these tissues bake in the sun or degrade over time, everything, you can't really tell the difference between one cell and another cell. They just make smooth what it looks like. And so they can't identify it. They pathologists have to follow them.
Thanks, Dr. Monk. All right, I know it's nice to say, and we'll go to you, Chris.
I just wanted to clarify the taxidermy issue and, you know, presuming that we would be limiting the movement from CMZs, we wouldn't be saying you can't get your animal taxidermy. That wouldn't be it, but you would be limited to a taxidermist in the CMZ. Which is not ideal. I get that, but that's the breaks if you're going to limit. If you're going to limit movement from the CMZ.
But we got to talk to them because everybody's got their own taxidermist, and most of the time your taxidermist is not in the zone.
Sure.
So.
Chris, you've been waiting to speak, please.
Yeah, pretty cool, California bowling. Hey, so real quickly, Dr. Monkey, maybe I missed this before, so correct if I did. With regard to the number of samples that you're taking from the various regions, various year sampling units, did we also do a percentage of samples versus the number of tags that were actually available in those units and that were actually harvested in those units?
We haven't yet. Hunters have until the end of the month to report the harvest, so I expect that'll be at least for the managed CWD management zones, that'll be part of our report that we expect to come out in end of February.
Right.
What we can say, again, for the CWD management zones, those D7, X9, A, B, and C, is the number of samples we received so far either meet or exceed the number of harvests that were recorded in those zones in 2023.
Oh.
So compliance was extraordinary.
In those northern zones where you only got 100 samples, the compliance actually was extraordinary in comparison to the actual level tag.
In the CWD management zones, in the D7, X9A, X9B, and X9C, where we had the mandatory testing.
Okay, but Northern California, where you only got 100 or so, you still don't know what the percentage of that would be versus the actual tags that were available to hunt.
Correct. I think we have, I can look up an analysis for you, but it's not going to be accurate until the end of the month, but it's pretty low.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we are still sending all of these samples out of state to some of the judges in Washington, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and again, I'm getting a few questions here and there concerning the actual timeliness of the testing.
Correct.
Do we expect that to improve going forward? We expect to get in-state testing going forward.
I've been trying to work towards in-state testing for over 6 years. Our California Animal Health and Food Safety Laboratory is fantastic. There's 4 locations, and we work with them hand in hand on a lot of things. As you can imagine, they're impacted by a couple other things going on right now. And the place that we identified would be a great place to put it in state, flooded 2023, 2024, and their facility is not available at this point. They're trying to figure out how to get those things in place. The branch chief down there supports bringing CWD testing in-house. I think we're 2 years to 3 years out before we realize anything.
Is that a funding issue?
I don't think that's a funding issue. I think it's a competing priorities issue. And to do prion testing as things stand now, it's a dedicated space. It's a dedicated suite of machines.
And so it's a clean room in essence, and you only do
prions
there.
Yeah. So we've been trying to piggyback off of sheep scrapie and bovine spongiform encephalopathy, and it's like, hey, like these are basically the same tests. Can we do these at your facility? And I think there's interest, just hasn't developed.
Another question on the parts, and again, being part of the bowhunting community, I have to know a bowhunter, that actually, interestingly, I've got caught poaching deer in Yosemite National Park, sadly, not a good decision on his part. And he was asked why, and he said very clearly, because that's where all the big deer are. And I said, okay, well, that's not a very good excuse, but that being said, there are a lot of them, and he said, we have any sort of a process after the sample, any of these larger herds in places like, to your point in Yosemite, where you have a pretty captured herd there that migrates on one side of the park.
Yeah, so couple points I'll hit here. Yosemite National Park is doing some of their own surveillance and testing, and they are sharing that information. I believe we're, maybe 10 or so samples out of Yosemite National Park. The detection we have is Yosemite Lakes Park, which is an HOA, further down in the foothills and far away. I make that distinction only because it's a common.
Right, sure.
Are those samples from Yosemite National Park roadkill?
I'm not 100% sure, but I suspect some of them are, and some, they're ones that are found dead.
Yeah.
There could be some that were, you know, if they were taken on depredation or something. I don't know how many they might take on depredation.
Okay. And we have no system at this point, based on what you're saying, to really, the disposal of potentially affected remains still is a question mark.
So if we have a positive detection from out of state, so if, and we've had this process in place since 2017, 2018. Hunter hunts out of state, harvests bucker and elk, and it's tests positive in that state. They get an information from that state that your animal tested positive. We recommend you reach out to your wildlife agency for further direction. When they reach out to us, we ask if they are willing to voluntarily relinquish any bits and pieces they have, and we'll take that and we'll take it and get it incinerated. We will offer that as long as we possibly can in California as well. But I suspect at some point we're gonna outstrip our capacity to incinerate those animals.
Hey there, Mike Powell for Wildlife. Just, it's great, the hunter participation, this is phenomenal. It's really impressive. So that's exciting. And I really hope that the discussion about carcass movement restriction is an exploratory exercise. And it just remains that way for a long time, because I think, you know, for the department and for hunters, it will become a real sticky point. I think hunter behavior will change. And yet you mentioned the trophy zones. Every zone in California is a trophy zone. Like if I go out and bust my butt for 9 days in the backcountry, I come out with a 4-horn buck, I've got a trophy. So no hunter is going to want to hand over the head and not get it back, even, no matter what the class of that deer is. And so I think, we need to think about it that way, that every zone has that value to the person that has done that and has harvested that buck. So I just really, I would say, please stay in the exploratory zone of carcass handling restrictions. Explore all we want.
Yeah.
But if it goes to that point, make the impact as focused, laser focused and concise and limited and purposeful as is possible. Because it's gonna become it'll become we've got this great performance from hunters this year. Let's lean into that has worked with testing and not put on a draconian overlay to a movement restriction.
I mean, what I would say to that, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm not stepping in when somebody else wanted to make a comment. Bill, please, go ahead.
Just a quick comment, piggybacking on what my co-game is associated with Mike just said, make it as easy on the hunters as you can.
Yeah.
I've killed some nice bucks, I've killed some teeny bucks. I keep all the racks. I've got every single one of them. I don't throw any of those away. And I think most hunters are like me when it comes to that. So he's right. I mean, a trophies, what a trophy is to that individual. I got a question. I live up in Shingle Springs. I see 4 or 5 roadkill every day. So what percentage of the roadkill is there that are actually being turned in? Is there any requirement on Caltrans? They get picked up by Caltrans, by the department, by CHP and so forth. But is there any requirement that a certain percentage of those get tested? You'd have a massive, robust sample size if you can put some restrictions on those folks. From my friends that work with the department or with Caltrans, whatever, there's certain dumping zones. They'll pick up a dead deer on 50 or whatever. They'll take it to a certain spot and dump it. I mean, if you can change that to where those weights they can deposit in for testing or something, you get a massive sample size.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. We've encouraged regions to explore those relationships with Caltrans. Each Caltrans district is kind of different on how interested they are in helping or able they are to assist. For the most part, they say, no, we're not gonna pick these up for sampling. We're gonna move them. We can send you an email or a text and say this is where this animal is, and we have had some good luck there. There's a massive resource consideration for the department if we're driving around picking up roadkill. There's also a safety issue if we're driving around picking up roadkill. And, the situations that seem to work well are the relationship with the county works, with our unit biologist says, hey, if you're picking up here, and you're taking them to the dump, can you just tell me when that happens? And I'll make a point to go out there and sample that animal. That's worked really well in a couple of our counties. We're trying to encourage other counties and other regions to follow suit as much as possible. I've been trying to get points on a map for these dump sites, like on 50 you mentioned, because from a risk assessment, that's very useful information. That's been a tough nut to crack for many reasons.
Can I ask a follow-up? Is Caltrans moving any of those carcasses outside of the respective zones?
Not to my knowledge.
So, but it could happen. They're not aware of it.
It could happen, but my expectation is that they're not gonna spend that time to do it because they have other work to do.
I would say this, so when this happened last year, I sent out a directive to our regional managers and our folks to reach out to all the tribes and their connections at CHP and Caltrans, and we had a pretty good response from those parties, particularly Caltrans, to work through the details like Dr. Monk said about how do we coordinate, who do I call, what do I do, and their dispatch and their folks to work through that to inform us of when there might be an opportunity. I don't know how that's been carried on, but it was a pretty good initial response that we were feeling pretty confident that would be, those relationships were being created and that would be helpful. So we have tried in that arena, as you remember, we were trying to do a lot more outreach, and that was part of the whole overall plan here was to increase outreach and information, similar to the tribes where if they had samples, we'd be happy to take them if it was on their lands and in their space. So it was, I thought it was pretty good overall, at least the emails I got back asking who do we coordinate, setting that up with our regional folks who are more on the ground with the different districts in Caltrans.
Other folks? I have a couple of just reflections, maybe there's a question here too. One is that, so to this point about, approaching carcass transport with an understanding of what a burden that could be on hunters, I'm 100% with you. And I think, yeah, we want to make it as little of a burden as possible. I understand, totally support folks wanting to keep the skull and the antlers of any animal that they successfully hunt. And I think, that idea of laser focus, like right now, what we're talking about is just the zones where there've been positive detections. From my perspective, like that's where movement has the potential to keep restrictions on movement from spreading all over the state. I mean, that's the trade-off, right? Like if we allow a lot of movement, there is more of a risk that CWD is going to end up in other parts of the state, and then we're going to have more widespread mandatory testing and restrictions on movement and other, more burdensome rules to try to keep the impacts from spreading even more. So, my perspective on this is that, this is to preserve hunting opportunity when we're thinking about putting additional constraints on movement. It's not to penalize anybody, and let's think about how we can do that in a way that's compatible with the realities of the situation in the field. To Deputy Director Dibble's point that there isn't always testing available, I think if we can restrict movement of carcasses that are coming from within the management zones, and then we also have mandatory testing, there probably needs to be that could put someone in a catch-22 if there's not testing available nearby or whatever. I think there has to be an exemption, a mandatory testing exemption for folks who have to choose between taking it out of the zone to get tested or complying with a movement restriction by field dressing the animal, by leaving those other parts in the field. And I guess I want to ask about that. Like, does that resolve that potential train wreck of not having testing available but not allowing movement either?
I don't know if it resolves it or maybe complicates it, especially from an enforcement standpoint. Like, what is
that's fair.
Where is the accountability on what we're trying to do? Is it that they left it in the field and we take their word, or is it they brought the sample in and we've got the sample? And how do you, I don't want to speak for law enforcement, but
Right now.
I can't legally leave the mountains without that.
yeah, you have to have, correct, so you have to have the head because, but if you were to skull cap it, I mean, you can.
My buck knife?
Well, I'm just saying, right, yeah, there's a different, so it gets complicated in that space, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's, the whole thing is just a little, I don't know if it's not solvable, I just don't know that we've been able to get there yet, thinking through some of these things without, like, trying to balance that burden versus support versus, it's just a complicated space. None of it's impossible, it just means, somebody's gonna, have to suffer, I don't wanna say suffer, but like deal with this and it could be a deterrent to a lot of things.
Yeah.
And then you either get people not hunting or not participating or things happen, or you get lack of, compliance, I'd say.
Yeah.
Cause they're like, I'm not dealing with it, I'll take my chances.
I'm gonna Mike's point, like, some people are better at skinning animals and knowing how to go ahead and butcher the animal versus, a novice. And I don't wanna do anything that, one, penalizes folks, two, intimidates folks to get out there and try it. Because I know a lot of first time or second time or third time hunters that if they had to go ahead and do that and couldn't bring it to their buddy or what, they wouldn't go. For fear of they were gonna get, arrested or get a fine or something like that. So I think whatever we come up with, we've got to address hunters that would know how to do it, may have equipment, and then a guy or gal that doesn't know how to do it.
And I guess, Brandon, please go ahead.
Look,
Yeah.
I wanted to make a couple of points. First, if it's coupled with mandatory testing, we can facilitate at the sampling sites, at Fresno office and our check stations, a saw to take skull cap off. I don't think that's an impediment. I think the impediment is now you get to go home with a skull cap and not a skull. Commissioner Zavaleta, to your point about we need to respond and we need to respond appropriately to this outbreak. All of our surveillance data suggests that if it is in our migratory buck populations in these hunt zones, it's extremely low. We haven't detected it. And the reason I left that targeted removal point in there, and I'm going to bring up an item that is probably very unpopular. If our approach to this discussion is we should be doing the most appropriate and most effective measure that is most likely to be successful at mitigating or managing CWD where we have it, I would argue that targeted removal is that method at this point in time with the information that we have. And I would argue that we need to be considering what options we have to pursue that in these areas that we have a positive. Yosemite Lakes Park is the easiest example to consider. Largely resident deer population, likely fairly dense population, probably more dense than the hunted population that's further up in the hills in D7. But access, so two things, access to those animals. Hunters don't have access to those animals. So the hunter harvest is not a great option for removal of those animals. We can do some live animal testing. Sensitivity of those tests are about 65% compared to about 95, 98% on a postmortem sample. So you're gonna miss some. But what's reported in the literature and what's recommended is aggressive targeted removal is probably your most effective tool. Bishop area, that's a different scenario.
Yeah, I appreciate that clear. That's a reality. I agree. That's what other countries have done, right?
Other states as well.
Other states as well. And I think other states have restricted movement. That map we put up, even states that have no detections like Nevada. So yes, it's a burden.
That map I put up highlighted that less than half of the WAFLA members have hunter harvest carcass movement restrictions.
That's statewide though. That's in and out of borders. There's a couple that have done.
That's intrastate.
Yeah, there's a couple that have done in that space, right?
Nevada's restricted remind me, they've restricted movement of deer out of those zones bordering California into the rest of the state.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Period.
well, up from that border up to Reno is kind of their restriction.
Right. So they have no detections and they're saying, we're taking these measures, it's a pain in the neck, and it's because we do not want CWD to move if it's kind of in that shared border area with California out of there. And I bring that up because, you know, stepping back, it is a drag that CWD has reached California. And so there's not going to be any remedy that's not burdensome, but and we know carcass movement is like, that's a big way that it could get to all of the other zones in California. So I hear you about targeted removal. I'd love to hear if other folks have thoughts about that. My sense is that's not
Before
the
we go there, if I
direction
might, again, so we restrict animals coming into our state now, similar to what Nevada has done. I think what we've been talking about in this carcass space is, what is the spatial intent? What is the spatial piece of that? How is that less burdensome on the hunter, less burdensome on the department? And so it really, I think, comes down to how restrictive you get. Do you get to the county level? Do you get to the zone level? Do you get to the CMU level? Do you get to where, which maybe that's where there's a balance between hunter easeability and department response, if that makes sense. So like, for example, right now we have a sampling requirement in the CMZ, right? So we've got, or in these zones, we've D7, X9, A, B, C. So we've got this, you've got a sample inside of there. If you limit your restriction of carcass movement in that same space, that might be a little easier. It seems that folks were able to turn their samples into things. You still have the skull cap versus full mount, whatever you want to do, but you've got some taxidermy issues in there as well, but you've got some ability to work through. But if you start to hone that in tighter, because you really are focused on the exact locations where the sample came in, because mind you, we're only talking about 2 samples here.
Okay.
But if you put a regulation in and next year you get another one, you don't know how that's going to expand yet. And so the regulation is probably going to allow us the flexibility to move it, but you also can introduce those complications. So the tighter you get, which is probably what you want to be, and sort of the space of where you have positives and really trying to restrict that movement from where we know we have potential source, the more complicated it gets for everyone else. And I think that's the balance.
So we can't be too tight.
Well, if you want to do something that's
like,
you also don't want to do something that's a nothing burger and then it's just a burden for everybody, but it really didn't help with the point of why you're trying to remove it, restrict it.
And
So
talking about,
it's
I
a
was,
balance.
in December, I was I'm on the board of Boone and Crockett, and they did a chronic wasting disease, update, and they had folks like yourself from all over the country come in. And if you look at Colorado, they were sort of the origin. They've gone through 100 different iterations and tried everything, right? Today, and again, I'm not proposing that we do this, but I just, the biologist from Colorado said, we've learned to live with it. And again, I know that's not what, I know we don't want to do that, but they're the worst. And so, with migratory animals, with all these different things, right? How restrictive do we want to be? Do we want to go out and do harvesting in a population where we know it's already been? I don't think so. But, I think we need to do something. But the chat point, and then Chad, can I ask you a question? So you're saying we don't allow animals anymore into California?
We have restrictions that if you bring it similarly, you can't bring in the spine or the head.
Okay, so if
It's
I.
like brain and spine.
Right.
I think those are the 2 limitations.
So the
you can-
rest of the carcass can come in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to sort of quarter it out. You gotta do your thing. You gotta move
We gotta
through
clean
it.
it out the whole bit.
Or process it in
But all
another
I'm
state.
saying
and bring.
is because I've seen some guys that clean their animals better, and I've seen a lot of guys drive across the border with brain matter still in the skull. And that's gonna drop either at the taxidermist, it's gonna drop in their garage, it's gonna drop in their backyard when they resalt it. So.
It gets complicated because on the, if you're on elk and you got a bull tag or you got a buck, your tag goes on that top part. If you're shooting does and cows, whatever, you're on the leg and maybe it's a little bit easier to sort of just get rid of all of those parts. But when you're talking males, that's where our tags are.
Yeah.
And that's your proof that you sex and shot the appropriate animal.
Great. Oh, that's the whole reason you want it.
Hopefully it doesn't get into health. I mean, that's the thing, like,
Right.
there's that trade-off. I know Greg has been waiting for a while to make a comment.
Yeah, so Greg Erner, Spark Club, International California Coalition. Look, I want to go back to like something, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations about an island and stuff, and we supported like a refugia population there and to see how CWD is going. So from our perspective, I don't see how we can not support the department in trying to mitigate CWD movement throughout the state. I mean, that's something we have, we got to figure out how to prevent. And I would rather have a discussion about it now while the samples are not coming in like we thought they might, and figure out what's going to work.
We're sorry. Your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
Yeah, I apologize. But I'd rather have that discussion now because I don't want to be in a situation in a year.
Thank you. Please hang up.
Or shut up. Which one? Do you?
All signs
I don't want to be in a position in 2 or 3 years down the road.
Thank you. Please hang up.
And we're trying to figure out, okay, now what?
Absolutely.
And I want to be in front of this. So Commissioner Zavaleta, I think that's where you're going on this. And like, I fully support that. I fully support your attitude and everything towards it. And I work on a lot of issues across government. County lines are arbitrary, a lot of lines. So I'm not one to support a zone restriction or a county restriction. A movement restriction, yes. And I think that if people want more than the skull cap and the antlers back, and then we can talk to the department, we can figure out like what would be considered a safe storage location until a test came back to show that it was negative. And then could we allow that, amount to move if that's what they're gonna do with it? And how many would that be? Right now, we got a few zones, it's not gonna be that many animals. So if we work with the department and found, okay, you wanna keep the whole thing, well, it's sitting here until we get the test back and we know that it's not gonna be a problem, then you can retrieve it. Then I think we can work with that. And CWD is like, I've been to presentations on it. NCI had a big presentation with all the states last year, our convention. I'll be there next week. We'll probably talk about it more. I've seen what it's done to Wyoming. I don't want this. If we can do anything to keep it from spreading, we need to do that. And we can, this is where we need to work together and cooperate.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, I don't think we've been able to figure out like what the details of this are quite, but I would like to move that, how should I phrase this? I mean, I feel like a movement restriction is something we've talked about before. We haven't put it into place yet. I appreciate those comments, Greg, because I think it's simpler to do now than it would be if it's more widespread. I'm a little unclear about the appropriate scale, spatial scale. And I think I'm comfortable leaving that to commission and department staff to discuss, so that we can move this to the full commission. So I want to recommend that the commission support a future rulemaking regarding the movement of cervid carcasses in the chronic wasting disease management zones. And hopefully, because it's constrained, that means that we can do something that isn't too complicated to implement, that's focused and that allows people to do all the things that we discussed.
Yeah, and the only thing I would ask is when you come back with the recommendations that we have talked to taxidermists or the Taxidermist Association, and we continue to talk to the hunting groups to make sure that they believe that, we're not throwing up undue burdens on, hunters.
Point of clarification, you will. Timing on that, we're a couple weeks out from the package that's moving. Is the intent still that this is the sort of folded into a minute, because you're also then running into timelines for next hunt season, right? That package is moving as part of next hunt season.
Yeah.
I would
2026.
consider that we add, if we can we add it into the package that's already moving?
I don't know that would be a tough.
Is that because
We're
of
already
staffing?
We're already at a discussion point for
No,
that.
we're not
but-
yet. That's in February.
February's
Yeah, that's what I meant.
February's
But
discussion,
if-
so
if
that would
it-
be the opportunity if you're going to add something for
Yes,
the
that-
commission to
if we're
add
gonna do it,
something.
that would be it. I don't know if that gives us.
Yeah.
I would
I'd
like
to see
that.
us do that.
You know, if understanding staff burden that you guys believe you can get it done, I think we'd both like to see it. in
We'd have
February.
to get a 15-day notice
Yeah.
together.
It'll time some things there, but as far as getting it in front of you all for discussion.
That's the question,
it's
is
February,
there
so.
sufficient time
That's,
for
that's my
the
concern.
internal conversations to actually
Well,
bring you something at the
Let's
February
try,
meeting?
because I think, you know, with regard to the seasonality of when we have to have this done, I think we should try to get as much done, you know, now and not wait till next season, right?
Yeah, well, the other thing I was gonna ask is, what authority does a director have to limit, you know, by executive action? Like, if we saw, like, right now, we're not seeing samples, right? We're not seeing a problem. And so, recognizing staff time and everything, like, what authority does a director have if something just flipped on its head, if we just started having all these positive samples?
So my recommendation would be to the group, I'll just share some of that ahead of time, is that we're, right now, the proposal that's in front of you, in front of the commission, the full commission, actually has, it's written in a way that gives the director the authority based on positives. So we're not having to come to you every time something happens and redo the reg. So this would, to my mind, we would be folding this similarly into that same language that's already in that space. So it's tied with positives, it's tied with the appropriateness of, is it time to turn this on and do this, and what's the scale of it? So I think that's what I would take back as in the same package we have, which is, it's all based on the data we have. So the whole decision from the department and the director is, hey, and then there's timelines about when we would announce that prior to the season, so the hunters have awareness, and there's like a cutoff date that says, you know, we're not gonna implement this in the middle of the season or what have you. So that's the way the package right now is formulated, and I would think we would try and fit this into that same rubric, so they're tied together as that decision goes forward.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Please, all right, go ahead.
I just want to be clear that we're talking about potentially folding in, the CWD movement restrictions into the current package, but not the preference points. That's still
Yes.
slated for a later package.
That's separate.
Correct.
We're talking about
Thank you for
CWD.
clarifying.
Just want to be clear about that. That was my understanding.
We're not gonna burden you with everything.
And I think to that point.
That one's gonna
for-
need some more thinking and discussion anyway, so, yeah.
So for example, the language would be around if there are positive test results in a zone, it becomes part of the rules. That's a very
Yeah, right.
basic idea of what you're
Right
talking about.
now,
but think,
I think it's July 1st, I think, or
June.
June 1st. It's June 1st,
Yeah.
where the department sort of has
To make the call.
not a deadline, but like a timeline for when each year they make a call by that date, which CMZs are gonna be mandatory testing or not, based on a number of criteria that are in the regs. And so, to my mind, we would set the movement restrictions on that same timeline, so that every year the decision would be made regarding movement restrictions, and we would have to come up with some objective criteria by which they make that decision.
It's in there now, I think it'd be pretty similar, but
Yeah, it would be
that
something
would be
similar to
my,
what's there, but we'll have to work through that.
back to the team, sort of recommendation of how we might play this out. And bring something to you.
Yeah, that sounds good. And thank you in advance for, I know the rush service that we just ordered up. But I think, I think it's so important, it's so important for it's so important for the hunting community and for hunting opportunity. It's so important for the wildlife. Appreciate making it a priority.
Can we clarify
Yes.
the scope? Because, we do need to consider the source of the carcass. So is this just focused on hunter harvest? Or is this focused on other carcass sources?
What does 712 apply to?
Hunter harvest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thought of one, you have a mandatory testing, so somebody's in Southern California and draws a zone or goes all the way up north somewhere and says, I'm gonna, go hunting. They take their animal, drop it off, sample, no problem, go home. It's another sort of thought process of like, you can't take that animal, or at least what you wanted out of that zone, and they're a 9-hour drive or
Yeah.
what.
Oh,
So there's,
absolutely.
like, that's the
Yeah.
things that are, but we'll take all this, just, I don't wanna cut folks off, I don't wanna belabor things either if we're repeating stuff at some point, so we'll take all this.
I don't think we're trying to go after that. That's creating an undue burden on the hunter.
But if you restrict them being able to move it, then
They can't move it.
they're gonna have to take those
have to field
pieces
dress.
out. I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna have to field dress their animal basically and get it sampled, or vice versa, however they wanna do it. Take it somewhere, get it sampled, take home what they can.
Or take it
Because you
somewhere
will-
within.
you will-
somebody's
Within the
grasp.
zones.
Yeah, but if they don't live within those zones or in
Yeah.
proximity,
Right.
Yeah.
you're
The cleanest is that, here's your skull cap and your meat.
and your meat, so they're gonna
For-
be,
for-
basically, they're gonna be field dressing it before they leave, to some
Maybe
level.
some new business opportunities in the zones.
Definitely some business opportunities,
Yeah.
some education
Yeah.
opportunities.
So we'll have to think about it, but that's also, again, that's predicting that this is gonna happen, and we're gonna have, detections everywhere and all these things, so we'll go back and play with that. and see.
I do think it makes sense to focus on hunter harvesting.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah,
beginning,
okay.
at
Yeah.
least. Number one, as we said, with all these things, we can be adaptive, right? And if we see a problem in the non-hunter harvest, we can adapt and figure it out at that time. Number two, let's face it, the real problem with movement is gonna mostly be hunter harvest, right? That's where moving across the state, of somebody halfway across the state, coming, hunting, and bringing it back is probably gonna be, as opposed to like tallow and stuff like that, so.
Caltrans is,
Yeah.
Caltrans is.
Caltrans is like, where's the nearest place I can
Exactly,
dump this
exactly.
thing?
So that's, I do think it makes sense, at least for now, to focus on hunter harvest and get that
Agreed.
buttoned
Yeah,
down.
so let's focus
And
on
then we can
hunter
see what
harvest.
happens, and if we need to adapt in the future, we'll do it.
Hunter harvest only in the zones.
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
You guys have directions on it.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Break long overdue, because that was a long item. Oh, please, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's 11:42 and lunch is here, so you may
Lunch
want
is
to take
here
lunch
already.
now.
You just wanna go back and.
2000, so there's a question about whether we should just go ahead and break for lunch. My
The next
thinking
agenda
was, but
item
I'm
could
open
take
to
a
this.
while.
The next agenda item could take a while. Okay,
But-
that's, okay. I apologize to folks who are waiting for that next agenda item, but I do think that makes sense, because if we push lunch all the way back to one, that's too late.
Yeah,
So-
we'll have a robust
So let's
discussion.
break now for 1 hour for lunch and resume at 12:45. And, yeah, thanks, everyone. We'll see you back here in an hour. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna pick back up right where we left off in the Wildlife Resources Committee meeting for January 2025. And the next item on the agenda is item 4, Falconry, and I'm gonna turn it over to Ari for introduction.
The commission regulates the licensing and care of raptors consistent with federal regulations promulgated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The department is recommending several changes to the falconry regulations as a result of pending litigation. And to give us a background on the department's proposal, we have David Keene with the department's Office of General Counsel. All right, David, we'll get your presentation up in a moment.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, so we're ready?
Yeah.
And know that the microphone is right here. That's who you're talking to.
All right.
So everybody can hear.
Okay, we got it. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Keene. I'm an attorney with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. With me, joining me momentarily will be Captain Nate Smith. He's the captain with our law enforcement division. So we're here today to discuss proposed changes to falconry regulations, California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Sections 670 and 703. Changes that have become necessary because of ongoing litigation, now in its 7th year, related to the falconry regulations, and for California's regulations to comply with federal regulations. So I'm going to review each of our 5 proposed changes. These changes are highlighted in yellow on the text that I submitted a couple weeks ago. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so our first proposal
is to delete the provisions in subsection 670E2D, which have been disfavored by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal, which state, quote, I understand that my facilities, equipment, or rafters are subject to unannounced inspection pursuant to subsection 670J, Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. In addition, we are also now proposing for deletion the following portion of the next sentence of the certification, which we did not highlight in the text we provided, and which states, quote, the applicable provisions of the Fish and Game Code and the regulations promulgated thereto, end quote. So this would leave that next sentence to state, quote, I certify that I have read, understand, and agree to abide by all conditions of this license, period. In the ongoing Falconry lawsuit, plaintiffs have sued the director over the constitutionality of unannounced inspections provided in subsection 670J, and in particular, inspections in homes. While the Ninth Circuit found plaintiffs do not have standing to challenge subsection 670J directly, the court did find that these portions of the certification that we have proposed for deletion, and which are conditions for obtaining a license, quote, amounts to the relinquishment of Fourth Amendment rights, end quote, and that falconers, quote, suffer this injury every time they renew their licenses. The Ninth Circuit remanded the matter to the district court to make a determination as to whether plaintiffs are entitled to relief, so the litigation continues. Nonetheless, to comply with the Ninth Circuit's ruling, we are proposing deleting these portions of the certification. These deletions could help conclude the Falconry lawsuit, which so far has cost the department $448,000, $273,000 in our own attorney's fees, $175,000 in plaintiff's attorney's fees, all paid by taxpayers, not by licensees, and thousands of hours of staff time. And because the lawsuit is ongoing, these bills continue to grow daily. Second, we are proposing deleting the provision in subsection 670H13A addressing exhibiting, which states, quote, as long as a raptor is primarily used for falconry and the activity is related to the practice of falconry or biology, ecology, or conservation of raptors and other migratory birds. Any fees charged, compensation, or pay received during the use of falconry raptors for these purposes may not exceed the amount required to recover costs. In a ruling on January 14th, 2022, the federal district court found that this portion of subsection 670H13A, restricting the purposes for which birds can be exhibited and falconers receive compensation for exhibiting, likely violate the First Amendment of the Constitution. Pursuant to a stipulated judgment and court order entered on November 14th, 2022, the department has agreed to not enforce this language. So accordingly, we are proposing that the commission delete this portion of subsection 670H13A. Next slide, please. Third, we're proposing adding subsection 670J1F to generally prohibit permanent placement of facilities inside dwellings and thereby reduce the likelihood of future litigation related to inspections. As explained earlier, many of plaintiffs' claims implicate department's authority to conduct unannounced inspections of facilities, equipment, and raptors, and especially authority to conduct inspections in dwellings. But this inspection authority is absolutely critical in department efforts to protect the health and welfare of animals and the public. While we are confident that such inspection authority does not violate the Fourth Amendment, nonetheless, the department faces a high likelihood of yet another lawsuit costing taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars and lasting many years by exercising this authority. We note that the last time the commission grappled with this issue in 2017, the commission left it up to falconers to decide whether they wanted inspections to occur in homes by letting them decide where to place the birds. So we've tried to make this work, but unfortunately, this option has created a path for litigation. Thus, to try to strike a balance between maintaining this critical inspection authority while reducing our litigation risk, we are proposing limiting the permanent placement of facilities to outside dwellings as described in subsection 670J1F, with limited exceptions for persons in apartments or condominiums who already possess falconry birds. In addition to the highlighted proposed language submitted earlier to the commission, after receiving input from the California Hawking Club, we're also proposing adding language at the end of the subsection that would clarify that birds may be kept temporarily inside dwellings. So this additional language would state, and again, it's not in your highlighted handout that we provided, quote, a person may locate a temporary raptor housing facility inside a dwelling or temporarily possess a raptor inside a dwelling at any time and for any reason. Leading subsection 670E3A1, which allows falconers to take out-of-state examinations. Federal falconry regulations state that state falconry regulations, quote, may be more restrictive than these federal standards, but may not be less restrictive, end quote. States that have regulations that are not at least as restrictive may have their licensing authorities suspended. With respect to falconry examinations, federal regulations require a person who wishes to obtain an apprentice license to, quote, correctly answer at least 80% of the questions on an examination administered by the state under which you wish to obtain a falconry permit. Our exam regulations found in subsection 670E3A1 are more lenient by accepting exams from other states. We've been notified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that the subsection is inconsistent with federal standards, although there are no immediate plans to suspend California licensing authority. Thus, we're proposing deleting subsection 670E3A1 to comply with federal standards. Next slide, please. Finally, we're proposing updating initial and renewal applications for falconry licenses to reflect the deletion of the certification and make several minor updates, and section 703 to update the incorporation of the application by reference. We're still reviewing all the changes that will be necessary, but in addition to the certification, we're proposing updating information in the application such as office addresses, dates, and fees. The basic stuff. In closing, while the department plans to submit a larger, more comprehensive rulemaking package in the future, we believe that these narrowly tailored amendments that we're offering today will address several urgent needs, mainly addressing a conflict with federal regulations, addressing a constitutional issue raised by the Ninth Circuit that will hopefully the ongoing falconry case conclude sooner, and reducing our Fourth Amendment related litigation exposure in the future. Thanks. And then I guess last slide.
Thank you so much, David. A lot to chew on here. I want to reemphasize that this is the initial vetting for these proposed or potential changes. And so this is an opportunity to discuss them and share what folks think. We won't be making a recommendation to the full commission about this until a future WRC meeting. Start by asking whether my co-chair has any questions or comments.
No, I'd like to hear the comments. I do have just one question. Obviously, spending this type of money and, taxpayer dollars is a little hard to hear. From the standpoint of procedurally, if we were to deal with it in the next meeting, when then we could send it to the commission, and what's the soonest we could hear it at the commission?
Depends on when you set your next meeting. At the moment, your next meeting is in May. You could go to the commission in a few weeks and say, we would like to set up a separate meeting to complete this dialogue, complete this conversation, and come up with a recommendation sooner, which we could do within a few weeks of the commission meeting.
I mean, I'd be interested in that because of the fiduciary implications, but we have budget shortfalls already in the state. The departments had to make cuts. I read through all of this, and I have my opinions on who's right or wrong. So so I'd like to, if we could look at options of moving it, and if we could bring it up, I'd be interested in doing that.
Well, and to be clear, We cannot today make a recommendation because that's not what's in
It
our.
wasn't listed
Approved,
that way in
that's
the
right,
agenda.
our approved items for discussion, so that's the reason we have it, we wanna accelerate it, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't wanna have an opinion on that quite yet, because I wanna hear what folks have to say, but it does sound like there's some time sensitivity here. Yeah,
The
absolutely.
earliest you could move it is a commission meeting April. If you figured out a WRC
If
recommendation
WRC
between
met-
now and April.
Right, if WRC met between now and April, as long as it's 2 weeks prior to the commission meeting, then we could bring a recommendation from WRC to the commission at April.
And that meeting needs to be in person under the current.
No.
No, okay.
And do it
You can do
Teleconference is a possibility.
Easier for you.
Especially since it wouldn't be a lengthy meeting, it wouldn't be an all-day meeting.
Just wanna-
They wouldn't be trying to
And
hide.
both of you would have to be in public location, so the.
Yeah,
public-
You have to identify a place.
You have to post it.
Just like a normal
Yeah,
teleconference, but we could do that.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go to discussion, because I'm imagining that folks.
Ask a question before I make my comment?
Sure, please, go ahead.
Along with what the commissioner was asking the lawyer, which is it possible for the department to simply acquiesce to what the lawsuit is asking for and end all of the expenses?
Like, is that a practical possibility
I'm asking, yes.
or a technical
Probably
possibility?
a question for you, David.
So reluctant to get into too much about the litigation.
Sure.
But we feel like we really couldn't have made a move until we had some clarity from the direction that this is going. So we've had to see how this plays out essentially. So that's why we're coming here today.
Folks in the room first, and then we'll go to folks online. Who in the room, if anyone, would like to contribute to the discussion?
And
Shall I start? I'll break the ice.
And just a minute, Peter, just a second. So for those who are online, if you'd like to contribute to the Falconry conversation, now would be the time to raise your hand in Zoom. And we'll get to folks in Zoom as soon as we finish hearing from folks in the room.
Thank you.
I know this is informal. Do you mind if I go over here so I'm not talking back?
Fine,
to the-
yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
You can-
Thank you.
Over here.
Okay, well, that'll work fine. Thank you. My name's Peter Stavrianidakis. I am one of the primary litigants in the lawsuit which Fish and Wildlife is currently facing. I've reviewed the proposed regulations, and I'll share with you that first of all, number two, really shouldn't require much of a debate. The court, and through stipulation by the parties, and by the approval of the court and their extreme pressure, I would call it, on the behalf of the court to both US and California Fish and Wildlife. Item number two, deleting that has to be done. It's already been drafted. It's been written in Fish and Wildlife's codes. Pursuant to this, we're not forcing this code. Makes no sense to keep it if it can't be enforced, eliminate it. As to the first item was we have an issue in which the language proposed, eliminating the section where we sign that says we certify that one, we understand that we'd be subject to unannounced inspections. Well, the disfavor wasn't in the sentence because that sentence is included in the regulations. Because we acquiesce to every regulation, whether it's up front in that certification section or whether it's in the body. So trying to bury that in the regulation when it's been so upfront and out there for every person who's applying and signing for a license seems counterproductive. If the issue is that might stop pending litigation, as a litigant, I can tell you with certainty that will not accomplish that. If you really want to eliminate the litigation, you eliminate the unannounced inspection. It's already cost the state over $400,000 to defend an unconstitutional position on the First Amendment. This has been going on 7 years. The reason for these proposed changes, I believe, and this is opinion, is that they based a petition for a stay of proceedings for 1 year, depending on the outcome of these proposed regulations that will not eliminate the pending litigation. I'm 65. I started this when I was 57. I would like to see this resolved before I'm in years that I may not be able to practice falconry or not here at all. So to stay these proceedings for 1 extra year, how much do you think that's going to cost? If the goal is to eliminate the waste of funds, which we've already thrown away $400,000 because Fish and Wildlife says you can't talk and get paid. Or do we want to waste another $400,000 or $500,000? This one's going to go all the way through the litigation. It won't be by stipulated judgment. This will be an elimination of that clause, or it won't be. And if it isn't, it'll go on to appeal. And if that isn't, maybe we'll get before SCOTUS. I don't know where it's going to go. But I do know one thing, it's going to cost a lot of money. And as long as I'm alive, I'm going to make sure it costs a lot of money. I'm not doing this as a threat. I'm just sharing with the state of California that you will not get the end result that they are hoping for and they put on the board for you. This litigation is going to go away. The last point I'd like to reach is that this change requiring outdoor mews or outdoor facilities is basically hurting poor people. If you don't have a house and a yard, you can't be a falconer. If you don't have a house and a yard now, but have a bird, well, we'll let you keep that one, but nobody else. Our falconry community is already elitist as possible. And now we're going to make it even that much more difficult for humans and citizens to fly a bird and get out in nature. I mean, for some people, it's flying a gigantic gyrfalcon over ducks and geese. For some, I have a little kestrel and I'm going to catch starlings. And thank you for catching all the starlings you are. But when it comes right down to it, that person with the kestrel, that bird will be dead if you force that person to keep that bird outside. Migratory birds migrate for a reason. It's too freaking cold. And now you're going to say I can't keep a bird that would migrate into a warmer climate. I'm forced to keep it in my outside where it may not survive. This is completely counterproductive. It's restrictive, counterproductive, and does not benefit the creatures that we love. And if anyone's going to tell me that Fish and Wildlife cares more about the bird that I had for the last 9 years, and they're going to do more by inspecting me to make sure I take care of it, I got to tell you, that's a fallacy. This is an excuse to circumvent the Fourth Amendment. It's an excuse to come into people's homes, and home and curtilage are treated the same in the Fourth Amendment. There's no difference between your front door and your backyard. So this will not end litigation in the future for people having birds only outside. This is the most invasive possible treatment of a regulation in our country. If I was a known terrorist, I'd get a warrant. If I was suspected of manufacturing fentanyl in my home, there'd be a warrant. But because I love falconry and I love my bird, no warrant's necessary. And what is an unannounced inspection? But I'm not announcing myself except for a knock on the door and demanding entry to see if you're breaking any laws. So I hope the state of California wakes up and says, we don't want to spend another $500,000 violating people's rights. We don't want to spend $500,000 so that we can show the world that falconers should be treated like felons, not like citizens. That should be enough, don't you think?
Thank you. Responses from staff at this point, or should I continue with public comment? David, please.
So we crafted this section realizing and understanding and with a great deal of sympathy that it's going to create some hardships. And that there are going to be, unfortunately, some people who are probably not going to be able to engage in falconry. What we tried to do is come up with a compromise, and Captain Smith can talk about the importance of unannounced inspections in some detail. We're trying to come up with a compromise here that works as well as it can. It allows for unannounced inspections, but it gets the birds out of the home into an area where still many people can still possess the birds lawfully. So that's really what we're trying to do here. The unannounced inspections, as Captain Smith will explain, is absolutely a critical tool. And not only is it a critical tool, it's also required by federal regulations that we maintain that. So we absolutely, if we're going to have falconry in California, we need unannounced inspections. They're a key tool. Now, what we're trying to do is get them out of home.
Can I ask
Eliminate that. Yeah.
So federal law says you have to have
Yes.
unannounced inspection?
Yes. So we are required to have our standards at least as strict as federal standards. So many of our standards that we have in section 670 mirror more or less what's in the federal standards.
And let me ask you something. So when I get a falconry license, having never done that, do I have to get a federal license and a state license?
Not for falconry, no. But
so where does the federal law apply and the state law doesn't, or vice versa?
So the federal, about a dozen years or so ago, the commission undertook a rulemaking to basically take on the licensing of falconry. And they did this because the feds were getting out of it and handing it over to states. So they no longer issue falconry license. They have other raptor permits, but they no longer issue falcon licenses. We do, because that's now the responsibility delegated to all the states. All the states except for Hawaii have taken on this authority. But one of the conditions is that we have to have our regulations at least as restrictive as federal regulations.
So does US Fish do inspections?
No.
Because when they transferred it to the states, they got out of the business.
They're out of it.
But the statute that they were using at the time is still on the books.
It's still on the books. I mean, it's been tweaked some, but yeah, it's still there.
It's still there.
It's still there.
But nobody enforces it.
Nobody enforces what?
Not the federal level.
The federal.
No federal officers enforce that I know of enforce federal standards. It's been delegated to the states. So Missouri needs to enforce their standards and we can enforce ours.
Yeah.
And the state,
our regulations can exceed the federal standards, but not fall short of them.
and what happens if they fall short of the federal standards? Just to keep that thought. And I see that folks want to weigh in, so don't worry, I'm kidding.
So there's a process that could lead to a suspension of our licensing authority.
Okay.
It takes a couple of years. I'm not really super familiar with the details, but there is a process.
Who oversees that? US Fish?
Right.
Okay. Can I ask, will you explain why random inspection is so important?
Yeah, so fundamentally, Captain Nate Smith, LED. Fundamentally, the reason for the unannounced inspection is really to ensure the welfare of the animal. Obviously, this is a unique license. This is very unique in the state of California to be able to house a raptor. So there's a lot of expectations for housing the raptors. This is no different than restricted species facility or a rehabilitation facility. There's a lot of onus on the responsibility to care for that unique animal in the unique situation. So our concern is really animal welfare. The point is that we can go there, we can check records, we can talk with them, we can do an inspection at the time and confirm that the welfare is being met. If you are announcing, giving plenty of notice ahead of time, that could interrupt your ability to see the actual daily care status of the animal.
And how many incidences, since the responsibility moved from the feds to us, on those inspections, have we had citations, an animal was deceased, or there was a major problem?
I don't have those numbers.
I'd like to know that statistic.
Yeah, I can't recall either. I know it's low, if ever.
Okay. Secondly, in these situations when we went in to see, did we ever cite a falconer or something else unrelated? And I'll just give, we walk in, the falcon's there, and there's an abused dog, and we reported him for the abused dog.
Without having a chance to look at every single report that's ever been submitted, I can't wholeheartedly say that with 100%. But what I can delineate is this is not a search and it's an inspection. Meaning you're not searching the home broadly for anything. You are targeting the inspection, which is to ensure that the facility meets the standards and that the animal is cared for.
And if you walked in there and that individual had cocaine, would you then arrest the individual?
There are a lot of laws regarding plain sight doctrine, which we'd have to talk to. And there's a lot of situations where there would be caveats to that statement, but possibly, yes.
And David, in that situation where I got arrested for the cocaine, right? Do you think that would hold up under illegal search and seizure? You entered my home looking for that, you didn't come in. You know, we've had this with regard to, you know, car stops. So I'm wondering if you believe that that would be the case.
So, you know, I would have to do some research on that question, because off the top of my head, I cannot answer that.
You know, I just like to know if there's case law out there, you know, in that situation.
Yeah, and I'm sure there is, but I can tell you off the top of my head.
And I'm gonna close because I've asked, I'm gonna let my co-chair. You know, having been in the lobbying world for a long time, we've represented a lot of in the past, no longer, in the past, a lot of animals groups, right? Dogs, cats, spay, neuter, bill, et cetera, you know, and there are horrific situations as it relates to animals and in many of these species. However, I will tell you that, you know, in my experience with falconers, because these animals are so hard to maintain, I mean, they gotta be weighed all the time, you gotta make sure they have the right, you gotta do it the right time of year. It is a tremendous amount of work. So, and like the gentleman said, I know they really care for them. I know many falconers and they are passionate about those birds. So my question goes back to, and I'd love the information on the inspections. How many times have we had serious violations where the animal was in jeopardy? Thank you.
I have a question, but I want to defer to folks who haven't had a chance to participate in this session yet. You've been waiting a long time. Please go ahead.
My name is Carl Kirster. I'm a Falconer, and I have been since the early 80s. And I would like to discuss the defense approach that the department should have taken when the lawsuit was filed, which is that the department should have not argued, because what we're talking about, what you're assuming, is an inspection that Captain Smith is saying he can do. He can't do because it's an investigation, and you don't give up any rights to what happens in an investigation when you sign a piece of paper saying that they can inspect. They made the definition of an inspection on January 1st, 2014, when the current regulations that we're working under came into effect, that an inspection requires a fee, which must be paid in advance before the inspection can occur. So there's no such thing as an unannounced inspection. That's the defense you should have been taking, is that you don't have any unannounced inspections. That it's not true. And I don't mean to call you a liar, but you're not telling the truth. You don't get to go into anybody's house unless they let you when you're investigating. If you had, for example, you want to do an unannounced inspection, that would require you to call up the person, tell them that they have been chosen at random to have a inspection that is not triggered by any kind of a suspicion or complaint. If there's any suspicion or complaint, any reason to make an inspection, like you want to see if the bird is sick, or if you want to see if the bird is being fed cocaine, whatever you want to see, you're investigating. It's not an inspection. Your defense should have been, we don't actually have any unannounced inspections. If you were to you wanted to make an unannounced inspection on me, to make it an inspection, you would have to first pick my name at random among falconers, not that you have a reason to come check me out. Once I've been picked at random, you would have to contact me and ask me to pay in advance for the inspection that you want to do on me.
Carl,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you don't mind, the co-chairs here, this is a meeting of the Wildlife Resources Committee. The co-chairs are going to be determining whether or not to make a recommendation to the full commission. They're really the ones that you should be directing your comments to, because they're looking for input on what recommendation to make to the full commission.
Okay, so my point is to the commissioners that the $500,000 that David explained that they've spent so far didn't need to be spent. They could have just acquiesced to change the wording to follow the Constitution instead of arguing about it. There was no reason to fight this lawsuit. And
Carl.
yes,
And again, we have great lawyers, you know, can I ask a policy question of you? You know, it's always the bad apple that spoils the whole bunch, right? I'm sure in the past there have been bad falconers. And there had been birds that have died, been harmed, etc., because there were bad falconers. And in every industry, no matter what, it's a dog kennel, there are bad falconers. So instead of fighting and wasting taxpayer dollars, what's the solution? Because you as falconers should go ahead and legislate down to the least common denominator. You should want to protect and take the bad people out.
okay, so I could actually answer that, hopefully cogently for you to understand. The falconry community, including myself perhaps, is made up of individuals who have their own egos, and what we feel makes us feel special is that we're falconers. And if everybody gets to be a falconer that wants to be a falconer, that brings down how special it is that I get to be a falconer. Unfortunately, in the department's good intentions of trying to give falconers exactly the regulations that falconers want, the department oversteps and violates the rights of the citizens of California, especially all 40 million Californians, except for the 700 falconers who already have a license. I look at the Falconry Club looks only at the half of those 700 who are members of the club. And most of the rest of the members, I will tell you, do agree with the club. But it's only 700 people out of 40 million. I'm trying to tell you that every regulation that we have about falconry affects every Californian who might want to be a falconer. And having done this since the late 70s, I know that almost 1 in 10 kids wish they could be a falconer. And under 16, you can just go fishing without a license. You can just go do it. In falconry, people are expected to make a lifelong commitment before they get to try it for a day. And as I said, there's no such thing as unannounced inspections. That's a lot of baloney. If you are doing an investigation, all the rules that apply to police work apply. You have to get a warrant or permission, period. Doesn't matter what anybody signed. And you could have saved us $500,000 if you just would have thought about it. I've been trying to tell everybody for 7 years that you should give up on the lawsuit. It makes no sense because you're fighting a non-issue that you're not going to win. Even if I was wrong about this, you're still not going to win it because you can't ask people to give up their rights like that. So what the commission should be doing, what the commission should be directing the department to be doing is to minimize law enforcement involvement to only what's necessary, not to what's convenient for law enforcement. And that there's no reason from a commission's point of view to convenience law enforcement. If somebody is breaking a law, there are plenty of laws that law enforcement can follow without being given extra help. And the idea that you would change the rules so that people can't do things one way, having a bird in the house, just so that you can keep doing something wrong that you don't want to give up on. That's ridiculous.
Thank you, Carl.
Let me say really quick,
Yep.
what the state should be doing, what the commissioners should be directing staff to do is to have the minimum of what the federal standards require, which many states, Texas, Wyoming, Montana, all those regular states have just the minimum. There is still an apprenticeship required, which I have issues with. They're,
Thank you. We got it.
Thanks, Carl. There's a lot of folks still
Yeah.
waiting to be able to contribute, including, I think, one in the room, so.
We have
Appreciate
2
your
or
comments,
3 in the
Carl.
room.
2, 3, okay, more in the room, but before I circle back to folks who've already spoken, I do want to give folks a
In the
chance.
back, we'll start with you. You had your hand
Thank you.
first.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Wolf. I've been a falconer here in California for over 50 years. I've had some interaction with inspections, all of which have gone fine. I just don't. We're fighting something here that is, to me, ludicrous. It just needs to be simply that you cannot do an inspection without a warrant if it's warranted. If you want to knock on my door and say, I'm with Fish and Game, I'm wondering if we can come in and see your facilities, by all means, come in. I have no problem.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I understand the premise, right? Fish and Game is supposed to protect these birds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what if I said you were required to bring your bird into a location once a year?
Okay.
Would you do that?
Personally,
Yeah.
would the rest of the community do it? I don't know. But in all honesty, the Falconry community, we manage ourselves and we're hard on each other. Trust me. And when you have someone that's just getting into the sport, we're even harder on them because they don't understand what it takes to get to this point, 50 years of this. And it takes a lot of energy, guys, a lot of energy. And I want to express, I'm kind of these days known as a micro falconer because I have bad arm, bad shoulder, can't carry the big ones anymore. So I hunt very small birds, sharp shin hawks, way under 100 grams. Merlins, maybe 120 grams. So I have to weigh them 2 to 3 times a day on a 1,000-gram scale. Micro. If I put them outside in the cold weather, they're gonna lose so much weight in 8 hours. If I can't get there, I got an accident, I'm stuck on the freeway, they'd be gone. That's it. So keeping them indoors in a comfortable manner, knowing that they can last a little bit longer, I can't make it home, all of that. So just keep that in mind. We do manage ourselves real hard. Real hard.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, this has already been clarified, but so to the idea of minimizing, of meeting the minimum standards, the federal Fish and Wildlife Service requires unannounced inspections.
Yes, they do.
And how does that work in the other 49 states with the states or, let's say in Texas? Are falconers, or they have random selection in Texas?
I don't know how they do it in Texas or other states.
Okay, but I'd like to know that because I think it's relevant, right? Because, maybe this, is a blue-red thing, right? But in those situations, how are they dealing with it? And if they're not enforcing it, they don't have inspections. Has anybody ever sued them on the opposite side to use the federal statute?
So I'm not aware of any other falconry lawsuits in the other states over these issues.
So we're the only one?
We're the only ones, yeah.
Lucky us, we got to spend $500,000.
We have, yeah, we're the biggest state, so I suppose. That's
I
why-
mean, it is
that's
an
why
interesting
it's
question,
choice
like
factor.
what the other states are doing. If there are federal standards that this is being portrayed to us, like at least this is what we have to do.
Yes.
And so I am curious too what the other states are doing. I'd be careful not to sort of characterize it as red, blue, just because I think I'm really proud of the way we do things in California with a lot of scientific basis and.
But if there's no other lawsuits, that means nobody else has either had a problem or the 49 states maybe not be doing inspections. So I just like to know if anybody is.
Holly Lamar. You can't tell me you haven't heard about that.
And folks, we've got someone else in the room interested in contributing.
I'm Martin Benatar, I'm the vice president of California Country Club. We've had some conversations with Mike and Nathan and looked at the regulations, and they invited us to the table to help them possibly put some broader language into that regulation. As far as inspections are concerned, yeah, there's a federal minimum standard. It's in federal regulation, so yeah, every state adheres to that particular minimum standard. As far as regulations in this state and unannounced inspections, yeah, there's been some people that, have had law enforcement show up at their door for an inspection. And usually it's because of a complaint. It's not random. I've been inspected numerous times and they've all been called me. Hey, we want to come and inspect your facility. Well, okay, sure. When do you want to come? How about 10 o'clock tomorrow? Great. I know Jim has been inspected without an announcement. He let it in. You know, we didn't have anything to hide. But the problem is that there are falconers that have been targeted unnecessarily. Not me, not really anybody that I know personally, but my problem with it is that I'm not sure what this new regulation is gonna mitigate as far as the lawsuit is concerned. I don't see how it can accomplish anything outside of being overburdensome for other entries, apprentices, people that already have birds in their domiciles, all of that. But if a law enforcement officer comes to a facility and sees that the birds are in disarray and they confiscate them, where do you think they go? Who cares for these birds? The gal that he's talking about got her birds confiscated and they died. So we have a question as to, okay, yeah, law enforcement definitely is concerned about the care of the raptors. But anything beyond that, they're not being cared for if they take them. So there's a double standard here, and it's very frustrating. There's a couple of incidences where a gal got her Eurasian eagle out confiscated because she didn't have the correct paperwork. And rather than punish somebody because they're out of compliance with the regulation, why can't the law enforcement say, okay, you're out of compliance here, you're out of compliance there, this thing, we'll give you 30 days to make your corrections, come back and re-inspect it, if everything's correct, everything's good, but not with falconry. They're gonna come in, they're gonna punish us, they're gonna take the birds, and we have got no recourse. So, there's a lot of give and take here. I've got no disrespect for law enforcement. I've got friends that are within the department. They're great workers, but there is still a lot of things that need to be corrected. We've been trying to correct these regulations since the feds handed them back over to California. We want the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to accept federal regulations straight across. California wouldn't do it. Well, we want to write our own regulations. I had a conversation with Chuck Bonnell. He put us in a meeting with the commission and said, work this out with them. This is in 2014. We're going to work this out with these guys. We're going to make the changes. We're going to make language changes. We're going to do. It's 2025. Seriously. And it's frustrating, really frustrating. So that's where a lot of them say, yeah, we have 350, maybe 400 members of this club, but we feel that we represent the majority of the community here because we're trying to do everything within a broad common sense platform of the regulations. And they're poorly written to begin with. And in my opinion, that's the reason for the lawsuit. If these regulations would have been addressed and we would have gone back and tried to rewrite them with sensible language, this wouldn't have happened.
And it sounds like there's a lot of looking back at how things could have been done differently. Thank you for your comments, because I appreciate it. I mean, I agree. I think LAD, in the state does a great job, but I think where we are now is like, there's a desire for a broader conversation about falconry.
There is.
And where we are right now is in this particular place where we have to do something relatively quickly because of the litigation that's ongoing. So, I guess I just want to focus us back on this question of like, how do we address the reality of this opinion that's been issued? And I want to hear from our folks about that. Tempted to ask more questions. I want to make sure that staff, you have an opportunity to respond, David, but also want to acknowledge that there are more hands in the room and 4 hands online who've been waiting for quite a while now to say something.
Yeah.
So,
and Co-Chair Zavaleta, if I
Yes.
might add, what Martin was referring to with the regulations is 214-15.
Yeah.
The commission adopted some new regulations. There actually was quite a lengthy list of proposed regulation changes. And instead of trying to address all of them in one fell swoop, and no pun intended, instead, there were a handful that were addressed. And the commitment was made, we will come back in the future. I can still see the paper in my brain, right? Of the first half, the first top, and then the next page and over, we're all going to be addressed in a future rulemaking, which again, because of the litigation, continues to be put off.
So the litigation is part of what's preventing
That's
the
part of
conversation
what's
from getting
that's
finished.
preventing
Thanks for
it.
clarifying that. Okay, there's another new hand. I know some folks want to jump back in, but let's get folks who haven't spoken yet.
My name is Jim Rhodes. I'm the director of the California Hockey Club. Couple of different things.
Can you
I'm not
speak up a little bit so they can hear you online?
I'm not a lawyer. Referred a lot of the knowledge to the Fish and Games lawyer. If these changes can stop the litigation, we're 1,000% behind it. But if you've got a litigator that'll die before he's gonna give up, then the changes you're gonna make are not gonna work. They're not, because the litigation will continue. And the whole reason for this is to stop litigation. So yeah, we appreciate the department having us to the table. And they took a lot of our suggestions, but if he's saying that he is not gonna stop, then what we're doing here today is not gonna work. Because this is the whole reason for being here. So there's gotta be something, and maybe it comes from Peter spelling it out on the board if they're just saying, this is what it's gonna take, period, in one sentence, two sentences, to stop the litigation. We have to come together. And Peter, you're not gonna get everything you want. You're not gonna get everything you want. You gotta come back, you gotta come and to the table and see what's good for Falconry. I've been wanting to say this about the inspections. Firefighter for 34 years. I did fire inspections as part of my job. And inspections are different than a search. When you go in to do an inspection, you're doing code compliance to make sure that whoever's doing whatever activity is code compliant, that they're doing what they're supposed to do. But falconers, and you even said here that they'll cite you. So we live under fear of fish and game coming into our homes. I'm not worried. But the threat is always there, that they're gonna come in and a warden, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys really don't know raptors. You don't know how to take care of them, and what we're doing is the right thing or not. So we live in fear with having our birds taken. And they can cite us for whatever they want to cite us for. So having somebody come to your house unannounced puts fear in all followers. And if they were to
But
do.
I hope if you're following the rules.
Oh,
that
if you're
you don't
following the
live in
rules,
fear.
no, absolutely. But interpretation of certain laws is what gets a lot of people in trouble. The wardens interpret things, falconers interpret things, and if you don't interpret them correctly, you get cited. And birds, when our birds are confiscated,
They always die.
they go to people that do not have the same qualifications that we're subjected to. And that's when birds die. Look up Holly Lamar in Tennessee. Yeah, you'll have to look it up because it's a huge thing. But anyway,
I'm not gonna compare Tennessee to California.
well,
But it's not, it
But it
has
has-
with all due
yeah, but
respect.
it has to do with coming in and forcibly removing birds and then they end up dying.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you. So can you talk about that? I mean, from the standpoint of, you know, in this situation, can you reflect on where you came in, you confiscated a bird? What happens in that situation?
Yeah, typically birds when confiscated get moved to rehab facilities, which have permits for care of raptors. So the idea that they're going to an uninformed, reckless caretaker is not really accurate. We can't always guarantee the level of knowledge, but they are a certified rehabilitation facility is generally where we're gonna target moving them to for evaluation for whatever duration that they're gonna be there for.
And has there ever been a circumstance, at least on your watch, where went to the rehabilitation center and the bird died?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
One other statement that was made, I just want to provide, there was a question about what other states do. I believe you asked the question.
Yeah, I did.
Specifically, Colorado and Florida do have outdoor requirements for facilities. They're the only two that I know of, just in a quick look, that do have outdoor weathering clauses in their policy or regulations.
So the bird has to be outdoors the whole time?
No,
Oh, just
nowhere
for
is that
the
the case. They just have to have a weathering or outdoor facility which is associated with the.
And then that eliminates then obviously the people in apartments.
And I don't know how
Yeah.
that extends in Colorado and Florida because I don't enforce their regulations.
Right.
But I wouldn't see how that would be. The other portion is if you don't have an outdoor facility, you can store your animal at another certified falconer's facility as well. So even if you don't have access to the outdoor facility, it is possible still to be a falconer, but you'd have to partner with a non-apprentice falconer and store your bird at that location.
And so on the average, if there's 700 calls, how frequently do you go out and see the falconer? Is it a random selection? Is the majority of our visits based on tips where somebody calls, the neighbor calls and says, it's just a random selection?
So since the litigation began, we've not done any unannounced inspections at any time. So they're all announced when we're doing them currently. It's generally when the falconer is applying for a permit or renewal, something of that nature that's calling the purpose for an inspection.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Let's hear from the folks who've been waiting on Zoom. Oh.
Well, no, we'll come back.
Here that-
We'll come back.
Mike, do we have folks in the room?
Yeah, we
Keep
have
your
two
hand up,
more.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike
I'm
has.
sorry. Yeah, let's stay in the room then. My apologies, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not a falconer, but I am a taxpayer. And when I think of like really critical things that the state needs to have a heavy thumb on and spend a lot of money on, this just isn't it. Like, I understand the duty of care is there for the animals. These folks are putting in 2 years for an apprenticeship. Often if it's a captive bred bird, they're spending a lot of money on that bird, or if it's wild caught, they've invested that into it. They're very vested in the safety of these birds. And so I think you're asking the questions I was gonna ask is like, what is the crisis here that we're solving or preventing? And then I think the other question is how many birds would are seized actually get back to the falconer? Or what's the outcome for those birds? And I think that data is critical. The clause about the dwelling doesn't solve for potential future litigation. To me, it perpetuates litigation. Like, Fourth Amendment is proper land and property land. My chicken coop, my dog run, my tool shed, and where the bird is housed are all subject to the Fourth Amendment. So this doesn't solve for that. What it does do is it increases the barrier to entry for falconry. It puts an unnecessary requirement for housing. In Colorado, actually, they do require sunlight and fresh air, but there are people in condominiums and apartments in Colorado that have taken a room and put in bars on the window, taken the window out, they have fresh air and sunlight. So that, we're talking about something that makes it more difficult, will age out or phase out current falconers. And when their bird dies, they will die eventually. When the bird dies, they sell it or trade it. They will leave falconry. And fewer people will come into falconry because of this, and this lawsuit will continue because there is a Fourth Amendment violation. So I don't think we're not solving what needs to be solved with this regulatory change and request. And so I'd much rather see taxpayer money in California, where we're seeing so many misapplied taxpayer funds with bad results. I'd really rather see our time and money invested in figuring out how to deal with, is that federal regulation really, does it have any teeth in telling California how to manage falconry?
Okay.
And we could probably live for a couple of years without living up to that standard while that's worked out.
Thank you.
We have done. I know we got a comment over here. David, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you. So just a couple of comments. One is just a reminder that there's also 3 or 4 other proposals that we are bringing you today. So it's not just the birds in the dwelling. We anticipate this would, of course, be the most controversial. But there's some other critical things we'd like to see, accomplished in this rulemaking package I described earlier. But getting rid of the certification, despite what we heard earlier, it was a focus of the Ninth Circuit. We should really clean that up. Getting rid of the exhibiting language that the court found likely violated the First Amendment. We still need to get rid of that. We need to clean up the out-of-state falconry exam allowance. We're clearly out of compliance with federal regulations. That risks our whole program if we don't get in the shape of that. So there's still some key components. Now, addressing some of the concerns that have been here, look, we've brought an imperfect proposal to you in this dwelling, but we are trying to find a medium here that could work. We're trying to keep inspections out of homes. That has been a focus of the litigation. It's been a focus of a lot of public comments. We're proposing moving it, yes, outside in some areas that was described as curtilage. Yes, it's curtilage, but we're trying to find a way to make this regulation work because it hasn't worked. It is clear it hasn't worked. We've spent $500,000 trying to make it work, and it is dysfunctional. We get either we shirk our duty or to do the inspections when needed, or we face another grueling 6-year lawsuit that as you can see in this room, has created some bad blood and $500,000. So we have an untenable situation. And we're trying to find a medium where we can get the inspections out of the home. I mean, the one extreme is that, no one's facility is completely outside of any sort of, either any house or any curtilage, or we try to have something that allows a lot of people still to be able to engage in the sport. And that's why we landed on outside the dwellings. It's not perfect. We still might get sued on this.
David, I appreciate all the work, and the questioning, does it mean that I don't appreciate everything all you guys have done? Obviously when there's 2, individuals in a lawsuit, the best way to go ahead and resolve that is have a mediator, right? I can tell from what happened over here is that because of the lawsuit, we haven't been talking to them about solution, because what my goal is to get rid of the lawsuit. So I'm glad we're gonna make all those other cleanup amendments, which is great, but I wanna get rid of the lawsuit. So my thing is, and I wanna talk about it, is how do we meet with the falconers? How do they come up with a framework? And maybe we use a third party if it is okay with you and the department and the director and the commission. But we shouldn't be spending $500,000 when there's budget shortfalls over something like this, because, the thing that's missing for me is a smoking gun. And what I haven't heard is there were 57 cases a year. This is not abalone poaching, right? We know that happens on a day-to-day basis, and we got to go after them. And I'd rather take the $500,000 and go after poachers that are poaching abalone than to worry about these guys, because I haven't heard that there are incidents all the time. So
I think that underscores that, where we are now is, all of that's true, but this is where we are now. We're in this lawsuit. There's gonna be a decision probably, unless there's some sort of other resolution before that.
But you've heard that it's not going away, right? And what I've heard too is that they will come back and sue again, no matter what happens, because, we end up paying for it. So, my concern as a taxpayer, my concern is there some type of shared
agenda where law enforcement gets something that's protecting the animal. The falconers can figure out how they need to operate, and, we can drop the lawsuit and let you go back to doing other things that are more important than this.
So I would just remind you,
Yeah.
keep one thing in mind that, we still need to have this unannounced inspection provision in the regulations. It is a requirement of the federal regulations. So at the end of the day, we need to have something in there that's consistent with the feds.
You said we did have.
There's been a number of people waiting to weigh in for the first time, and I'm trying to hold back on moving the discussion forward until we've at least heard from them, so with huge amount of respect for everyone's knowledge in this, I just want to give everyone a chance to insert what they have to add to the conversation, and then let's take this up again.
Sure.
Was there someone on the side of the room? Yeah, please.
If that's, I'll reiterate what Captain Smith said. In my former capacity with the Department of the Law Enforcement Division, I issued a directive where there were no unannounced inspections to be done during the course of any litigation, and that has not occurred to the best of my knowledge during the time I gave that directive.
Yeah.
Falconry is the sport of falconry is a privilege. And when the feds handed it over to us, we did our very best to comply with that standard of regulations that were given to us and included in that was the unannounced inspections. I wonder if the unannounced inspections are different if they're done by non-sworn personnel. I think you asked the question if a law enforcement officer went in on an unannounced inspection, they saw some other crime afoot that was in plain view. They come in and there's cocaine laying on the table, right? Could they take action? Yes, is the answer. They could. But would there be a problem from the litigant's perspective if the unannounced inspections were done by not a peace officer? Right? So, because there is a level of expertise relative to the inspections, and could that be done? And I'm not saying that there's any way for this to occur, it's just an idea. I'm not saying the department has the capacity or the ability to do this, but in an effort to try to keep that tenant from the federal framework requirement, could it be done by non-sworn personnel? Because then non-sworn personnel have no law enforcement authority when they're inside the residence. They're just there specifically, as the wardens are, they're there specifically to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the bird. There are other things to protect fish and wildlife in the state of California that allow a higher level of inspection that don't have a warrant requirement. This is for the purpose of, protecting fish and wildlife. But I just throw that out. I don't know if there's, if the sticking point is because it's done by peace officers, or is it just the fact that someone's coming into that you're letting someone into your house?
Thanks, David. It's an interesting idea. Let's go to other folks in the room if there's anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Bill Gaines.
Yeah, just quickly, Bill Gaines, and I've been working with California Hockey Club on this. I think it was Martin that mentioned 2014 when the feds handed the regulatory authority over falconry to the states. They gave us about a 4-year warning on that, and they said we're backing out in 2014. You guys got to be ready. And we worked like hell at that time, trying to get the department to just accept the federal regulations, which has been massaged for a long, long time between the feds and the falconry, and they were pretty smooth and pretty acceptable. The state didn't want to do that. So what we're left with now is falconry is the most regulated type of hunting out there, period, by far. The regulations are absolutely enormous. Very few people have a real good knowledge of falconry in general. The California Hockey Club, I believe, and other falconers have actually offered and have actually tutored, if you will, game wardens on what to look for when they do the inspection, right? And David Best just made a great suggestion. I mean, you've got the experts sitting over here, not over here. They don't have the enforcement capability, which is probably a good thing, and they're the people that know what they need to work with. So I strongly support that, and I've got to believe that the California Hockey Club would as well. We've met with the department a few times on this, and we appreciate the department's time, met with David, met with Nathan and so forth, trying to see if we could help them navigate a way to get this lawsuit to go away. We just want the lawsuit to go away, period. I mean, I think everybody on this side of the room, whether they're the litigators or not, I mean, they want the lawsuit to go away, we want the lawsuit to go away. When we made the transfer from the Fed to the states, and the state rewrote the falconry regulations, all kinds of problems in there, all kinds of problems. We've got a long list of falconry regulations that need cleanup. In our mind, we can't even get to them because this lawsuit has got us on hold. And I know that the department's got a whole long list of things that they want to move on to as well, that need to be cleaned up for the good of the falconry community, for the good of the birds. They can't get to it either. So that's our goal, is to move this lawsuit out of the way and then move on to start dealing with some of the things that will really benefit the birds that I'm talking about.
Thanks, Bill. I want to go straight to the folks, unless there are others in the room who haven't spoken yet, who've been waiting online.
Okay.
Okay.
Online, we have Artine, Adam, and Macy.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Artin. I would have loved to have been with you guys. Unfortunately, I'm in LA and we kind of have our bags packed. We may get evacuated, so I would have been there in person. I would love that, but didn't work out that way. So regarding the housing issue, where we can store these raptors, it's for people who can't afford to have a place to house these raptors. It basically cancels them out of falconry if they wanted to participate. Some people live in apartments, right? And they can't afford a house, or they might live in a house, but not enough space to build an outdoor facility. So we're punishing these people in essence. The second thing that comes to mind is some of these smaller birds do better indoors. And now we're forcing the people that are keeping these birds to take them outdoors where they could die. They are migratory birds, and weather swings can have a big effect on them. We're also not taking into account West Nile virus and avian influenza. The birds are more protected indoors. So if I store my birds outside, for example, and I don't have any birds, but I'm just saying, and they get bit by a mosquito outside, there's a much bigger likelihood of that happening. If this was to get rid of the lawsuit, I don't think it's going to, as it was stated, because the property line is protected, everything within it, under the Fourth Amendment. And I believe that this is, to change the rules to make it more delayed. It will cost more money. I don't think the outcome is going to change, in my opinion, but that's my opinion. But we are going to go forward with this lawsuit, it looks like, and it's just going to cost a lot more money, where that money can go somewhere better. One other thing is personal experience. I immigrated to this country. I was very young. And this is going back to being able to house your facilities outdoors. Well, I don't know if you guys heard, but a lot of immigrants come here with very little money, so they're forced to live in apartments, right, until they gain their feet. So what do those people do, right? They want to participate. Let's say my parents, one of my parents at that time, wanted to participate in falconry, and the regulations said you have to house the bird outdoors. Well, we lived in an apartment. There was 4 of us. It wasn't that big, right? Where would that person, my dad in this instance, or my mom, house that bird? They wouldn't. So they wouldn't be able to participate. Overall, it's not a good suggestion to the commissioners to make this type of change to the regulations, I believe. And I think these kinds of things need to be considered. Also, one other thing that occurred to me is how this desire to do these unannounced inspections is how does that affect birds that are captive bred and they're not part of the public trust? Now, this is a whole other issue where I have a dog. They don't come into my home to check my dog's bowl, whatever, right? A captive bred bird is not a wild bird. It wasn't taken from the wild. So what authority does that give any law enforcement to check a bird that's not in the public trust in this case? I would want to know that answer. That's kind of all I have to say at this point.
Thanks for all of that. Appreciate it. Adam Chavez, please go ahead.
Thank you. Adam Chavez, president of the California Hockey Club, past vice chair of North American Falconers Associated, and current chairman for the falconry abatement for NAFA. So I'm here to talk about a solution. Isn't that what you guys really are looking for? Because basically what's been proposed, you can see all the opposition is not going to work. So one of the things that I've done in the past is I've worked with a lot of different game wardens and training them on the falconry regulations, because as many of you probably know, I think at most they get maybe a half a day on falconry. So, you know, they really aren't the experts on it. And quite frankly, when they go out and do inspections, a lot of times all they're doing is going down a checklist and looking at things, and they're asking questions of the falconers. So what I would propose, and might basically solve the problem that we're having here, is why not go back to where you have some certified falconers, maybe regional certified falconers, go out and do the general facility inspections. Now, it's different if you get a tip and you need to go out and do your search, fine, get the warrant, go do your search. I think if we did something like this, all the parties involved, I think, would be able to, you know, I think it's a decent compromise, because you're still getting everything inspected, and falconers know better than a warden what is appropriate to have and what is not. I can tell you by looking at the guy's bath pen, I can tell you if the leash is too long, if the digesters are too big, if the facility is not right for that bird. Some birds do better in small enclosures, some do better in large enclosures. Some birds do better indoors. You know, if you got a small bird, you have to weigh them several times. That way, the amount of food the bird eats, and you got to look at the quality of the food that they're feeding. So there is and you know, the hoods they wear, the gloves, all of it. So that would be a suggestion that I think everyone would be able to live with. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Macy. Hey, Macy, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
It's a little faint.
Okay. How about now?
So wait for us to turn up the volume on our end. You might just have to yell.
Yeah.
For a microphone, so it's untested.
Better. There we go.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so largely my points did a good job with basically everything I wanted to say, but I'll largely just go ahead and reiterate what he said. So as a background, for some background, my name is Macy Hash. I work in wildlife and forestry for Sierra Pacific Industries, and I'm also the PI for a owl research project. This is my third season in falconry, and I recently upgraded to a general. So my concerns are largely for item 3 about the housing. Being a microfalconer, that is, I specialize in flying smaller birds. They are a lot more delicate, and they do best indoors where they could be properly monitored. Otherwise, they're at risk of potentially dying or expiring outside especially during the winter months. I also fear that indoor housing is a necessary arrangement for many falconers, particularly those who rent and lack the means to establish an outbuilding for large raptors. I find that someone called this item a compromise, as a balance for reducing litigation as well as, falconers keeping their privilege. But it's more than a hardship. It's a major boundary to entry. And personally, flying small raptors was my only avenue into falconry. So if this mandate was enacted before I was an apprentice, I wouldn't have been able to enter the sport. So that's all I have to add.
Thanks, Macy. Tyler. Tyler W.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Hey, so just trying to obviously everybody's kind of on the same page, I think, with the whole housing situation. Micros being outside, horrible recipe for disaster. I do a lot of micro hawking myself. But, what Adam said kind of resonated with me as well. I think I have to deal with a lot of regulation myself as a rehabber, somebody who does education and somebody who does falconry. So my hands are in the law quite a bit. And one thing that's always frustrating, and I really fear that this is the direction that this is taking, is a lot of decisions end up being made without being in the environment of the people who the laws are going to affect. So falconry is, a culmination of 4,000 years of knowledge. So like Adam was saying, as many falconers, even though we disagree on a lot of opinionated topics within the sport, a lot of the basis of taking care of the raptors and making sure that they're well taken care of is the same across the board. And I really hope that the department, takes all that into consideration and really listens about how that needs to be done, because one of the biggest fears is having somebody go up to these inspections, some law enforcement officer, and they're not going to have a clue what's going on. They're going to be looking at a piece of paper, and all of that is subjective depending on who you get, and that can lead into a lot of trouble. And I've seen that lead into a lot of trouble through different facets of animal welfare. And I'm hoping that a compromise can be made better than what's already been proposed, because a compromise that puts the health of the raptors in jeopardy under the guise of animal welfare obviously just doesn't track. And I'm hoping that maybe that was done in mistake from people who aren't familiar with how this stuff works. And now that it's been brought up in such seriousness in this meeting, that can change, and we realize that that's really not an option. You're going to cut a huge portion of falconry out there. And I just, I'm hoping all that's taken into consideration. I kind of just got into this whole thing with all this, so I don't really have as much of a solution as Adam was proposing, because I haven't had a whole lot of time to think about it. But I just know that what's proposed ain't it. So.
All right, thanks so much, Tyler. Oof. Yeah, please, Greg.
I'm gonna represent myself on this one. I do have a client that uses falconry services. They are important to the state and to help, because waste facilities or other things, they actually allow you to keep nuisance animals away without having to use sound or other types of hazing. And a lot of our waste facilities have been encroached upon by neighborhoods. So it's not just hunting. They actually provide very important services that are really critical. Everything, I think Commissioner Anderson, your recommendation on trying to kind of find somebody to kind of broker something here is really important, because, the feds are not immune from having unconstitutional regulations. And if the regulation's been found to be unconstitutional, we don't have to meet that standard or be above that standard, because, just because the feds are not going back to revise because they don't want to deal with this anymore, right? So I get the point, but when you have a case that said that's unconstitutional, that doesn't mean we have to find some way to circumvent it. So I think, given that they provide valuable services, and there are some real issues here. I will say that the legislature just a few years ago passed a bill about home cooking, and they prohibit unannounced inspections into any home where somebody is doing home cooking to sell. That's a health obviously a serious health issue. They considered this and they prohibited any unannounced inspections into that home and limited inspections that did occur to only areas where the food's actually prepped. So there's been more recent actions in California on these types of issues that have recognized the limitations of the ability to do unannounced inspections of homes. So I think Commissioner Anderson has a really good idea to like try to broker some of those issues.
Great, thanks, Barry. Couple more hands have gone up on the Zoom. So let's get to David and then Doug, please. David, you want to go ahead? And you might need to unmute yourself still. Like you're still muted.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. So I just want to reiterate a point that's been made a few times already, which is, the whole intention of this federal regulation is in the best interest of the health and safety of the animals. And that's the first thing. Adam Chavez was my Falconry sponsor. And that's the first thing he taught me, is that the most important thing is the health and safety of the raptors. We all want to catch game and hunt with the birds. That's the sport of falconry. But what comes first is the health and safety of the raptors. That's the intention of the federal requirement to do the unannounced inspection. So to require small raptors to be housed indoors, or all raptors for that matter, is not in the best interest of the health and safety of the birds. It's been mentioned for small birds, the importance of keeping them in a consistent temperature so that we can accurately predict their weight, which keeps control of them in the field and keeps them healthy and fit. But also occasionally we have a bird that gets laid up with an injury or has to have vet treatment that would require it to be housed in a different manner, where we might want to bring it into our home, and not, even if we prefer to have that bird outside if it's healthy, in this instance, we might want to bring it into the home. So anyways, what it comes down to is, like I've said before, the intention of the unannounced inspections is the health and safety of the raptors. To require us to keep raptors outdoors at all times is not in the best interest of the birds. I'll also say that my introduction to the sport was flying kestrels. I still fly them. They're super fun to fly. I was doing it for over 8 years, never flown a red-tailed hawk. So to enter the sport as an apprentice with very limited knowledge, you are required to trap a wild bird, being a kestrel or a red-tailed hawk. So yes, they are under the supervision of a sponsor's experience, but he doesn't live in their home. So it's important that they have all the tools necessary to be successful and to keep their bird healthy and safe. My current apprentice is flying a kestrel. My previous apprentice flew a kestrel. She flew that bird for 5 years, caught a lot of starlings, an invasive species, and released it back into the wild. I don't think this would have been possible if she were required to keep the bird outside. It might have been detrimental to the bird and ultimately a really bad experience for a new falconer. So I'm sure all these points have been made, but I feel very passionate about micro falconry. I love flying kestrels. Some people think it's not the best bird for an apprentice, but that's what I did. That's what my apprentices have flown, and I strongly believe they should be housed indoors. Thank you for your time.
David and Doug Alton. Doug, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but I'm not sure if you're speaking.
Yeah, Doug, you're unmuted online, but you may need to unmute your speakers on your computer or phone.
Right. Well, while we're waiting for Doug, we will welcome comments from you or input from you. If we can work out the speaker issue, if you can figure out how to unmute yourself. I see hands up from folks who've been in the conversation. I think it's important we come back to you, but let me indulge me for just a second. This is a lot to take in. I just want to reflect that there's a whole bunch of stuff I'm hearing agreement on, and I just want to highlight those things. One is that falconry is something that we would like to see sustained. And when I say sustained, I think that includes access. It includes the health and welfare of the birds. And, you know, so falconry, while it is a privilege, is also something that I think we want to avoid risking losing from the state because the feds pull the plug from under us, for example. But also we don't want to compromise it. And I appreciate the comments folks have made about compromising access and compromising health. We all seem to agree that we would like to see this lawsuit resolved. We'd like to see it go away for a variety of reasons. I won't say more about that. I think there's a lot of agreement. There are additional regulatory refinements that are overdue and they're needed to align falconry in the state with realities of the sport, and they can't happen until the lawsuit is resolved. The health and safety of the birds is paramount. I've heard from a number of folks that putting birds outside is not a viable solution from that perspective. And also that it won't necessarily resolve the lawsuit. So number 3 on that list of 5 is a sticky one. And then we're stuck. I mean, I'm leaning from all this. We're sort of in a stuck position. The feds probably realize that, I mean, they require unannounced inspections. I've asked that a couple times, it's pretty clear. And they're probably unconstitutional, and I bet the feds recognize that at some level. And I bet that, you know, they're interested to see how this all gets worked out here in California, because it's not their problem at the moment. They require them. And then my best understanding of Peter, what you're asking for is an end to unannounced inspections, whether they're indoors or outdoors. So those are fundamentally at odds with each other. So I guess my question is, how can we comply with the court in a way that preserves raptor health, that preserves access to the sport, and that makes this lawsuit resolved? There have been a couple of ideas. My co-chairs suggested, you know, is there some sort of mediated conversation that needs to happen in which maybe some of the things that folks have floated, inspections by non-LED personnel, some sort of system where there's inspection, but it's not being done in a law enforcement context. I have no idea how that sits, but a couple of folks suggested variations on that. There's this idea about going in with your bird to visit a vet. I'm not sure how that addresses records inspections. That would still be something that we need to sort out. And then maybe there are other things that we haven't talked about, but where I'm landing is that some of these provisions that have been proposed are fine. They don't do harm. They sort of address some of the concerns that have been raised in the opinion. And then number 3 is a challenge, because it sounds like it won't make the lawsuit go away, and also it's not going to be in the best interest of the person. So I just want to put that out there, and yeah, please.
Could I add something to that? We had someone send in a private message, not realizing that it doesn't go to everyone on Zoom, asking about conducting inspections electronically, right? I can see my doctor via Zoom. I can get a prescription, or I need an x-ray, or whatever the case may be. And so they're asking, you know, why couldn't this be done? Why couldn't inspections be done electronically? And leveraging that rather than having an on-site person come and inspect, or being required to bring the bird in.
And now doing building inspections. What do you guys think about that? Depends on which building.
I think we put all of the, like, there's Zoom inspections, there's non-LED inspections, there's various forms of announcing
You
them.
can have the same people that are counting, putting the points back in, work on this. There's no Vegas, you just put it up in the base.
I need to be seen for that.
We need to be seen. It's trying to help you. It's trying to help you.
So to answer that question from an LED perspective, one of the concerns you have is that they're only disclosing what they're disclosing to you. That doesn't necessarily mean there aren't more birds. So to take into account what you're saying is the good actor, absolutely. The good actor, this is a non-issue. There's going to be no problem with an inspection. It'll be announced or whatever. It wouldn't be a problem. The birds are well cared for. They disclose all of them. No problem. It's the one that doesn't. Where's the problem? The one that has the animal in poor condition, or on your Zoom inspection, they only show you two of the beds. That's where it becomes a little bit challenging to quantify it as whether that's viable or not. I haven't considered it completely, but that's just a thought, obviously, for us in the department to discuss internally to say, well, maybe, but what does that look like? We obviously can't agree to that. We have to clearly discuss it and think through the positives and
Well,
negatives.
and again, I don't wanna negotiate in a vacuum. I think we gotta go ahead and have the Falconers part of the discussion, because if the ultimate objective is to remove the lawsuit, then we gotta get them to a place where we believe, one, it'll legally stand up with the feds. Two, it's enforceable by you guys. And three, they're willing to deal with it, right? Because I surely don't wanna have another $1 million worth of law, hit $1 million worth of legal fees on this. Cause personally, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but, unannounced inspections, and I get it, it's mandated by federal law. I don't like the idea. And I'm a pretty good guy. But, I don't want somebody randomly showing up to my house. I'd rather, so, I'm trying to get to where you are. But, and to me, the housing issue is an offshoot that isn't gonna solve anything. So why are we dealing with the housing issue? Leave it the way it is. The real core is unannounced inspections. And David, do you believe that if we were to go to announced inspections, that would cause a violation with the feds? And I get it, they could take a sick bird out of the house and they could hide it at the neighbor's house. But, if that's 0.2 of the Falconers, there's only 700 people here, whatever it is. But do you think that, are the feds gonna come after it if it was?
So
There's
say,
a clause for reasonable hours. They're saying they're not gonna enforce it.
Well, wait, I got it, but.
so if we deleted the unannounced inspection provision, would the feds take exception to that? I think the answer is yes. I think that is one that we would probably risk decertification for. So.
But what I'm, okay, so, but I believe it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, right? So before 14, when they were doing it, you're telling me US game wardens were going out to all these guys' houses and showing up unannounced?
I don't know what game wardens were doing.
But I think it's relevant because then we have an idea, if they weren't doing it, then are we over analyzing from a legal standpoint? I'd much rather have the feds come after us, at some future date, because we put in their announced inspections versus to go ahead and spend another $500,000 because they won't capitulate.
But if they decertify us, then what?
And so I'd like to add something too. I think there's quite a bit of case law. I don't want to get into right here. But there's quite a bit of case law that suggests that what we're doing, what the unannounced inspection provision proposes, it is actually constitutional. It's a highly regulated activity. That's beside the point. We don't have any rulings on this, whether or not it's unconstitutional or not. The Ninth Circuit, I think there's
David,
hasn't taken a.
David, I'm not an attorney. The one thing I do know is this Supreme Court, I wouldn't want to take that case there.
No.
So, and that's, I'm a taxpayer, right? I'm trying to protect my resources right now as a taxpayer. I'm not bringing this case to the Supreme Court. And I don't care what happened in the past. There's laws every single day that are dropped because of that Supreme Court. I'm talking about us being sensible in California and going ahead and saving money for the important things of this department. That's what I'm trying to find.
It's certainly a risk, but I think we need to realize too, unless we come to some kind of middle ground here. And again, we took a stab at it. We understand the imperfections, the problems, and we get it. But, we're also sacrificing a very valuable tool for enforcement. And so, there's a trade-off here that, as Captain Smith has explained today, it's a very valuable tool for enforcement. It's critical in ensuring the health and welfare of animals and the public.
Yeah, what other animals do we go do unannounced inspections?
671 restricted species, as well as rehabilitation facilities.
So, and we do that on a regular basis?
You can, again, the caveat is, it's in the
not
language,
mandated by
doesn't mean you're
federal law.
doing it. It just means you can do it,
Okay,
right?
so do we do that though?
For all wild animals, which are pertinent in 671 and 679, the definition of wild animal, those restricted species. Anything that falls under those permits, we can and we do.
Yeah, I wanna, there are folks who wanna contribute additional comments, so I just wanna
Yeah.
pause for a moment and make sure that, I wanna ask people to keep it brief, because I wanna just point out that we've been on this, item now for, it's gonna come up on 2 hours. And that's approaching the amount of time we set aside, like special sessions for, to just do with one agenda item. So with that caveat, yeah, please, Peter, and then Chad.
Brief and first offer the ability to answer any questions you have. 20 years as a public defender, level 5 attorney, if you've got any legal questions about what they can and can't do on a search and seizure or plain view doctrine, I've drafted many motions when many cases on search and seizures, illegal activities by police officers. Happy to answer any questions on that. The issue of the Eurasian eagle owl, Fish and Wildlife, thought there was a problem, issued a warrant, showed up, confiscated a bird. I represented the woman for a short time. Fish and Wildlife kept that bird stored at a master falconer's facility, attempted to charge my client for every day it was there, kept the bird for over a year and never filed charges. That's the kind of pressure and power Fish and Wildlife has, and they randomly decide who they're going to go after. And I'm saying, if you want to go after somebody and get a warrant, that's what they did. There's nothing stopping them from making an unannounced warrant. If they're investigating a potential crime or got a tip, it's not hard. I know judges. I've had lunches with them where they had to stop, excuse me a moment, and they okay a warrant over the phone between the bread and the water. It's a cakewalk to get a warrant when you're law enforcement. It's not hard. They're acting like this is a huge hurdle, and it's not. If you think there's suspected illegal activity, well, absolutely. Call that judge. They do show up on the doors. What's an unannounced inspection, except looking for, like he said, well, I'm looking to see if they have any other birds they shouldn't have. He just told you what his purpose is. It's not to find out if there's a mute, a bird dropping in the water dish. It's called a bath, by the way. Things happen. But people have been cited. Come over to your house and find a mute in the water and say, oh, unclean. And get written up for it by someone that can take away your bird. Now, if you have a child, we don't have to do that for children.
With all due respect, it sounds like you just don't want any oversight.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying.
No, it sounds like that to me. You just don't want any oversight.
Well,
and guess what? We live in California, so you're gonna have oversight, right? So if you wanna have no oversight, move to Arkansas. Here it's gonna be different. So we gotta figure out a common ground. If you wanna solve this, come up with real solutions.
I appreciate that. I'll share one thing more with you, then I'll just quiet out for the rest of the day. The First Amendment issue, that was in the regulation. It's getting stricken. It's on the federal, so it's getting stricken on the state level. It's not being stricken in the federal regs. Good point. And we still have falconry. That said nothing. At the appellate court.
Is that true, Dan?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
On the First Amendment issue, it was in the federal statute and it's being removed. Now we're removing it.
At the state level, we're proposing to remove
Yeah.
item 2, that's what you're referring to.
We are proposing to remove that, yes.
Yeah,
And that was in the federal?
Yes.
Yeah. All of
Still
this
is.
Okay, so how do we feel we can do that, but not the other?
So that's a good question. So the context is important. So we can't just say we don't like part of the federal regulations and decide to do something differently. But we have some context here. We have a court opinion that says it likely violates the First Amendment. We have a court order that we entered into, a stipulation we entered into became a court order that also, requires us not to enforce this. So we have a little different context here. So as far as worrying about federal compliance, I'm really not worried about that.
Not worried about that.
No.
Okay.
For that,
Chad, I'm sorry.
for that item. We were just talking about, the court telling you.
Specific court telling you.
Specific court
Tell the
saying that you
department
have
to do it.
Okay.
I did want to address a couple of specific questions that you had. There was
Again, to be brief, please.
Yes,
Yeah, 2 minutes, Carl.
you asked a specific question about whether or not people were cited when the officer comes to do an inspection. An apprentice who's having a legitimate inspection because it's the first time. And this was out in the desert, and the warden came to do a falconry inspection to authorize a first falconry license, saw that the person had 6 desert tortoises, cited them for the illegal desert tortoises, refused to give them a falconry license because they were now convicted or cited for a wildlife crime. And they never got to be a falconer, and we never heard anything from them again.
They shouldn't.
Huh?
They shouldn't.
Yes, but the officer was there. Okay.
Okay, now you're arguing against yourself, Carl.
That's
Very
fine.
careful.
I don't mind putting it all out on the table, but you did ask the question, does the officer cite somebody when he's not there looking for tortoises? He came there looking at falconry for an inspection, and if it would have been in the case like Jim had brought up about a fire inspection, fire marshal inspection, anything that you find in a fire marshal inspection, you don't get a ticket, you get a correction notice. And the officers do look at the opportunity to go into the home as an opportunity to write tickets, not to write correction notices. And if there was a policy change to where they could approach it only as a fire inspection would be done, where the inspecting officer can only make correction requirements and not cite people, that would make people feel a lot better if they weren't in jeopardy of losing their license. To the next point that David Best made about non-wardens making inspections, prior to January 1st, 2014, when we got the regulations we have now, prior to then, for the previous 30 years, the sponsoring falconer inspected the apprentice, and people after their first inspection, after their apprenticeship, they would simply have to follow the regulations and not need to be inspected when they move. And anything that you build, you're a master falconer, you're expected to know what to build. And there are regulations that say what has to be specification wise, and if you're gonna use it, you have to do that.
Okay.
There's a big problem, which is the price that the department is charging is onerous for poor people, young people.
Carl, but that's not what, we're not talking about price right now.
Okay,
Okay?
there is something-
Appreciate it. No.
Okay,
Is there anything else on the point that we're talking about right now?
the point that has not been raised, I can either talk about it later or I can talk about it now, about the test. Do we wanna put that off?
The test, my understanding of the test is that the feds are requiring.
So the problem with the test is that the current test that California has mistakes in it, which makes it invalid. And with the mistakes in the test, somebody who should pass, but barely, would be told they failed.
So I think that's a little different from what we're talking
Well,
about.
but it makes
It
the
needs to be addressed.
the California test is invalid. The previous California test was invalid and had to be replaced. And you worked on that. I saw your name in the billing. What they're really getting at with trying to change the testing requirement is that the state of Wisconsin offers the test online for free. And when you pass it, you get a congratulations letter, and then you don't need to take the California test. And they're trying to eliminate that. It gives people the convenience, and they then don't have to pay the $70 every time and have to have an appointment to take a test in the office. California should lead the way in going electronic. If any state is gonna have online free testing, it should be California. And if California were to have free online testing, then I don't think that any of us would object to requiring that everyone take the California test, including people that move into California.
Thanks, Carl. I do think on that one, feds have directed the state to require an in-state test. And then if there are issues that need to be addressed by that, you know, in that test, that's kind of a separate matter. But if this is not something that we can opt out of at this point. Yeah. Okay. We've lost online to the best of my understanding. And we have a couple people who want to go
In the room, it's being hosted online upstairs, so we're still connected to the owl, it's just the projector.
Okay, so folks can still hear us?
Yeah, I actually.
Okay.
Can we have David confirm?
They're on.
I can see that.
David? Yeah, you can see us. Okay, we're still on. Okay, great. Yeah. All right. I mean, this is an initial vetting. We do need to move forward with
Yeah,
this.
and Doug
Yes.
indicated that his microphone does appear to be fixed now.
Oh, gosh. Okay. But we can't hear him.
Well, we can.
Yeah, we can.
You just can't see him.
We can't
We
see
can't
him
see
on
him.
there, but-
Okay.
So,
All right. So we got.
Good, David.
It seems like we're getting,
just one
Hold
second,
on one
Doug.
sec.
David's gonna
Okay.
answer a question real quick.
all right. It seems like we're getting pretty close to wrapping this up and coming with a recommendation and moving on. I would just like to bring this back around a little bit. You know, we've had obviously a ton of discussion about the dwellings today, and we're just, maybe we're not there yet. But we do strongly urge you, as much as we can, to at least move forward as quickly as possible on those things that are pretty simple, pretty basic.
We're sorry, your conference is ending now. Please hang up.
The deletions that we propose for both exhibiting, which is something that actually have the feds were part of the settlement agreement that we entered into, where we said we're not enforcing this. So that the deleting the exhibiting provisions that are likely unconstitutional that we agreed not to enforce, the out-of-state exams, cleaning that up. It's also nonsensical to have someone study another state's regulations and then come to California to be a falconer. And then also the certification provisions that I proposed. You know, I disagree with the gentleman who spoke earlier. It's a central part of that Ninth Circuit built, you know, almost entirely on the certification provisions that we're proposing deleting. You know, we attached that, so if you have a chance, if you haven't taken a look at it, please take a look at it. And then perhaps tabling some of this other stuff. You know, we heard from members of the California Hawking Club that we need to have a larger discussion about rulemaking. We completely agree with that. There's a lot of proposals that we'd love to sit down and talk about. But at least for today, as quickly as possible, we need a lifeline on this. And this is what the commission can do to give us a lifeline.
Thanks, David. I want to let Doug have a chance to weigh in. We do need to wrap this up. We've still got another important agenda item, and I know we're going to lose Co-Chair Henderson soon. So I want to give you a chance to speak, Doug, and then we're going to have to keep moving. Okay.
All right, I'll be quick. The authorization for the state regs is the federal regulations. The authorization for the federal regulations is the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which requires a search warrant. Look it up. I did. Apparently y'all haven't read it, but the Migratory Bird Treaty Act requires a search warrant. And that's the authorization for the federal regulations, which is the authorization for the state regulations. Now back to the keeping a bird in the house. I think that's a non-starter. I hope y'all agree. If you want another lawsuit, just try that stunt, but I don't think that's a good idea to try and outlaw that. So that's the unannounced inspections or warrants. To me, that's my ancestors and family members have fought and died for the United States Constitution going back 200 years. I find it offensive to both myself and my family members generations back. Why they would insult them and the United States Constitution is entirely beyond me. But the Fourth Amendment, I think, stands by itself. I don't know why they don't just add with a warrant. It makes sense. So that's all I have to say. I'll let you go.
Thanks, Doug. And I know other folks would like to weigh in again, and I'm just going to call it because I think we have to move forward. This is just an initial vetting. We cannot make recommendations today. What we can do is commit to coming back sooner than the May meeting, and like where I am right now in this, I'll just say, where I am on right now on this is that 1, 2, 4, and 5 of the proposed changes are consistent with, I think they're consistent with what everyone's concerns are, or they're just required. 3, you know, this kind of comes down to like, there are 700 falconers in the state. They're strongly accountable to each other, that we have an unconstitutional, you know, it's a fourth violation amendment. I agree with that. I think that's probably right to do unannounced inspections, and I understand the value of doing them. That there's a value in being able to check out what's going on, you know, without giving a person an opportunity to change it. But we don't get to do that for anything else, right? We don't get to do that for most other things. I guess we are still doing it for other wildlife related activities and operations in homes. But we've got this lawsuit that it's pretty clear we've got to pick here, right? What path we're going to take. And my perspective, I think tentatively on this, is given the small number of participants, the high accountability they have to each other, it's more reasonable to go to a warrant system than it is to require everyone to put their birds outside, which also doesn't sound like it's been a lawsuit. So I just want to say that we can't make a recommendation today.
Yeah, and everybody knows where I stand. What I'd like to do on the other, because of the other issue we addressed, is if we do a special meeting, an online meeting about the other issue, to add this in there, because I heard what David said, he'd like to move this forward. So would that be possible also? We talked about at the board meeting to call for a special wildlife resource. Exactly, and you said we could do it, you know, online and add the item we mentioned before and this issue.
The item we mentioned before and falconry?
So
what's the other item besides falconry?
Carcass removal, that question, because we have to resolve that somehow before the whole package is gonna be able to.
My understanding,
You
direction.
directed the staff to do that.
Yeah.
And we're
We go
coming
forward,
to you
Carcass.
with the
We already have-
department. Yeah,
We
we
gave a
okay,
recommendation
okay.
for us to come forward with a 15-day notice to add it to the.
At the February meeting.
Okay.
So it was this item that wasn't noticed.
So this is the only item.
This is
that
the
we
only
have
item
to
that's not up for
about.
recommendation.
Okay, but we could have a special.
We can
meeting
add
on
in
this.
a special teleconference
Yeah,
meeting.
okay,
Obviously, we need to take it to February and get the full commission to approve that. But once we do that, at any time after the February meeting, we'll set up a special teleconference with you too, and it'll be a public notice, and set it up for recommendation.
I'd actually ask if you could both identify days that you are available the week of the 24th.
Yeah, well, I
This
can't do that. I'll
Right, but just
get
in
on
the
it
next
right away.
day or two,
Yeah,
because then
today.
that way we can get it on the calendar temporarily. And once you have commission approval, as long as it's 10 days in advance, so it would have to be.
If it's online,
When
it's
is-
really easy for me. I can move anything around. So why don't you take the time, I'll make it work.
Okay.
Can we move on to the next?
So we will do that offline. We will work with staff to identify a date for a teleconference.
The week of the 24th.
The week of the 24th of January?
February.
Okay,
That-
great.
That gives us 10 days notice for the WRC meeting.
Okay, all right, so we will circle back to this. I want to thank everyone for a long sustained conversation with a lot of in and outs.
Thank you very
We'll do our
much.
level best to work with all of you
Thank you,
going
everybody.
forward. Thank you. And thanks,
Thank you.
David. Thanks. Okay, we need to take a break, but it needs to be a short one because I want to make sure that we can get to the next item.
Can I just say just one thing really quickly? I don't think anybody caught it.
We're done.
It'll take like 2 seconds. Thank you guys for the work that you do, but the law enforcement officer mentioned.
Our team, we've got to take a break. I'm so sorry. And because we are going to pick this back up in a month, you can submit the comment as an email to the FTC email address. And then if you want to make the comment again, we can bring it to the teleconference. Thank you. But we're going to move on to agenda item 5, the take of non-game mammals. And I'm going to turn it over to Ari to introduce.
Okay. This item is to explore regulatory changes regarding the indiscriminate take of non-game mammals, excuse me. The issue was continued from the last meeting and is queued up for today for discussion and a potential recommendation. At the September 2024 WRC meeting, commission staff committed to meeting with the department to review potential consequences of a rulemaking to prohibit the take of non-game animals except where, quote, injuring growing crops or other property, end quote, per fishing game code section 4152. The intent could be accomplished by amending section 472, the regulation which permits taking, quote, at any time of the year and in any number, end quote, for specified non-game mammal species. In addition to potential enforcement challenges, there is limited evidence that significant take of non-game mammals outside of depredation is occurring, and there's little to no recent data on population trends for non-game mammals.
Okay, we don't have a presentation on this today. It's
just open discussion.
Open discussion, great. Thanks for that introduction, Ari. I'm inclined to hear what folks have to say before we dive into conversation on it, but I want to make sure that folks at the department, if they have anything to say first, to set context and give you a chance to do that. Scott?
We've kind of been in listening mode on this item, since it's been here. We're happy to provide information as we can, necessary to the discussion, but we haven't necessarily led this conversation or investigation here into what is being pursued, if you will, like what the general understanding or desire is of this item.
Okay, very good. Then this pleases my co-chair.
Yes.
Open up the floor for discussion. Mike?
What
please.
problem are we solving? I have no idea why this is on the agenda.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that there's not a petition, there's not a presentation. Who's, like, why are we here?
So, I mean, I can provide a little bit of history. All right, please back me up on this because, you're probably in more of the details than I am. But this initially got brought to Wildlife Resources Committee and agendized as a concern about indiscriminate take of particular non-game mammals.
Is that word?
Excuse me?
Is indiscriminate defined?
Is indiscriminate defined?
It's not a legal term.
It's not a legal term. Yeah, I think it's juxtaposed with, I mean, we have, here I feel like I'm a little bit out of my depth compared to other people in the room, but we've got game species and there are bag limits and seasons and so on. And then we've got rules around take of animals that are committing depredation. So if there's damage occurring to crops or property or risks to human safety and so on, then there are rules around that. And indiscriminate take is sort of defined as the absence of those things.
Done at random or without careful judgment, not using or exercising discrimination. According to the dictionary.
According to the dictionary, okay.
But can I ask a question? I mean, usually, there's an individual incident or there's an occurrence that causes somebody to either file an application or bring something, right?
Yeah.
It's, shotgun shooting in the Benicia Bay, right? Or,
yeah, and this is
I'm.
This is a fair question,
to go to my
because this
question,
arose
sort of like-
before you joined the committee.
Right, so I
Yeah.
haven't been involved in this at all, and I'd like to sort of the same question, was it a particular incident? Or was it a group that brought it to us, or how did it even get generated?
Well, so we actually have, Rebecca is online. Rebecca Dimitrick is the one who brought an issue to the commission quite some time ago, has brought it to the attention of the commission multiple times in general about indiscriminate take and about a particular city that was of most concern. And that conversation has evolved over time, I think, as co-chair Zavaleta has indicated. That's where it started, but has evolved. And so we do have Rebecca online.
Would it be possible to circumvent people in the room and have Rebecca speak? I just like to hear what Rebecca has to say.
Yeah, we can let her speak
Since
to
she
her
brought
concerns
it forward.
and what originated this.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Rebecca, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So representing Humane Wildlife Control and Wildlife Emergency Services. First, I want to thank everybody for continuing to bring this issue forward and appreciate the opportunity. This issue was originally brought to the committee's attention because there's been historically widespread indiscriminate take of wildlife in the name of wildlife control or protection of property, also referred to as depredation, due to the ambiguous language in the regs and any lack of regulation oversight for the non-game animals. Let me give you a couple examples to be clear. One extreme one is cities like Torrance and Anaheim with contracts for year-round, indiscriminate broadcast of traps throughout their area take of coyotes. Another example is where property owners or their agents set traps to remove resident wildlife populations, opossum, raccoon, skunk, for no reason other than they're in the neighborhood and they exist. This happens a lot. Lastly, another example that basically flies under the radar, sorry about the pun, is where entire colonies of bats, maternal colonies of bats, huge colonies, wiped out with no record of them ever existing, no documentation, no accountability. And all of these that I've just mentioned, they're done in the name of damage control, or as some of you may refer to it, depredation. So I'm urging the commissioners to look at this, to find a way where non-game animals and bats are given the same level of respect and protection that the game animals are given through 401, Section 401, the permitting process, which allows the department to track their take and under which circumstances they're taken, all valuable information, I'm sure we can all agree. And it also puts greater responsibility on the property owners to take preventive steps to reduce future conflicts with wildlife. It's a win-win. I don't know why this hasn't been on the books yet, but this is why it's up for discussion now. To be clear, this is not an effort to take away any tools or to stop the removal of problem animals, not at all. It's about accountability, the commission and the department and their duty as trustee agencies of our shared wildlife, and accountability of property owners to do the best they can do to prevent conflicts with wildlife. I hope I've summarized that okay, and I'd like to talk later in response to some other points that might be made. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rebecca. And there's one more piece that I'd like to ask someone on staff to address, which is just the relationship between 4152 and the whole process of permitting around removal of nuisance animals. Am I not being clear?
So, no, that's clear. I'm just trying to
Okay.
figure out how to explain.
I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
There is and I believe it's a commission regulation, that sets up a depredation permit system that, folks can apply for specific, species. And folks can get a permit to take those species, which are causing depredation. I don't know that any of those apply to non-game species. Is that right? Scott probably.
Well, if you just took 4152 and non-game mammals, black-tailed jackrabbits, muskrats, subspecies of red fox, non-native to Sierra Nevada, red fox squirrels found to be injuring growing crops or other property may be taken at any time or in any manner, subject to other. But so in this case, a permit is not required.
Right, yeah, for non-game.
Okay. 4152 has come up in the past because there's this question of whether that clause that are found to be injuring growing crops or other property applies to all of the animals on that list. I just want to confirm that that's right, that your understanding, the department's interpretation of that is that clause that are found to be injuring growing crops or other property applies to all the species on that list, not just red fox squirrels.
It is my opinion, yes.
It's your opinion, yes. So
Yeah, legal's not here to weigh in on that, but that seems to be the crux of the issue, but I believe yes.
And it would be consistent with how all other depredation is taken care of through code. So basically animals that fall under depredation typically are game animals. And then in non-game space, they just don't require a permit, and certain non-game birds are the same. So there are these provisions that would be consistent with.
And again,
sorry, I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure I finish this thought. So 4152 is not an issue because it is providing a list of species that can be taken if they are injuring crops or property at any time in any manner. So if there's any kind of depredation occurring, there's no permit requirement. for this list of
That's right.
species. These species can be taken because they're causing damage. Full stop. Okay. So I'll make sure that's my understanding, that's correct.
And there's,
Chair.
I don't think there's any question
I
around.
had a series of questions, but I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay, well, I mean, I think 4152 is consistent with what Rebecca just laid out
Yes.
then, because it's specifying that there's no permit requirement or anything like that, but if an individual animal is causing damage, they can be taken by any matter at any time. So maybe then what's more at issue is 472.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not indiscriminate take. That is actually discriminate take, if that's a
Right.
word,
It's
right, by
specified.
definition.
That's
right?
right, that's
It's
right.
for a specific reason, the animal's causing damage, it's causing depredation, therefore you can take it. By 4152, it permits that, it leaves that door open, for lack of a better phrase, right?
And then the rule that's different is 472.
Right,
472
four
has
seventy-two
a
goes
list.
beyond
Yeah.
that and allows it for no reason, right?
Yeah.
For ones that aren't causing depredation, for
Yeah.
example.
The 472 is a list of organisms, and I just want to say that it's birds, it's mammals, it's native things, it's non-native things, it's things with life histories where they produce like a lot of offspring every year, and there's no way to single out individuals, and it's also species equally that it's very easy to identify individuals. So it's a mashup of things, but that's the reg in question.
Also remember, 472 is non-game.
It's
So
non-game, that's right,
That's
absolutely.
the big difference.
Yeah,
And
it's
again,
crows, rodents, starlings, all kinds of things.
Again, excuse my ignorance, I wasn't here, so I appreciate it. Rebecca, a quick question, if you don't mind answering. You're in this business, correct?
Yes, I do humane wildlife control, yes.
Yes, and so, for example, you deal with coyotes in a different way than maybe some of the other companies, correct?
Yes, so I can speak to
Can you
the
tell-
success,
can you-
yes.
Can you tell me about that and how you differ? I saw your website, I just pulled it up. I'd like to know how you differ from the other companies. And was there a problem that you had with a certain client that generated this concern?
Thanks. Let me, if you don't mind, I'll answer it backwards. One of the reasons this came up is because those of us in the industry know that the indiscriminate take is done under the guise of depredation. The one that really is a prime example is the city of Torrance and the city of Anaheim, because they have traps set out throughout the town in public places as well, even in nature preserves, 365 days a year, and it doesn't work. Let me go back to question number one is, how do we do it? We don't target the animal, because when you remove the animal's not the problem. The problem is the symptom, the conditions that created the conflict with the animal, the wildlife. So we go after the true cause, which is usually, what's attracting these animals to the location. One very recent client had gone to the department and gotten a permit to kill bobcat, and then they came to me. But they shared their experience that the depredation permit for taking bobcats on their property was so easy. And they said, yeah, absolutely, we'll renew it anytime, like no big deal, which is kind of repulsive to me. I went out there, I solved it. I said, you have to do some exclusion fencing, you can do some deterrence, we talked about that. And I believe, as far as I know, he hasn't called me back, the problem has been resolved. So we do non-lethal, for most species, non-lethal control.
And so you're competing then with the company that's actually working in Torrance, correct?
The company that's working in Torrance does the kill, and I have a bunch of other contracts that I do similarly with different predator species, and we don't do the kill, and we have better results. I don't know where you're going with the whole competition thing, but if we look at what the results are and how much taxpayer dollars are spent on, in this case, a municipality doing this, but also what people pay to have these services done when they do an animal-centric approach where they're trying to get rid of the animal. Again, the animals aren't the problem. The symptoms have to be, the conditions have to be dealt with. And so it's kind of a waste of money, and pest control operators are making a ton of money on this, and I'm making a lot of money on doing it the right way, where I actually resolve the problem long-term, nobody dies.
Yeah, and again, I admire what you do. You have a beautiful website and so forth. I personally don't believe that we should use a regulatory process to pick and choose how competing businesses operate, right? The core issue is, termination of the animal, non-termination of the animal. Rebecca believes that you shouldn't terminate, right? But under statute and law, you can terminate, correct?
Yeah.
However, it goes against.
Is this a competitive issue with Rebecca, or is this a real problem that we have out there in California is in crisis?
Yeah, and Commissioner Anderson, I think we're sort of confusing two issues here, because I think that there's a question of whether you should be killing animals or not. There's a question of whether we are, like, as a state, supporting consistency across regulations around dealing with depredations, right? So we have a list of species that can only be targeted when they're damaging crops and property, and we have this different list of species that can be targeted at any time, regardless of whether they're causing damage. So that inconsistency, I think, is a kind of a separate issue from this question of, like, which method to use when there is a problem when you call in pest control. And I want to distinguish those. I also want to make sure that we have time and the opportunity for other folks to weigh in who are interested in participating in the conversation. So if that's okay with you.
No,
Yeah,
it is.
you're
You're gonna lose me in 20 minutes, so I apologize, but I do have to leave at 3:30.
Yeah, so I think that's an important distinction though, because the 4152 conversation is just about what you were just asking, right? Different ways of dealing with problem animals.
Right.
472,
Right.
your regulation is not about, is not
It's
about
not about problem animals
at all.
Yeah, and again, I haven't been here, so I didn't know, this is the first time hearing of it, and when I went through and read and we had a conversation, I sort of looked into it. There was a lot of great information there, but I still didn't understand what the problem was. So now that I've met Rebecca and seen, I thought when Rebecca mentioned, I thought she was an NGO. And I didn't realize that she had her own business that did the same thing, but just in a different way.
Yes,
So-
she does.
But-
Again, as we mentioned at the beginning, this conversation has evolved. It did start with that whole depredation conversation and what the cities were doing, et cetera. And it evolved, and I don't know if Co-Chair Zavaleta wants to talk about this now or take public comment first, but essentially it evolved into when and why would we allow native species to be taken indiscriminately? When and why would the commission authorize people to take native species anytime, any place, and in any unlimited number? And that it sort of evolved into that, and now it's become even more nuanced than that. But we're sort of moving away from just the depredation into this broader conversation.
Yeah, I want to be really clear. I don't think that anybody, I'm gonna tread carefully here. I don't think anybody is suggesting that we want to limit the ability to deal with problem individuals.
Yes.
That is not what we're talking about. So all the businesses that are dealing with problem individuals, that's not really the issue on the table. I think what you just said is approximately, where this conversation has gone, which is that we have a long list of species. It's a real mashup of things that continue to be open to take at any time in any number in whatever way, without there being any damage caused by individuals. And it's a very long laundry list of species.
Yeah, but I mean.
And it's in conflict with
Rebecca used two examples, bats and coyotes. And I would argue that bats and coyotes can be very destructive in lots of different ways. I'm not saying you should go out and kill all of them.
I agree with what you just said.
So
The problem.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, I might just add in the complication layer here though of what you're talking about getting into these regulations and looking at code. And the complication layer is if you're taking away 472 and the ability to pursue those animals, whether for depredation or hunting, doesn't matter. Right now, they're taken under both. Rebecca argues they're taken under depredation, but they're also allowed to be taken under hunting. So if you restrict that or you change that language, you're now setting the need to continue hunting and an opportunity in this state for, even though it's a native species, for our hunters, and you're setting a whole precedent of now having to figure out how to go set up regulations to allow hunters to continue doing what they're doing, which by and far are probably the more responsible than some of the folks that might be argued they're excessively using that code. You can argue all sorts of things that Rebecca's brought up. City of Torrance is one example. She continues to bring forward to this group. I don't know the ramifications at all. I do know the City of Torrance has a CEQA document, went through a board of supervisors. They have a management plan, lays out everything that they're doing and processed all of that. Whether you maybe agree or don't, I don't know, but they've followed the procedures and they're working through their appropriate approvals to do that. People may agree or disagree with it, but they're following laws and regulations that are laid out to do it. And so there's arguments on all sides that we're gonna be faced with walking into this. And that's where and why the department has sort of been neutral on where you're trying to go and understand this. This started with, if my recollection is correct, started with the presentation by Rebecca in this forum about over a year ago on coyotes and trapping, period. We've now expanded this conversation much broader, which is why we sort of stepped back, because it's gotten into a bigger field of discussion and conversation. And I think tread lightly is our recommendation at this point.
Can I say two things? And then I want to turn it over to Ari, and I see your hand, Bill, and there are also 9 more hands up on the screen. Two things I want to bring into the conversation. One is that you're right, it started with coyotes. I think one of the things that caught my attention that I think is, you know, maybe not the center of this conversation, but strikes me as important is that the commission has a terrestrial predator policy, in which, you know, I mean, I'm just gonna read part of the language of this. Basically, terrestrial predators are defined as all native wildlife species in the order Carnivora. So it's actually broader than I thought it was. It is called carnivores. And the policy is, you know, it's pretty clear. I'll read part of it. Native terrestrial predators are an integral part of California's natural wildlife and possess intrinsic biological, historical, and cultural value, which benefits society and ecosystems. The commission shall promote the ecological, scientific, aesthetic, recreational, and educational value of native terrestrial predators in the context of ecosystem-based management while minimizing adverse impacts on wildlife and reducing conflicts that result in adverse impacts to humans, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, the language in there leaves all the room we need to deal with depredations and to deal with problem animals. But it's also very clear that there's a fundamental conflict between having native predators as part of our responsibility to protect for their ecosystem functions because they are wildlife, and having this reg for those species in particular that allows take at any time for any reason by any method. Not just problem individuals, but any. With respect to hunting, the other thing that I want to point out is that I think, and maybe this is a question, but yeah, people hunt a bunch of things on this list. You know, and when I look at sort of the hunting community's ethics around this, we talk about wanton waste, we talk about fair chase, so on. You know, are we holding hunting of animals on this list to those standards as well? Or, you know, is this kind of a different set of animals, and why is that? So it strikes me that
I don't understand the ethics question.
So if you're
So you're
referring to
saying
hunting,
if
like
I
people
do
like
this,
to
I'm
hunt.
unethical?
No, not at all. No, what I'm saying is that I think we have an approach to managing depredations, and we have an approach to managing hunting. And then this is this third thing that it's not clear to me how we treat hunting, if it's hunting of things that are on this list. And the list is coyote, weasel, skunks, opossums, moles, and rodents.
Right.
Excluding tree and flying squirrels. It's a long list. And then a bunch of deer that are non-native deer, and then a bunch of non-native goats, and there are crows in here. I mean, it's a long laundry list of things. But the ones I would highlight, because they're part of that terrestrial predator policy, are coyotes and weasels. If I'm not mistaken.
And again, you know, I worry about going down a slippery slope on the hunting front, right? And because I'm a hunter in the industry, whatever else. Secondly, again, and I've said this, 4 different times now, different, issues today. And I respect Rebecca, and she's obviously built an amazing business and has, but with all the things that we have going on and the scarce resources, every time I talk to Melissa says, we don't have time to do this, right? And Ari, you said the same thing. And, it came up 4 times today. Is this at the top of our priority list?
Let's see what other folks want to.
Okay.
I don't want to get into
I'm
a
gonna
back
have-
and forth.
I'm gonna have to
between the two
leave.
of us
So
and everybody else is here
I'm
too.
gonna have to leave.
I have a question for you on the hunting.
Can you stand up so folks can hear you?
Rory Jacobs with California Huntsman Conservation, and I have a question on the hunting part of coyotes. Do you feel that how they're being hunted right now is hurting their population?
I think probably the answer to that's no, but I would want to be careful there because I don't have all the information in front of me. I want to clarify
The
one thing.
population's rising.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say no, like I said, I want to say no,
As a
and I think.
hunter that's out in the field all the time.
So currently, just a couple things I want to say, in addition to, no, I don't think it's affecting their populations. One is that, and I want to be super clear about this.
So why?
I am not questioning anyone's ethics at all, but I do think that, for organisms that are managed as game species, there's a set of expectations that are different than for coyotes, for example. Maybe one pathway is a regulated hunt. And given that there are tons of coyotes and that their life history is what it is, maybe we would set a bag limit that's really high. But I think if they're hunted, if there's an interest in hunting them, it seems anachronistic to me to have this be the approach to hunting them, that there's no requirement for a license, that there's no requirement for particular methods of take or anything like that, if we're talking about hunting. Maybe I'll leave it at that. Bill?
Coyotes.
I believe you have to have a hunting, you have to have a hunting license.
No. Did I misspeak? I don't think so.
Coyotes?
472?
To hunt them, you do, not to trap them. Well, no, actually, in
What's
any
the
manner. It says-
distinction?
it says
In any manner.
No,
You
because
just
you wouldn't-
take 'em.
you
Well,
would not
that's
need a
the
hunting license
depredation.
in order
I
to do
think the
that.
question is under 472.
Under 472.
Do they require a hunting license?
It's already.
Raccoons fall under the same thing,
Yeah.
and I have to have a hunting license to hunt raccoons with my hand.
Huh.
So,
Raccoons aren't even in 472.
Oh, we're at 4152.
Maybe, I just wanted to sort of, hopefully clear something up. And I'm gonna use torrents, because I think it's an easy explanation, but I do, and I'm gonna put the business stuff aside, but I think it's an easy to visualize and understand example, but I do think the issue is wider than torrents. I don't think anybody here or anybody on either side of this argument, if there are sides, wants to limit take for depredation. That is like,
No.
this is not about that. Everybody agrees that if wildlife if an animal, or individuals, is depredating, that taking that animal is justified.
But I
Or can be justified.
But I think that's very hard to go ahead and define. If you're on a ranch, right, and you've got cattle, sheep, goats, and you see a coyote,
4152 identified.
traditionally you go, you take it out, right?
Yeah.
And that's 4152.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Well,
no,
I'm not so
not what
sure.
you just said.
If you
Not what you just
see
said.
it, if you just see it on your property,
Yes,
It's not enough. It can't just be on your property. It has to be depredating.
No,
No.
472.
No,
I think we need-
he specifically said 41.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
4152, which.
no, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
just presented the question. I created the scenario. I didn't
Okay.
use
All
either
right.
one.
So if you're on a ranch and you
Yes.
see a coyote,
And so I'm in the cattle
Right now.
business right now, and I
You can
see
shoot
a
the
coyote,
coyote.
and I haven't seen it go ahead and kill the sheep.
Right.
But it's there, I will go ahead and take it out.
which you can do under 472.
You can do
Right.
under.
That's the current.
That was my point.
And you're gonna have a hunting license. That's gonna be a sport, if you wanna call it that, take.
Okay,
That is
so I have to
not
have a
gonna
hunting
be a
license.
depredation. If you come across something causing damage, threatening damage, it's a whole different category. It's depredation. We've gotta keep those two separate.
So I
That's the
come
difference.
back to the opening question. Mike, where's the
So
problem?
that's what I was trying to get
Okay,
to.
okay.
The problem, and in Torrance, for example, and this is the reason that we use indiscriminate. Maybe it's not a good word. I haven't been able to come up with a better word than indiscriminate.
Okay.
The point is, Torrance is taking animals that aren't depredated, that aren't causing a problem. They are indiscriminate. They put out a trap.
They're not making the
They
distinction
catch any
between.
coyote that they can catch, whether it's caused a problem or not. Even if it's just minding its own business, it goes in the trap and they kill it. That is
And can I ask a
quote
question?
unquote the problem.
Can I ask a question?
And
Have they ever had an incident with an pet and or a child in Torrance?
yes, they have.
Okay, so I disagree with you then. Because if I'm an elected official, I have the responsibility of protecting my constituents. And if it happened once, then every coyote is a potential. And guess what? I'd lose my job if I wasn't doing that.
Okay.
So that's how I feel.
The point that I wanted to make is that is not being done under 4152, because that is not depredation.
Mhm.
It is the commission's regulation that allows them to do that. And Chad is right. They went through a plan, right? They have a secret document. They're
Yeah.
doing everything
Yeah.
legally.
Yeah.
It's the commission's regulation that allows them to do that. If 472 were not there, by definition, the code says no taking of non-game mammals except for regulations, right? So nobody could do that. They couldn't take any. It's the commission's regulation that allows them to do it. I just wanted to make that.
You have to be
that's the
careful
point.
there, Ari. I don't know if you talked to the city, but I don't wanna speculate. That's why I don't wanna dig into these, but you'd have to ask whether under their management plan, they've created their opportunity, they're using a licensed trapper, that licensed trapper has a license under us, they're operating under their plan, part of their depredation because they're causing injury, they're doing whatever they're doing. I don't know. Those are the things that I think you could be really careful with how we lean on one example or another, unless you've had those conversations with City of Torrance and they're here testifying of how they're using it,
Conversations
what
with
they're
legal
doing.
counsel.
So that's the question, right? And I think that's what we need to just be cautious with, is using those types of examples without fully, unless you presented it, I haven't seen it. That's my only concern.
Okay, a lot of folks waiting to speak. I want to clarify one thing because I want to make sure I understand this right. Under what conditions do you need to have a hunting license in this range of examples we've talked about? So City of Torrance is using traps. In Commissioner Anderson's example, it's taking coyote on your ranch property. I think, I don't want to speculate, but I mean, I think if it's just hunting for recreation, do you need a hunting license? I'm talking about coyotes here.
I think Robert.
You do, all of the above.
That's 472.
472.
Under the other things that I've been hearing, like the Torrance example, that is not. To me, 472 doesn't apply in that situation. I don't know the background. I don't know what permit or whatever is there, but 472 doesn't apply there. That's dealing with hunting. And then you got depredation.
472 is dealing with hunting and any other.
We need sport hunting. With a license.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that in 472.
It says
30,
at any time of the year and in any number.
That's the method.
So
And the
30,
bag.
Except as prohibited in
There's
chapter 6.
code sections that dictate when you need a hunting license
478
and for what
45.
critters.
Okay.
And all those critters need a license.
3031A, a hunting license granting the privilege to take birds and mammals shall be issued. Sure.
What?
I think it might be 3031A, that is the.
And there's
code, but you
also,
have
what
to
is
have
it,
a hunting
3007,
license.
it's super general.
We need to clarify.
There are probably
Yeah,
other
that's
provisions.
not
Forty
clear.
one,
yes, that require a
I hear you.
license.
Like,
Yeah.
I wanna have it clear
I
too.
mean, I think part of why that's important is that I am trying to disambiguate hunting from dealing with depredations from this third bin, which is like, you know, I don't want to use any
If I go
examples.
out, if I go out camping and I happen to see a whole bunch of coyotes out in someplace, I can take my shotgun and I can shoot them.
You won't shoot them with a shotgun.
Well,
Right, yeah.
Melissa, I want you.
Thank you, sorry.
I want you.
Okay.
My bad.
Okay, so this hunting license question needs clarification, but folks have been waiting for a while, including Bill and Chris, a number of folks online, so let's clarify, folks. Excuse me, 3031A. 3031A.
If the
Bill.
problem is Mississippi, it sounds like the only city in the entire state that I've heard brought up today is Torrance. If the problem's with Torrance, hey, I don't think we should be looking for a statewide solution. Why don't they go seek out the city officials in Torrance and deal with directly there, right?
Because Bill, that's a great question. I think it's not just the city of Torrance. You may recall, and this conversation probably started 6-7 years ago, right? Where we saw the pictures of stacks of coyotes sitting on the side of the road and in the back of the pickup trucks. It was really, people got very upset by seeing that.
But we dealt with that. The commission's been.
No, they can still do that. They can still do that. They just can't offer a
But the
reward.
problem was the coyote contest. That's when Zonky was the executive
Yeah.
director. They were offering prizes for the person that could do this and do
Right.
that. Commission made that illegal.
No, all they made illegal was the prize.
That's okay.
But they can still go out and get truckloads of coyotes. Doesn't stop them.
But they're doing that during calving season when they're trying to clip back the population so that their livestock.
Right.
That's depredation.
It's not like they do it year round. I mean, they're specifically doing it to try to protect
To
their.
protect the livestock.
You know, the other thing is.
I really want to hear from other folks in the room.
No, I gotta go,
You're
so I
leaving.
wanna apologize for
minute.
leaving, hold on, Bill, 1 second, I wanna apologize. Before I leave though, I just wanna make sure, because we're talking about Torrance to go to Chad. Torrance did nothing wrong, so we gotta be very clear, nothing they're doing is illegal or wrong or anything else, so we shouldn't leave that out there,
I
that
think
Torrance.
everyone agrees on
Torrance
that.
is bad.
Everyone agrees on that.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, good luck with
Okay.
this.
Yeah. Happy trails.
What's the video? Be nice to the commissioner.
We had, Darius
Yeah.
alluded to this a little bit earlier as well, and I've had conversations with Melissa just within the last month or two about the workload of the commission. Lord knows, I mean, their staff is way under, bandwidth rather to deal with their stuff. We talked about splitting up big game regulations so that the commission could pace themselves a little bit more. This with 472 is a massive heavy lift. Look at the hands up there. This is by far the most popular topic. And a lot of people didn't even know, this kind of snuck in under the radar when we talked about non-game. If people really knew what was being discussed in this room, that would be tenfold that right there. The commission is tackling an issue that they don't want to tackle, not at this point in time. I mean, there's really no problem. I put a comment on it earlier. We're looking for a solution where there is no problem. I mean, I haven't heard any complaints. The coyote contest, again, no longer contest, aside, and that's for reasons, not just because people want to go out and kill coyotes. So now we're coming with this massive solution that will take hours and hours and hours and months and commission meetings unending to actually reach a solution on, when there's no problem. And the fact the commission doesn't have time. We got other things that we need to spend our time on that are much more important, including big game regulations. And we're struggling just to find the time to do those. So it really concerns me that we're diving into something that we really don't need to dive into.
Thank you, Bill. Chris, you've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, no, and at this late hour, I'll say that the actors, but, most everything has been kind of asked and answered at this point, but, I think, only to look at, the predator issues that we've taken up in the past, we eliminated the mountain lion hunting, we eliminated bobcat hunting, we completely, there was never even a question about wolf hunting. We significantly curtailed the bear take based on no use of hounds and that sort of thing. And I think we have, once again, just to look at what are we gonna do, once again, managing away, the possibility of hunting a predator. And again, I get it, this turning into a topic more about depredation versus hunting than it really is about eliminating coyotes. But I gotta be honest with you, the idea of taking away the ability for, severely restricting the ability for landowners, livestock owners, hunters, fishermen, either protect themselves or remove nuisance animals, I think is gonna be a real problem going down the road, I think, to manage away that level of predator control that we now have. I've always thought that, that's my knowledge, you always needed a hunting license to take the coyotes, and I think that's always been the case. But at this point, and in the cities, again, I get it, that, city of Torrance, city of Anaheim, to Rebecca's point, whichever city you want to talk about, they have these predator control issues. My guess is the bats and the coyotes has everything that will do with rabies. We saw a lady in Fresno die of rabies this year. The lady that got bit, granted her own actions may have contributed to that issue more than the bat. But that being said, there are significant public dangers, as Darius was speaking to, that I think these cities need to be able to control. And if they're doing it by the Fish and Game regulations, I really think we ought to let them do what they need to do, what they're paid to do. But I really would, the idea of limiting hunters, with regard to coyote, I think that's, to Bill's point, not only a heavy lift, but also a very slippery slope and dangerous. My opinion.
Can I bring in some data? I promised that we would try to be helpful and bring information to this topic. We have a WEIR system, which is our wildlife incident reporting system that's called in, and we're trying to track this and be a little more transparent about it. So we're working through some things, but in the last 7 years, since the WEIR system was created in 17 to 24, so 7 years, coyotes are the top 4 complaint that we get, or call, I shouldn't say complaint, call about an incident that's reported to us. They're 14% is our number of our calls, which is thousands of calls over the 7-year period. They're 14% of the calls between black bear, mountain lion, and wild pig. So they're top 4 for us. The highest number of calls we get, the top 4, I guess, if you will, counties by county. Number 1 county is Los Angeles, resulting in 1,792 calls or complaints or WEIR system reports, I'd call it. Second is San Diego at 573, Orange County at 447, Riverside at 319, Contra Costa at 286. Those are your tops. They're a nuisance. I don't know in those counties whether those are being hunted. So I don't know if, again, back to what are we trying to do here and whether we change some regulations and that affects the ability of those cities that need to manage these, where you're seeing this in really urban, rural, not so much rural, but more urban areas where we see a lot of complaints. Whether that's an artifact of just the reporting system and we don't report in the rural counties versus the cities, but they're definitely a problem. And so it's just kind of one of those, like I said, tread lightly of what we're doing, because we know whether they're utilizing this section, this regulations or not, the cities are having problems and having to manage these species on a unbelievable level. And we're also having to help manage those cities and those problems through our human wildlife conflict efforts, which, as we all know, have been reduced like everything, and the number of calls we get and the education we can provide. So we're actually thankful for the cities that are like educating and developing plans about how to work with their citizens and deal with conflict in these spaces. But just to give you some data, coyotes are a top 4 or top 5 sort of number for us, where for incidents that are reported in our urban areas are pretty high. They top the list of where those complaints come from, where those issues are reported from.
Yeah. Can I just say it's interesting that top 4 it's a game species. Lions are their own special bag of, special stuff. And then wild pigs are like slightly different thing now.
Yeah, a little different.
Yeah, and then we've got coyotes. So we've got 4 different things that are the big 4 urban wildlife, human wildlife conflict organisms. We deal with them each at the moment.
There's some, let me just say there's some ambiguity here, which is why we haven't totally put this out, because we're not also looking at elk and wolf and other things that are reported differently. So this is WEIR system. It's based on people who are calling in. So there's some nuances there to like really lean on it, but it just shows you that it's definitely in our top 5, top 6, 7, 10 animals that the department has to deal with, or the public's obviously interacting with.
But I think my point is, like, there are these different ways to deal with these high conflict species. So, I'm interested in sort of digging more into those other examples. Maybe Scott, you wanted to say something?
I just want to make sure in the record, and I know Robert mentioned this, but actually our attorney that deals with this directly said 3007 is the statute that would say unlawful to take a bird or mammal without a license or entitlement to do so. So it's our opinion they would need a hunting license to take coyotes.
So there is a need for a license.
And then also, well, never mind, I won't go into that. Just more, there's other regulations that should be looked at dealing with take of non-game species. I mean, for example, 475 spells out the different methods that can be used. Trapping is not among them generally, so it's just furthers the argument or the proof, I guess, that that is for hunting. That set of regulations is for hunting.
The set of regulations in 472.
Correct.
Well, I'm with you, except that that list includes some things that I'm not sure for hunting, like rodents and moles are not for hunting, I don't think.
I've seen people shoot skunks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I didn't say.
No,
skunks.
not
Skunks,
for
possums.
nuisance
Oh, yeah.
problems, for hunting. They want the pelt.
Yeah, so, you know, again, there's some blur in here. I guess my point is 472 is not only about hunting, because there's some stuff on this list that is not really what we would consider hunting. There are 5-10 folks online who are waiting patiently to speak up. And I just want to check one more time. Mike, you did have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think you led into this about, parity. Like we've got this bucket of animals that we don't treat the same way we do, that we value as wildlife, native wildlife, but we don't treat them the way these others do, like the game animal. And, but then at the same time, we just called out that the top 4, they're all mammals, but they're all treated different. And so, and then we talked about depredation. So if we're seeking parity, depredation, something came to my mind, like, I would love it if all the suburban and urban counties in California had to go through the depredation process that El Dorado County has to go through for a mammal. Because then they could live the life of what you know, other people have to deal with when they're dealing with a large mammal, which is mammal, or a large mammal of the mountain lion, or a large mammal of the wolf, or a large mammal of the bear. That would be some great parity, because I think the whole state would be on a different place in how we have to deal with the conflict animals. I'm frustrated because this has been percolating along, and we just found out today that this is about coyotes. Somebody should bring their petition to make coyotes a game species, if that's the issue and that's what we want. So I just feel like the nexus of this, but that's what I'm saying is, it seems like that's what we're talking about. And as a stakeholder who's been watching this council long, confused about what it is, what's the meat of the subject. Either we haven't gotten to it yet, or that is it, and it's still not being crisply addressed. And that's frustrating as a contributor, a stakeholder, a citizen, whatnot. So somebody mentioned there's stacks of these bodies. Well, I see stacks of waterfowl. I see stacks of catfish. If I don't know the context, then I can be repulsed by that. If I don't know what's in that, hang on, you don't know what's in that person's heart. We don't know what is in somebody's heart as to why they took that animal. We don't know what their purpose was. We don't know what their intent was. We call it recreational, not because it's fun, but because it's non-commercial. All of this is non-commercial. As soon as you say recreational, somebody that's not a participant thinks of it as bowling. And it's frivolous and it's optional and whatnot. So it's non-commercial take, but there's intent and purpose with it when they do it. And if we don't know what that is, we can't make an assessment of what's happened in that picture based on our own values.
Right.
Because we don't know what's in that person's heart. And so I don't like, you know, if it's legal, and if the critters are abundant and sustainable, hunting is an appropriate mechanism for harvest, for control, ecosystem balance, all of those things. So that's, I mean, I think there's more here. Like if there's gonna be something come out of this, I hope we see a really crisp, you know, delineation of what it is that we're even talking about. Because I just spouted off about 10 different things, and I'm not sure if I even touched on the topic of the day.
So to that point.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I would be
please go
careful
ahead.
about comparing it to ducks and catfish.
Why?
Because those animals, we know, they hunt them for eating, right? Who hunts coyotes for eating?
The North American model of wildlife conservation requires purposeful hunting. purpose goes beyond needing an animal.
Sure.
That's why I call it, because we don't know what the purpose is. We don't know what the intent is, and we don't know what is going through those people's mind at the moment. We can make a lot of assumptions, but we don't know. And if it has a purpose to the ecosystem or for their private property livestock production, we can't make assessments.
But we have.
That's my view.
Okay, that's your view.
That's my view.
I mean, to your point about hearing what else is gonna bubble up in this conversation, I'd like to hear what other folks have to say who've been waiting patiently online. So, we'll go to the folks who are on Zoom. Stephen Childs is the first hand I see raised. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners, or commissioner and staff. You know, I'm really concerned that a lot of this was kind of born out of a handful of individuals trying to use the department as a wedge against Torrance. That's really what this kind of comes off like. And I wanted to bring up to Melissa that wildlife management generally goes beyond edible species. You don't have to eat a species to manage it. Another major concern that I have is I love Rebecca. I've talked to her a handful of times over the years, but if you look at her presentation, every single scientific study that she cites has been absolutely misrepresented and taken out of context. And that's the genesis of what's taken us down this road, is a handful of people using science and the department as a wedge against things and people that they don't agree with. And I think it's really dangerous. I think some of the staffers are right that we should tread lightly on this. The department doesn't have a statewide coyote management program and has taken and kind of mirrored bear and mountain lion and kind of just tried to generally apply that to coyotes when I think that's kind of wholly inappropriate. I don't really want to take a bunch of time up on this, but CDFW's human wildlife conflict data shows that coyote conflict has been increasing and is generally coincides with this long trend away from direct control. It's been well documented that cities used to manage coyotes, and many have taken over the last couple of decades, taken the stance of coexistence, and we're coincidentally or not seeing this huge increase in human coyote conflict. So I think if we're going to really kind of delve into this, this is a much bigger topic than this, and I'm really concerned that we're letting a handful of individuals kind of, you know, non-consumptive individuals drive this in a direction away from management when it seems like management's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Stephen, next we have Rick Travis.
Thank you, Commissioner Zavalata and the rest of the commission. Rick Travis, California Rifle Pistol Association. I have a couple points I want to bring up just to add to the conversation. And I don't believe in bringing up issues unless I also bring up a couple of solutions. So I will give you suggested solutions for you to consider. Since 2018, I've worked on this issue with members of the department. We were told initially that if we quit doing some of the hunting contests and if there was other appropriate measures taken, which have been, that the population of coyotes would actually start to decrease. Instead, they have more than doubled. You know, here in Orange County, we're one of the counties that were cited by Mr. Dibble, which thankfully for it, but one of the problems I can tell you uniquely in this county is just the cities of Garden Grove and Huntington Beach, their annual calls on issues with coyotes where people have been bitten, where we had a 2-year-old scarred, where there have been numerous lawsuits that local government has had to handle, far exceeds the total number that he reported from the department's data over the 7 years, and that's annually. We have those copies of all the calls that they get in at the 911 terminals. I'm concerned because taxpayer dollars are being used all the time to fight this issue. And this is where it comes to what I had suggested initially to Sankey Mastrip and Dr. Lott, and then later on to Stafford Lair. The commission and the department has often redesignated different populations of wildlife. You know, there's mountain lions that get a subcategory name. We should really be looking at that. CDFW's measures for hazing and everything of wild coyotes are appropriate. They actually work. I go hiking on the Pacific Crest Trail, they absolutely work. But in Huntington Beach, where my family has owned this house for 45 years, so it's not new development, we live more than 6 miles from anything that could be remotely called a wildlife area, and that's the beach. We never had coyotes the entire time I grew up in high school, and I ran early mornings in the Bolsa Chica estuary. Never saw more than one coyote in 4 years of doing that. I now see 5, 6, 7 of them in non-breeding series inside of our neighborhood. My grandson and 2 other kids, we had them in our backyard, and they ripped apart a cat that my grandson was holding in his hands. He has a right to do that at 11 o'clock. I mean, anybody that says, oh, you didn't take care of your cat, that cat was well taken care of. But when the coyote came at him, I said, let the cat go, because I didn't want him to get bit. So I think one of the things the department should consider is telling local government they're responsible for urban coyotes. When those coyotes are born, they are desensitized the moment those little ears open up, just like on any other candid. So the things that the department advises them to do does not work on an urban coyote. I've seen cop cars, everything be used, and the coyotes look like, is that all you got? They just have a different attitude. And the last thing I would suggest is, I don't think every coyote has to be killed. I'm sensitive to, things like what Melissa Miller Henson has said in the past, but there's no reason the department can also suggest what's done around the world, and that's a spay and neutering program that would bring that population down. There are other alternatives, but we've got to bring it down.
All right. Thanks, Stephen. Next, we have James Schmidt.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. You put in a very long day. I appreciate your service and the time that you're spending, and thanks to everyone else that has waited all this time to talk on this topic. I'm James Schmidt. I've got 64 years with coyotes. I've dealt with them all across America. I have the highest respect for them. I'm a college-educated, retired wildlife services coyote expert. I counsel on coyotes all across the United States. I've appeared as an invited expert witness in many different states across the country. My experience with coyotes is firsthand, up close and personal. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I still respect them though, but you learn a great deal as you go along when you do it for a living. As an example, when I was a professional coyote hunter for wildlife services, I study these coyotes at all levels with other experts around the country. I can tell you that across the United States, coyotes remain a significant problem. Despite the efforts for almost 200 years to eradicate coyotes, man has been unsuccessful in doing it. They are a very durable, hardy animal, very determined to live. Yet they are a concern, not only for human health and safety, but livestock issues, wild game issues. I mean, they destroy ground dwelling bird nests and things like that, eliminate those. So they are an animal, a wild animal, that requires management all the time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Any restrictions or thoughts of restrictions of putting any type of season or bag limit or such would be counterproductive to the management of this wild, very hardy animal. The human attacks, as Mr. Childs mentioned, are increasing. I'm the federal agent that removed the biting coyote of Green Valley, who had 8 seniors in that community. It's unprecedented in the United States. It had never occurred before. And in this particular case, we found that someone locally was feeding that animal. As these coyotes move into town, people think they're cute and they're not dangerous, and they start feeding them, and then they create a problem. They're moving into town because there's more opportunity for food and water in town than there is in the rural areas. So 64 years ago, there were roughly 1 coyote for every square mile. That was the accepted, and that lasted for about 50 years. Today, there's 250,000 coyotes in California. That's 1.5 coyotes per square mile. The population that's stated by the other gentleman is going up despite controls. Now, I assure you that Wildlife Services, who has a research center for coyotes in Salt Lake City and in Colorado Springs, are attempting to find ways to manage these animals in a manner that we don't want to eradicate them, we just need to imagine them. So imagine 250,000 coyotes and you're going to put a bag limit on them for some reason. Coyotes are not an easy animal to conquer, if you will, to go out and hunt. Many times people go out for the whole weekend and don't even fire a shot. It's not like you go out and shooting fish in a barrel. They're very difficult. They're very smart. They're very challenging. That's part of what makes them very interesting to hunt. So I would encourage the current course you're taking and being very cautious about how you address this. Look into it scientifically, because presently there is no scientific or biological reason in California or any other state in the United States to put a bag limit or a season on these animals. Other things to be cautious about is, in my training as a wildlife services professional and dealing with depredation in all aspects of wildlife throughout the United States, it's my continued understanding that bats, which were mentioned, colonies being eradicated, are federally protected. So let's not get over alarmed without having all the facts. I've been impressed with your committee today and that you do look up the facts, and I hope you continue to do that. And I wanted to let you know that I am available anytime that you want to counsel with me. I try and remain very open. I'm very professional. As I said, I've appeared in many states across the United States testifying on issues concerning coyotes. So thank you very much for your very long day, and don't hesitate to call on me anytime.
Thanks so much, James. All right, we still have several folks waiting to speak. Our next contributor is Julie Adelson.
And that'll be followed by Matthew Duncan and Randy.
Thanks.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I've been here all morning, all day, and not once, when you had every hunter, fisher, who profited from killing animals, did anyone impugn their character or their integrity or why they were here. And I'm really disgusted, as that man did to Rebecca. It's disgusting to me. We are here because we care about animals, and that's why you should be here. I'm really disgusted that everything is about everyone's right to kill an animal. It's disgusting. These animals belong to all of us if they belong to anybody. And you guys can't do more, can't bend over backwards for the people who want to destroy them, and inhumanely as it can get. I'm just disgusted. So the reason I sat here all day was to say non-game animals are being indiscriminately taken in the name of wildlife control and damage management, also referred to as depredation. The take of game animals, however, is monitored through a permitting process, which seems unfair, as though game animals are valued more than the non-species, or that consumers' interests are more highly valued than those of non-consumer. And given that the greater percentage of Californians are, by definition, non-consumers, it's only right that the non-game animals be provided the same or similar protection. Doing so through a permitting process similar to Section 402 would allow the department to track what non-game species are being taken, and it will also rightly place more responsibility on the property owner to take measures to reduce conflicts. Please consider requiring a permit to take all species of bats, all native carnivores, and the Virginia opossum suspected of damaging property, and limit permit periods to a reasonable time of 60 days. It's time you start caring about animals instead of the right to kill one. Shame on you.
Thanks, Julie. Our next speaker is Matthew Duncan.
And Randy, you'll be right after Matthew.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Okay, first, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I wanted to make a comment on this original statement about limited evidence that significant take of non-game mammals outside of depredation is occurring. I'm a guy who grew up in Anaheim, which along with Torrance and Rancho Palos Verdes has been involved in years-long coyote management plan that involves indiscriminate taking of coyotes. I've dealt with trapper out at the Madrona Marsh Nature Preserve, where he spit in my face and then accused me of assaulting him. I've been involved. I was at the city council meeting in Anaheim. I've been going to their meetings for a couple of years. And I'll just tell you this. I grew up in Anaheim. I was coexisting with coyotes in the city in the 1960s and the 1970s. I did my 4th grade science project on coyotes in Anaheim. It wasn't titled Coyotes, Killing Coyotes in Anaheim. It was Coyotes in Anaheim. And my 4th grade teacher said, you know what, Matt, I didn't even know that coyotes lived in Anaheim, but I appreciate what you've just presented. And it became kind of a cool thing at my school. And I had my 2 buddies, they became advocates for coyotes. And our objective was to try to get photographs. Until I did a 4th grade level scat analysis on what coyotes were eating, and came to the realization that coyotes are omnivores. So anyway, I'm not going to respond. I'm very disappointed, obviously, in some of the comments that I've heard from you guys on the table there. I wish Mr. Anderson would have hung around. Hopefully he'll hear what I'm saying. But I do believe that we can coexist. I'm one of those non-consumptive users, and I'm proud of it. And my dad lived in Bishop. My uncle lived in Lake Tahoe. We all coexisted more than 2 generations back. We've never lost an animal to a coyote. Now, the coyotes in Anaheim did kill some cats, but so did my family's German Shepherd. So did people driving their cars on Catella Avenue in Anaheim. That's what happens. If you have free roaming, unattended outdoor cats, they're going to be at risk. They're going to have short lifespans. Now, back to Anaheim, present day city of Anaheim. Let me just read to you what they have posted on their Living with Coyotes site. It says, Anaheim has a management plan for coyotes. The plan relies on the only proven long-term approach to managing coyotes, which is deterrence. Trying to eliminate coyotes doesn't work. When a coyote is taken out of one area, other coyotes move in. Coyotes, which are highly adaptable, also breed more to offset losses. Okay, all good things, in my opinion. But then the next statement is a big contrast. Anaheim has a professional trapper we use throughout the year to handle situations where overpopulation or coyotes being too comfortable with people poses a high threat risk. So I asked city officials, well, they're overpopulated. What's the population? Well, of course, they don't know. I don't know either. Nobody knows. Well, how do you decide? How do you determine what the population is? They had no answer. Well, sightings, and it's just kind of arbitrary. And then I asked about, we talked about the fact that they say they're too comfortable. Well, that goes back to the old Euro invader mindset that we experienced 200 years ago, that wildlife must be submissive to humans. So I don't believe wildlife should be submissive. I just escorted a coyote 2 months ago out of my neighborhood. He was sniffing at the yard where the one person on my street who has unattended free roaming outdoor cats lives, and he was there sniffing around. He peed on a bush, and then I escorted him out of the neighborhood. It was uneventful. He left. He didn't even look at me until he got out the gate, turned around, and took a peek. But it was a positive actually experience for people who were witness to it. So I am disappointed. I don't think you guys that want to kill coyotes or are concerned about your cattle or whatever, I don't think you got anything to worry about, because it looks like after sitting here for the past 7 hours, I know which direction you guys are going. So anyway, I got one more comment, and I know this is related. I have spoken with the Fish and Wildlife because I have concerns that the city of Anaheim, just like, interesting to say that Torrance didn't do anything wrong. Are you aware of the investigation by Fish and Wildlife into violations of 465.5 by their trapper, who's the same trapper that's working in Anaheim? because I suspect Anaheim's got the same problem. The trapper is not following 465.5, which is the regulation that requires he gets written consent from every homeowner within 150 yards. This is a tough one to get enforced, but we've been working on it in Torrance. And Rebecca, thank you to you, because you were the driving force behind getting this investigation done in Torrance. Your hard work paid off. We don't know what happened. Well, I don't know what the DA is going to do, but we'll see. But the city of Anaheim, this is the problem. I submit a request. Hey, where are you guys trapping? You guys won't tell me. The city attorney sends me an email that says, we can't give you that information because we don't have that information. So I'm told, well, you better call CalTIP. So I do. They put me in touch with Fish and Wildlife, and I'm told, you need to have evidence before.
Please, if you
What's
don't
that?
mind, because can I ask you to wrap it up? Because I want to make sure we have.
I've been sitting here for 7 hours, and I had to listen to you guys, and I'm trying to stay calm, but I understand. I listened to 2 hours of dialogue about falconry, so I'm going to wrap it up. I haven't been on that long, so I'm sorry. But anyway, so I was told that the city does not have the trap locations, and so when I contact Fish and Wildlife, they say, well, we need evidence before we can investigate. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, if anybody from Fish and Wildlife can answer that question, because is a city just entitled to just willfully be ignorant and irresponsible and lacking in transparency as to where trapping is going on? I mean, they're trapping. I do know he's trapping at public parks. So what happens when a kid gets caught in a snare? Or what happens when a dog gets caught in a snare? So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Matthew. And it sounds like we should put you in touch with CalTIP, or are there other, well, offline, I think we can make some attempt to connect you with the folks you might need to talk to about some of your concerns. These are important issues. I just want to keep us focused on this, this question of what we're going to do going forward. And I appreciate your comments. Randy, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I think we need more responsibility placed on property owners to take preventative actions. This could be accomplished by adding non-game species such as bats, carnivores, and opossums to the list of animals requiring a permit to take for the protection of our properties. For example, by requiring permits for the taking of carnivores to protect property, this will ensure that wildlife control is done responsibly using trained professionals who can assess whether the removal of the animal is truly necessary. I'm talking about indiscriminate trapping. It also helps to prevent overhunting or, as I said, indiscriminate killing of species that might be beneficial to our ecosystem. It's all a balance. You take out the predator and you're going to be overrun with rodents. Also, regulating the removal of non-game species like bats, carnivores, opossums through permits would help maintain a balance between protecting property and conserving wildlife. It provides a structured framework that ensures any actions that are measured, necessary, and humane, while also considering the broader, environment. I do believe that in Los Angeles, where I am, many stakeholders share the same beliefs as we do in what's going on with indiscriminate trapping in regard to coyotes. I do believe that many cities do not trap because they don't believe in trapping of indiscriminate trapping of coyotes. Some of the cities off the top of my head would be, Pasadena, Arcadia, Los Angeles. I do believe that it is important that Rebecca brought this to the forefront for discussion. I'm really hopeful that you take all of this into consideration, and I would suggest maybe doing a survey with the stakeholders that live in the state of California and seeing how many actually believe that coyotes should be indiscriminately trapped. I think you may be surprised. Okay, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the consideration.
Thanks, Randy. Next person up is Sam Ramirez.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Ramirez, and I own and operate Humane Pest Control here in LA and surrounding areas. As a part of a growing branch of pest control industry that focuses on non-lethal strategies to resolve wildlife conflicts, I support a permitting process or other means that would allow the department to document the take of non-game mammals. I have seen too many cases where property owners and pest control companies have wiped out families of animals because there's nothing in place to prevent them from doing so. And it was so unnecessary because removing the animals doesn't solve the problem. Nothing done to address the conditions that create the conflict in this first place. Companies like mine address the core issue. There's rarely a need to be hands-on with the animals, and our results are permanent. There's a better way to solve conflicts that doesn't involve taking wild lives. A permitting process will go a long way in reducing unnecessary and wasteful taking of wildlife. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Pardon me. Our next contributor is Carmen L.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hello. Yes. I'm on the side. I lived in Long Beach. That's where I grew up and never saw a coyote ever. Went to the beach, fine. Okay, then I moved up to Sacramento. Never seen a coyote here. Well, guess what? Now we're overbuilding on their hunting grounds. People are starting to say, and I live over by Arco Arena, if you know where that is. People are saying that they are starting to hear coyotes howling off of Elkhorn Boulevard. So my position is the people or the commission should be pushing to stop all this overbuilding. We're building on their grounds, their hunting grounds. And my thought is they've been here all along. We just didn't know it, but they didn't have to move into our neighborhoods to do that. Then in December of 2023, I went down to the Victoria Park in Carson. That's where my mother lived. I brought my cat with me, and unfortunately, I did not know that there were coyotes in the neighborhood smack dab in the middle of the city. I thought all those coyotes were up in the hills. Well, my cat got out, and I never saw him again. Never. And the experience has left me traumatized. And I say Torrance, good for Torrance doing that because the population has exploded. There's not one day that passes by that I don't see a posting of, oh, I just saw a coyote in broad daylight right there. You know, what does it take? Put the people first, humans first, and them second. So, and I'm very worried about Sacramento because we have not had to live with this coyote infestation that is happening down in Southern California. But we are headed in that direction. If you don't do something now, I have never had to worry about a coyote coming into my neighborhood. But in Carson, in Victoria, where are the damn animals? Where are the squirrels? Where are the raccoons? I did not see one. Not one. You know why? Because the coyotes are eating them. And the cats, that neighborhood is almost void. It is the most eerie feeling going through that neighborhood. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Jacob Shaw.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is
Hi.
Jacob Shaw, and I'm speaking on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals and our tens of thousands of members and supporters in the state of California to request increased protection for all native carnivores, including coyotes. It's been talked about a lot today. Foxes, badgers, skunks, and raccoons. I'll keep this brief because I know it's been a long meeting, but the current lack of regulation has just allowed for the cruel and excessive slaughter of our state's wildlife, with a total lack of accountability from the ranchers and other private interests who are killing these animals. So requiring a permitting process, as we do with most things that have an impact on public land, is a responsible step, and it's the least we can do for California's wildlife, as well as the citizens who care deeply about our state's animals and don't want them recklessly and cruelly massacred. So thank you so much for considering this, and we hope that the committee will make a just decision to do what's right for these animals. Thank you.
Jacob, and then next we have Charlie from Health.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Zavaleta and members of the committee. I wasn't sure if this was about depredation or hunting or whatnot. I'm going to talk about the hunting aspect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I see this leading towards, or at least certainly some people are leading towards, in my opinion, to further restrict coyote hunting in California. California has already placed significant limits or outright bans on hunting many other predators, leaving coyotes as one of the few species where hunting remains relatively open. This is not a minor issue. By reducing or eliminating the human role in controlling predators such as mountain lions, bobcats, or bears, we've created what I believe is a dangerous imbalance in our ecosystems, especially in California. Why? Because unchecked predator populations can overwhelm prey species such as deer, elk, and small game, and put added strain on already stressed habitats. Many of these prey species are the animals our communities rely on for field-to-table hunting traditions and the critical conservation funding that comes with it. But beyond that, a balanced predator-prey dynamic is essential for overall ecosystem health, from riparian zones to grasslands. Historically, humans have been one of the only effective checks on top-level predators in California. When we remove ourselves from that equation by restricting or outlawing hunting, the result is often too many predators vying for resources. This can reduce deer herds, increase livestock depredation, and impact ground nesting birds. Coyotes, in particular, are extremely adaptable and can flourish even in suburban or agricultural environments. Just look at Golden Gate Park right now. If we limit coyote management now, we risk amplifying an already serious predator imbalance, one that many biologists say has led to troubling declines in certain game and non-game species alike. I recognize that some people feel uneasy about predator hunting, especially if they don't see a direct connection to food on the table. I heard a little bit of that today, but let's remember that predator management is about the bigger picture of conservation. Whether it's controlling coyotes or other carnivores, responsible hunting can help maintain robust, balanced populations of both predators and their prey. Without it, we risk swinging even further off kilter. I urge the committee to consider the broader ecological implications before placing additional restrictions on coyote hunting or whatever it is exactly we're talking about here. Predator management isn't about eradicating coyotes whatsoever. I love watching coyotes. I love, just looking at them, not outside of hunting. But it's not about eradicating coyotes or any other carnivore. It's about sustaining a workable balance for the good of our wildlife, California's wildlife, our habitats, and the communities who cherish both. Let's not make California's ecosystem worse by repeating the mistakes we've already seen with other predator species. Thank you for your time, long time today, and your consideration. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Charlie. Okay, lots of folks weighing in on this conversation. Lots of a sense that folks are flagging. It's been a long day. I guess I want to reflect on the range of things that folks have discussed. I know that this was kind of an open-ended item compared to what we sometimes come into these conversations with. but the central issue is around indiscriminate take. Understanding that some folks have expressed concern about that term. In terms of the solution space, folks have suggested things ranging from a permitting system for all take of all native mammals, which is not, that's different from 4152. It's different from 472. It's a layer that, we don't have right now. And in another direction, concern about imposing any additional restrictions on take. I think the rationales people have for being concerned about additional restrictions on take are varied, and that's important to me because I'm hearing some folks concerned about restricting a hunting opportunity. I think that's real. I'm hearing others concerned about their ability to deal with nuisance animals. That's also really important. And then there's this third bin that's sort of generalized take. If I reflect on it, it's hard for me to sort of reconcile this idea that we should just eliminate species, native species, because they might pose threats to people or to our livestock. We've talked about bats, we've talked about coyotes, we've talked about some other species as well. When we don't do that, we don't do that with bears, we don't do that with lions. We've figured out other ways to regulate the ways that take occurs on some of these big predator species that sort of constrain us more to dealing with nuisance animals. And I wish Commissioner Anderson were here because I don't feel like we're done with our conversation about where we each sit on this. But I don't agree that that shooting on site for coyotes in case they might cause a problem is consistent with our existing policy. That is a sticking point for me. That's not consistent with our responsibilities as a commission to the wildlife of the state. On the other hand, I'm not interested in curtailing hunting opportunity if there isn't a need to. So I think it's kind of complicated. A couple of folks talked about science, like where's the science on this? I'm not an expert, but my best understanding on a couple of key points here. One is that indiscriminate take of coyotes, in quotes, right? So the kinds of practices like trapping all coyotes around particular city limits, for instance. There's not clear evidence at all that that has any population effects. Somebody spoke to that because territories are what are limiting. And so you take out one animal and another one moves in potentially. So I think there are questions about the effectiveness of that kind of approach. And so if there are concerns about limiting the availability of options for effectively controlling coyotes, I'm not really sure that's an issue here. Coyote populations and why they've grown so much. My best understanding is that the ecology of that has to do with two big things. One is the absence of other larger predators has created a lot of niche space for coyotes to expand. And the other is like people subsidizing this very adaptable species. So, food subsidies, waste subsidies, and so on. And it's not, this is not some like mysterious process that's occurred that coyote populations have gone up all over the country. As I've said before, I feel like we have a terrestrial predator policy that speaks specifically to our responsibility to protect native predators. And I guess I want to step into this cautiously because, I think there have been suggestions that we do a big range of things involving a bunch of different species. But the thing that I see that I would highlight is that we have this terrestrial predator policy, and 472 includes coyotes right now, and that's a conflict between 472 and our predator policy. So I guess the thing I want to suggest is that we step into this, not do a big shift, not take all these species off this list, but that we take coyotes off of the list in 472. And I have a feeling that would not be the last step, that we would have to then address hunting and the possibility of regulating coyotes in some other way for hunting. They would still be subject to the same rules, is my understanding, around nuisance individuals, around depredations.
because of the code section.
Because of 4152.
Because of
4152,
4152,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so I just want to give staff, department staff, commission staff a chance to respond to that.
Well, yeah.
I think that makes sense as
Respond
an
to-
avenue. That's definitely something that we would essentially be, as I understand it, it would be removing coyotes from section 472 and then instituting some sort of, for lack of a better term, hunting regime to sort of reinstitute recreational take, recreational hunting of coyotes. And it's still to be determined what that would look like, but presumably, at the very least, I would think of bag limit, right? I don't know if that would, I don't know if it makes sense, seasons, but a bag and possession limit would certainly make sense. That's, you mentioned treating game species, that's how we treat game species. So if that's, is that what you're
If
thinking?
you're looking
or?
for consistency, that would be the obvious place to go, but I'm sure you all may have another suggestion.
Well, I mean, I think there's, you know, I agree, I'm not sure. I don't know that seasons make sense. I think if we're gonna make sure that we keep the door open to hunting, then that's typically what we do. There's some conversation about bag limits. And that should reflect our understanding of what the population impacts of hunting are. And, you know, so I don't want to talk about numbers right now. I don't think
I don't think
we
we
can
need
do
to.
that. I don't think we need to talk
We
about
don't
numbers,
need
and I
to.
don't think we can
The
talk about
commission
numbers.
will need to, obviously.
Yeah.
If this is gonna go to a regulation, we would need to go there at some point, but we don't need that detail necessarily right now.
I want to signal that I think those numbers would be high, because there are a lot of coyotes, and I want to signal that because I want to make sure that folks are not walking away from here concerned that we're trying to reduce hunting opportunity. I think to me, this is much more about not hunting opportunity, not dealing with nuisance animals, but getting some consistency between our terrestrial predator policy and just this specific sort of indiscriminate targeting of coyotes.
Maybe a couple of thoughts.
Yeah.
But no recommendations or decisions. I think you need to consider if you walk down potentially moving coyote as a managed hunted species, there is not an ability for the department to manage that species, to understand it, to track it, to collar it, to evaluate any proposal on a bag limit or a number or a species population level, that sort of thing. We allow the take of these animals now. We realize through the numbers and through the sightings and by everyone's best judgment, maybe some individuals have data on that. The department's not tracking that. It's been sort of considered with all the other species that's in this code and regulations we're talking about. They're generally in large numbers and typically not at a threat of CISA listing or anything even close, right? So I think there's something to think about there. I think with respect to the concern of trying to somehow eliminate the ability for somebody to manage these, or even not eliminate their ability to manage it under nuisance, I don't think you're solving that in that the city, and we have an obligation, depending on where the species lies, for issuing depredation permits. So whether they're taking under 472 now, whether you like the way they're taking or not is a different conversation, or how they're taking them, because they believe they have a problem. As the Commissioner Anderson mentioned earlier, they might feel it's their responsibility. This is my area, just like it was my backyard, my home. I'm responsible for the city and the city limits, right? And I'm responsible for things that are happening there, and this is our management plan to do that, right? They'd still come get a depredation permit from us which would result in potentially the same things. They're a licensed trapper, they're out notifying 150 feet, whatever, going through all the regulations. So I don't know that you're addressing either of those, to where either you're trying to understand what the population level effect is of hunting, whether people believe that they're being taken for a purpose or not, or because we're not going to be able to manage that and understand that. We're just going to have a reporting number if you even created a reporting requirement. And, you know, similar to the pig depredation and things we've gone through over the years, right? They went so bad, they turned into an exotic animal. Of course, not native, but very similar situations of the amount of influence, the amount of harm, conflict, all the above, right? So I'm just trying to like think through and lay out, stepping down these things, the ripple effects or the things that need to be decided, and then the timing, even if you got to either of those recommendations and walk down that road, how do you do that and how do you do it in conjunction, right? And that's something to be thinking about so that you're not limiting or taking away. You can't, I wouldn't recommend you amend the section that takes away the opportunity and then a year or two later, we figure out how to go allow hunters to take coyotes again. I think there needs to be some consistency and thought process through that, which obviously would take a lot of time and a lot more conversation, but we're not probably going to have any of that data and information that we typically require when we come to you with the regs on, hey, let's up the deer tags over here or the bear numbers or what have you. It's just simply not part of the department's operations, MO, resources, et cetera. So just some food for thought in what you want to consider going forward.
Thanks, Chad. Yeah, and you know, I guess I want to, looking to staff to see if they got anything they want to add.
I mean, just my thought on, Chad makes a really good point about
Yeah.
being able to monitor species that we have regulations on. And that is a really good point. I guess my thought is right now, I don't, it's hard for me to envision how, if the bag limit is the way we want to go, that would be, I don't know, a problem from like, it would be more restrictive than we have now, right? So.
I could also say, Artie, though, if you went down that road and took it off and put it into a nuisance space, if you ended up getting to the space where coyotes are off this allowance and they have to get depredation, it's gonna overwhelm us with requests for depredation permits. If you get to that point where coyotes need to fall into this issuance of what we're already struggling with just mountain lions and bears and anything else that happens in that space, overwhelm us.
So I just want to make sure on that point, I understand this clearly. If we leave 4152 alone, coyotes are covered by 4152. There is not a need for a permit to be obtained. Is that right?
Yeah, I just want to make sure if we're walking down that.
They do not need a permit. We're not
Correct.
going there yet. Yeah,
Correct.
and I
If
understand that some
if
folks
there's
have
a
suggested
depredation,
that today.
if they're taken under depredation.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
that's
in the
right. They
purview
still would
of
not need a
code, too.
permit. It's.
Right,
That's in code.
the commission
It's
doesn't have
not
the
a
authority to
commission.
change that.
There,
It's a legislature.
Right.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
people could still take coyotes for depredation purposes without without a permit, as long as they're, quote, injuring property or growing crops.
But it then excludes it to the reason that we're dealing with here. So if you stick it to injuring property and crops, that's the crux of where we're at now. That's a determination by the party to some extent, right? Like, you can argue the cities that are managing these are doing it under 472, or they're doing it under 4152.
Or they're doing it under 472, consistent with 4152.
Correct, but if you took away their ability under 472, you could argue that they're doing it under 4152. So I would go back to what are you trying to solve?
Well, I think 4152 sets some sort of bar that there has to be some sort of property damage occurring.
Right.
Crops, property, it doesn't say
Public safety.
public
human-
safety in here, but it should. I mean, I think that's inherent. Maybe it's not inherent, maybe it needs to be stated. I guess what I'm saying is like, I understand that to be part of the set of reasons that you can go ahead.
Right,
and
I would say that.
exercise your right under 4152.
Understand that, so take away the rule setting where folks might be, you know, the contests and things we had. If you come back to much of the examples we've been provided, which are urban settings where cities are managing those animals, they're going to fall under those same categories in 4152, in my opinion. I believe they're gonna argue that they're still eligible to go trap, manage, do what they need to do for the protection of their property, their people, public safety, or whatever they want to call it, because that's what all of their plans and the folks that are doing it are called out. It's spelled out in there. They've realized this is a problem. We need to get in front of it. And it's a management technique. It's not an extermination. It's not extirpation. which I think some of these folks are thinking. It's a management technique to bring the tolerance level down to where these species can coexist with the amount of space and people we have in those areas where these conflicts are occurring.
Agreed. Yes.
All right, it's after 4:30 and we still have other agenda items to get to. So as I said, I just want to step into this, but I want to recommend that we take one thing to the full commission that's small, that is taking coyotes out of 472. And it sounds to me like that needs to be coupled with some conversation about what additional steps we would need to take if we are going to also discuss maintaining the opportunity to hunt coyotes when we consider that at the full commission.
So we can make that part of that recommendation, but also make at least the abstract concept of maintaining the hunting. And then the core team would have to.
We have to be able to consider that. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
But that would be part of the recommendation and therefore would be part of what's going forward. And then again, like a lot of the things that we've discussed today, we'd have to go back and figure out all the details for a detailed recommendation to the proposal to the commission about what that would look like.
I still got our hand up. David, you've been raising your hand. I just want to give you a chance to weigh in before I make a formal recommendation.
Just relative to comments about 472.
Can you speak up so they can hear?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank
Just relative to your comments, Commissioner, about 472. I don't know if you're talking about removing it and then reclassifying it as a different species. It's not non-game, right? That's specific to non-game. But if it remains non-game, you've also got to make considerations to 473, 474, 475. They all will fall after that one because the controlling factor to that species for take is on other sections. To like, can you take them at night in what areas of the state, methods of take. It's not all controlled by 472. That was all.
Thanks.
And you could conceivably work within 472 to change take as well.
Yes, I don't think, and that was mentioned once before by somebody, I don't believe we can reclassify coyotes as a game species or some other, that's in code.
That's in code.
We can't, and we don't have to because 472 just refers to the following non-game mammals.
That's right,
So
we can regulate it
non-game mammal.
without reclassifying it. I don't think that's necessary, but just to be clear for those that suggested that the commission doesn't have that power. It's
Yeah, I don't know. if
It's
you
in
have to-
statute.
Bobcats are a good example. They're non-game.
Right.
And they had additional provisions added to.
Right, they're
So I don't.
treated special even though they're non-game species.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, if it stays non-game, then for instance, 474, which deals with knife hunting, can still apply even if they're not at 472 anymore.
Line after that.
Right.
It remains non-game.
Right, and obviously American crows there too, same situation.
There is actually a bag of crows.
Yeah, and I am not suggesting we try to take American crow to 472 right now.
I'm just saying
I
it's
think that is like, that's what folks have been talking about is like all of those things we shouldn't be doing that with. And I want to step into it more gradually because I just think that the life histories are different, the human wildlife interactions are different.
No, I'm just saying American crow's non-game, but it does have a bag limit, it has a season, all that kind of stuff.
The point stands though that
Yeah.
given this sort of, we want to maintain hunting on coyotes in some form or fashion. It's obviously not just, we would have to look at all of the methods of take and all that kind of stuff, ancillary to it, just to make sure it would be consistent with.
But there is hunting in
maintaining
non-game mammals.
Right.
And so
Right.
taking it out of 472 is consistent with maintaining hunting.
Yes,
Just
we would,
not-
we would have, I mean, 472 is what, among other things, enables hunting. That was a point that was made earlier.
Yeah.
So if we take it out of 472 and do nothing, then there's no take except for depredation.
So we
That's
have,
it.
so that's why I want to make sure we also address that.
4152 is the only
Yeah.
on-ramp for taking coyotes. We want to go beyond that. We want to open up more activity, reopen the hunting activity. So we'd have to reinsert that into the regulations through some other form. And we can figure out what that is, but that's how we would have to do it.
Okay.
At least that's my first initial thought about how we would have to do it.
I know it's late, but this is also real important. Bill and Mike, please.
2 comments. If this were brought to the commission via petition, specifically said you'll want to remove coyotes from 472, I almost guarantee it, you guys would send it to the department for review and recommendation, right? They weighed in a little bit on that here today, but nowhere near had the opportunity to dig into it the way they would when they were reviewing the other petition. The other thing is, this is so highly controversial. It's such a heavy lift for a commission that's already screaming about being overburdened. What I heard Commissioner Anderson say before he left, I don't think he's on the same page. I think it's entirely inappropriate to make a recommendation today with him not here when we're under no certain time limit to get this thing done. I would strongly recommend we put it on the May WRC, continue that when Darius is here and take it from there. I just think going forward today, I would have a serious problem with that. And I know a lot of other people would too.
And Bill, I'd be right there with you on that. If there were not going to be the opportunity for Commissioner Anderson to participate in all the conversations that are going to happen subsequent to this. So like, I would not be comfortable making a decision today, to be super clear. Just a recommendation that we take it up. And then the decision is going to happen down the line.
That's a lot of take up when you go to the full commission. It's gonna be a lot of time, a lot of discussion, a lot of heavy lift.
As
We've
far
got
as,
other more pressing urgent issues.
yeah, well, I wanted to address that. As far as workload goes, and ultimately Melissa and David, the self who's acting as our program manager, will be the real arbiter of timing, but, I would anticipate that this, not only workload, but just logistics about working through all these different issues is gonna take a long time. It's gonna take some time for us to get our heads around this, to figure out a strategy that works and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, even if this were to go forward as a recommendation and the commission accepts that recommendation in February and says, okay, go forward and bring us something, it will be quite some time before we're able to come back with something for this. I mean, just because Bill's right, there's so much stuff that's out there now. We're trying to manage workload in what we have now. So this would probably go on the, on the bottom of the pile or near the bottom of the pile, and would take some time for us to work it out. Of course, that's at the commission's discretion, how much they want to prioritize this as well, but no matter what, I can imagine this is just gonna take a long time for us to work through it, so. Even if recommendation is accepted, it's not just gonna happen right away.
That's important realism.
I know we're running way down. The WRC was created so after the Bobcat nightmare and everything else, where we could have these detailed discussions at a lower level. So we're not taking up the full commission's time. So I mean, this flies in the face of the WRC in general if it were to go forward, in my view.
And I think that, the other piece of that is that this has been in WRC now for over a year. So
It's the first time we really dug into it. Yeah.
we had an agenda and folks haven't had much
But
to
it was
say.
Exactly.
But usually we take that as a signal that folks haven't had much to say, so.
Folks haven't had much to say because we didn't know what the issue was. And for the folks that didn't have much to say, there hasn't been an issue. There is an issue. My comment I was gonna make, if you're gonna go forward with making a recommendation or a referral or whatever it's called, you feel firmly, Commissioner, enough about this to request that if Coyote's taken on 472. But what I heard was that and then optionally or maybe, or if people are motivated as such to find a way to hunt coyotes, I'd like your statement to be much more secure in that on principle, you want coyotes to be treated on par with other animals, you want them out of 472, and that what I'd like to hear you say, and you want to have this package go in parallel to include hunting of coyotes. Because my concern is that the second half of that kind of gets us, we can do the one thing easy. This other part of it is really complicated, and maybe, and 2 years later, coyotes hunting is still illegal, and we just, you know, and we're fighting over that ahead of all the other high priority issues that are in front of us. I see this just become a big barrier to lots of other progress. So I'd love to hear you say both are important. They need to go forward together. And I didn't hear that in the recommendation.
Okay, well, I haven't made the recommendation yet, to be clear, but and that's part of why I wanted to make sure I did hear from folks who had something more to add. Rebecca, you've had your hand up for a while. I want to make sure that you have a chance to add something if you have something else to add.
Thank you so much, and thank you for moving through this. My last question to you, though, is truly what I wanted to see, is that all the other animals we mentioned had greater protection. So my question to y'all is, what path do we take? Where do we go with that? If we're trying to get these animals, these other species, the same level of respect and, if you want to say protection, through a permitting process. So it's just not willy-nilly, I don't like raccoons, I can go kill all the ones I want in my backyard. That is really what I'm concerned about. I don't care that you hunt coyotes. It's fine. It's not about taking tools away. It's not about stopping depredation, killing off the predators. It's about the permitting so that you guys, the trustee agency, can track what's going on and see what's going on. And bats, I can't believe we haven't talked about the bats, right? But it would be twofold. So I'm trying to, I hear what you're saying about 472, and that's fine. Not really sure I understand it, but how do we go about protecting these other animals, giving them the respect and the protection as the game animals have? If you have an answer for me today, or maybe we can touch base later. I know it's been a long day.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. I mean, I think my only honest answer is I don't have an answer to that. And I don't feel like we've had enough conversation about the ins and outs of, all of these other possibilities to move forward with anything more than what we've talked about at the end of this conversation. Is there anything staff wanted to add? No? Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Please, Jack.
It's a question on, just clarification before you maybe make a statement or a recommendation, and it's tied to just making sure I understand how you're thinking about cities and counties' ability to manage these animals. If your staff is saying that they're managing them under 472 and you're taking coyotes out of the ability under 472, but your staff are also saying that 4152 isn't necessarily depredated, they wouldn't fit under there. How are these cities and counties managing coyotes? And that's what's coming at you in a commission. And so I'm trying to understand, where do they fall in this situation? Because I know also that's the burden that comes to us, conflict. And so we should be clear as to where they fall, just like hunters, into that space. If you are not feeling that they fall under 4152, which maybe you argue they can, but if you very clearly want to keep that to crops and depredation and actual, damage to that extent, not preemptive, not response, not that space, they're left in a void. And that's what unclear on. And I would not recommend you go to a commission level without us having that understood of how that gets addressed as well. I wasn't clear earlier in my comments between the two, but that's something that I'm very much aware of and don't wish upon any of us in a larger audience.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I said before, under 4152, there's some bar that has to do with damage or risk. And under 472, there isn't one. And I mean, absolutely, there's some room for interpretation in 4152, but it is a little bit of a higher bar. I think I would be more concerned about it if the control measures, if there was some clarity that they were effective.
In management or extermination?
In management. I mean, we're using those words not a lot of clarity to me about what they mean. But I think if we're saying management, and what we're referring to is removing coyotes that come within city limits, for instance. Right. It's not clear to me that that's had any effect on numbers of coyotes and conflict with coyotes in cities. my understanding is that,
I would venture to ask this, well, maybe the cities will come out and tell us. I think there's a lot of examples of cities that aren't using it and there's cities that are, and
yeah.
it's a combination of portfolio effect of things they're using to try and deal with the issue.
The science is mixed.
It's really an issue of scale, right?
Yeah.
You know, so on a citywide basis, are you with that particular, pack that might be injuring, your backyard?
My initial thought, and again, this is just initial thoughts because all this is, we're all trying to process this now. Now that we actually have a potential of a recommendation on the table. My initial thought is we would probably need to treat them like we do mountain lions, I suppose, right? We don't go out and just kill a mountain lion because it's a mountain lion and have this. If a specific mountain lion is causing a specific problem and has attacked a person, we go and we at least attempt to dispatch that mountain lion, right? So we would be going after actual problem individuals of coyotes that have caused problems, individuals, because those are the ones, at least in my mind, that are covered under 4152. An individual that is injuring property or growing crops or whatever that phrase is. Like that's the individual coyotes that are
The problem coyotes.
the problem coyotes. Thank you. That's the way to say it, right? The ones that are pursuing that behavior, which is depredation, those would be covered. And any other coyote which wasn't would not be covered.
Covered under what?
Under 4152.
I think.
Too, while we're at it.
What's that?
We should just introduce wolves. Because they'll knock down the coyote problem.
We have wolves now. But I mean, I think like, maybe it's a little triggering to talk about lions because lions are like a whole bunch of other stuff. So let's not talk about lions necessarily.
I was just trying to get the concept of a targeted individual.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what we do for a lot of other species, right?
Yeah.
We go after like you said, the problem individual. That's what we do.
That's what we do for other terrestrial.
And I think that's how we
would.
I think that's how we would reconcile 4150.
I have a question.
Okay, Chris had his hand up, so I want to go to Chris, but I'm going to come back to you in just a second. Yes.
So as soon as Ari uttered the words mountain lion.
Yeah.
My hair went up on the back of my neck.
That's right.
I gotta be honest with you, the idea of depredation permits on a singular mountain lion, I certainly understand that. And quite honestly, I can go on for hours about my objections to that, but it's purpose here. You know, the idea of asking a rancher or a landowner now to go out and get individual depredation permits for a coyote, I think the absurdity of that is just.
We are not going to permits. I want to be super clear about that.
I wouldn't
That would be a
want to go
different idea.
down that path. I think that, and I get what Ari's trying to bring up, but I'm not sure that's an analogy.
It's not permanent. I don't know that I don't know. I would be interested to see what a lawyer says, but I don't know whether you could reconcile a permit with 4152 with that specific.
And I don't think
language.
that's on the table.
I don't know that you could.
Yeah, 4152, still in effect, no permit required, just to be super clear, Chris.
Right, yeah, no, and I get it, and I mean, in terms of the lady who lost her cat, I'm very sorry for that. You know, I doubt very seriously that coyote that took the lady's cat will probably ever be found. It's my sincere hope that she probably didn't find the remains of her cat. So, you know, I'm sure that was a traumatic experience, but I don't think you're gonna find that mountain lion, or not that mountain lion, but that coyote. And I think, you know, to go to the cities now and say, well, by the way, individual cities have now got to come up with, you know, specific depredation bars on coyotes. I think you're gonna find that to be a pretty big burden. I could be wrong, Chad, you may want to feel differently about that, but.
I mean, lots of cities are handling it in a lot of ways, yeah. I feel like I just need to insert that, you know, I've lost animals to coyotes on multiple occasions over the last several years. And so I guess I share that because, you know, it's not like I don't understand the potential impact that individual coyotes can have or packs of coyotes can have on people's property and lives, but I think that it's, a lot of cities are doing things that are consistent with 4152, you know, that are not less effective than what a city like Torrance may be doing.
I think Lori,
sorry, yeah,
Lori had a
waiting.
question.
I just had a question on, I mean, I just can't wrap my head around what he just said about the coyotes, because a mountain lion, a bear, coyote, they're like so different. Maybe in the city, coyotes might be a lone coyote, but like where I come from in the country, they're in a pack. So how are you gonna differ? Okay, you're just gonna pick a number, you pick a number, you're the one that did it, I'm gonna kill you. How do you tell which coyote did what when they're running in a pack? They come into my pasture and they kill one of my cows, they're all guilty, and they're all gonna go.
Maybe that's the reasonable solution to that, is that if there's a pack
I just
that's
don't
separated.
get how he can say one coyote. You pick it and compare them to a mountain lion or a bear.
Yeah, or I think that's a good point.
The whole thing's ridiculous.
I mean, that was just an initial thought, but also, I mean, part of what a regulation does is interpret, right? Interpret statute. So perhaps the commission interprets an individual that injures property and growing crops differently, right? Maybe the commission puts some sort of interpretation of what that means, of a practical solution into the regulations, right? And maybe that's, and it's something that I haven't thought of, or we haven't thought of at this point, right? Like, I think that would be a good source of discussion for the commission.
I mean, there's obviously a wide range of perspectives on this. But I do think that, you know, I keep coming back to this. I mean, we don't live in this age anymore when I think we have whole native species who can't exist as native mammals in our state. So, you know, I think this is a step away from that. And in particular, coyotes make sense because, you know, we have this terrestrial predator policy. It doesn't make sense that we have native mammalian predators that right now there's no bar. There's no bar around the take of any number at any time for any reason. So I think that, I know not everybody's going to be happy with that, but I agree, Lori, there are details to work out, and maybe the interpretation of this with respect to coyotes is not going to be at the level of individual because it's a group. That we gotta be practical, but I would like to see us, you know, move in the direction of consistency between our policy and this rule. So, you know, we can keep talking about this more, but I'd like to suggest that I make a recommendation and we move ahead. Yeah, okay, and I apologize, everybody's tired. I'm tired. So I'm gonna just take a moment to make sure that I do justice to what you said, Mike, as well. So the Wildlife Resources Committee recommends that the commission approve a future rulemaking to amend section 472 to remove coyotes in concert with a future rulemaking to, which we had Mike here, to enable hunting opportunity. Yeah, I think enable, well, I want to be careful with maintain because we might change the amount.
I like maintain.
Sure.
But I do think maintain a hunting opportunity, that doesn't specify a number.
That's right, okay.
It
Maintain,
just
to maintain.
specifies that you can
I'll go
still
with that.
continue to hunt,
To maintain hunting
but
opportunity.
it doesn't specify how much.
How, or, yeah,
Okay.
the parameters under which that is.
Right. It acknowledges that it currently exists.
And I just want to be clear, this is a minor nitpick, but
Okay.
gotta be clear with these recommendations.
Okay.
You said in concert with the rulemaking, but that would be the same rule.
It'll be the same rulemaking.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Do I need to say it again?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
You specified that, we
To
understand.
maintain hunting opportunity and to amend section 472 to remove coyotes. Thanks, everyone. Okay, And my apologies, now I see there's another hand up, but I am gonna move us forward, it's almost 5 o'clock. Out of respect to the folks who really actually are supposed to be able to get out of here at 5. So the next item on the agenda is item 6, department updates. And we have 3 parts to item 6. I think in the interest of time, Jay's already left, so I don't know that we have a fisheries branch update. So maybe no, we'll just take.
I think we'd like to offer just to forego the updates, if that would work for the committee. I mean, we
I'm
don't,
fine with that, or I can give you a 30-second.
you know, I don't mean to speak, I mean, I don't have anything particularly. Just in the interest.
Yeah, okay.
It's up to you.
I mean, I think, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Is there something in
keeping,
particular?
keeping in mind that we don't have updates again for 4 more months.
Well, we give them at the commission meeting too, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
We're kind of always rolling through.
So maybe part of it gets rolled over to February.
I was going to update you on our current capture activities, and maybe we could roll all that up. We're having quite a successful year in capture so far, so maybe don't, you know, heard that, we could roll all that up and give that to you in, at our next meeting in May. We've had quite a year this year. In fact, even today, they caught 15 deer and X5A, just got that. I will tell you that yesterday was our first day for wolf captures, and we caught 4 wolves yesterday. So I guess I should give you that update.
Wow.
They were all together in a pack, and so all, you know, we were able to get them where we could capture them all. They were all in Sierra Valley, and probably all from the same pack. And there is some, I guess I would leave you with this, you know, we continue to identify these packs, and certainly these packs are growing, but things are continuing to change as well. We believe, like the backward pack we have not seen for a year, so we're going to probably in our next update, you know, not include that as a pack along backward. Along with those captures, we are doing aerial surveys both to spot for animals that we can get a helicopter to, and also trying to sort some of this out. I mean, certainly there's a lot of movement, you know, in wolves. So that was that was a pretty amazing day yesterday to catch that many. We've had similar successes across elk, deer, and bears. Well, I guess I'm into it. I think bears we're over 70 now, so. We'll give you a full update on all of our captures, which of course are supporting our science and development of our management plans. And I guess I would just briefly say that too, that we are, with the bear plan in particular, we have completed all of our reviews, external reviews. We met with each of the major letters, folks that wrote us letters. We met with, I guess, Mike remains, Bill and everybody is gone. We met with collectively with that whole group that falls under the Hunting and Conservation Coalition. We also met with the individual authors of letters, the Humane Society. We met with the Bear League. So really a spectrum of all the comments that we received in you know, sort of major letters written to us. So staff are wrapping that up. We expect them to complete it by the end of the month, and then it will come up to us. Again, we've seen it previously. And then it would be, you know, theoretically to move up to the director after that. Simultaneously with that, we are completing our bighorn plan, and it's in really the same shape. It's been through all of its public review, some final edits, and it would be ready to move up. One of the major final edits that we want to do is incorporate the conversations that we've been having surrounding Sierra Nevada bighorn and mountain lion management. We wouldn't expect to resolve everything in the plan, but certainly to identify that and point to other efforts, planning efforts to address that issue. And of course, with bighorn, really the plan and historically was focused largely on desert bighorn where hunting take is occurring. We have in Sierra Nevada are of course an endangered species, but we made the decision, you know, at the outset of it that we wanted a plan that was encompassing for bighorn sheep in California. So the bear and bighorn are at the top of our list to get those through and up to the director for his consideration. You take, I guess I did. I was going to tell you too, that we are with the Bobcat plan, we've had some conversation there. Similarly with constituents, and that is making great progress. We have 2 documents with that one. The plan itself and a science plan or document as well that came out of course we were we were appropriated funds to conduct a study, understand our state's bobcat population, and then complete the management plan, and we have done both. We've really got a parallel track with drafts on both of those items. The science stuff was done through also with an external science advisory group. We expect that's still going to take some time, to get that through, and our priorities really, as I said earlier, are with bear and bighorn right now. I guess that's
works for me.
it's a little updated. Sorry. I wanted to spare y'all some time, but those are significant.
You're the ones who I feel like are kind of here past your hours. So thank
We're
you for-
busy.
Thank you for taking the time.
It's what we do. No problem.
For the law enforcement division, just some quick numbers. Last year at this time, we started our largest academy. We had 64 people in there. After the academy and then field training, that number is down to 45 people that are new wardens that are out in the field solo out on patrol. And then we still have 2 left on training that are kind of just stragglers. Hopefully they'll finish up here shortly. Just this past Monday, we started this year's academy. We have 25 sponsored cadets in there, meaning they're already hired. And then 7 self-sponsored that hope to get picked up at some point, usually shortly after the academy. And actually, I should have amended that. After one day, we had somebody drop out, one of those sponsored people. So we're down to 24. And then also, we currently have 3 assistant chief vacancies, one for the northern, one for the southern, and then one at headquarters. Those positions are vacant. They've all already been flown. People have put in for them. They should be filled. So some new leadership, kind of different spots in the state. They should probably be filled by the end of this month. So that's all I have.
That was a good 30. That was a good 30 seconds.
Speed updates.
All right, no.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we open up the floor to discussion on the updates. Okay. Do you want to sort of, I'm looking forward to hearing more about what's going on with wolves. Because you alluded to the idea that maybe there's more to talk about there. And I know it's something that's been brought up previously in discussion. I want to suggest that although this is down on item 8, we might want to make space for a discussion about wolves at a future WRC meeting. And we can do that in the form of discussion around your update, or we could put it as a discussion item on the agenda. I don't know whether you have a recommendation one or the other, Ari.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
I have a
It wouldn't be
question.
for particular action, it would just be for an update and discussion, but we can definitely do that, yeah.
So should we leave it under updates? Do you have a preference? Do you?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What's the intent and how do we shape that around, particularly if you, as we learned today, whether you put things on here as a recommendation or a discussion and the hours we may take, and especially if you bring wolves to this table, what would you like us to bring to the
Totally fair.
to the group?
It was Michael who brought it to the full commission at our last meeting. This question of like wolf management and where are we with like wolf numbers and so on. I think that, so we had a little conversation after that about just the opportunity to check in about what sort of adaptive management looks like as potentially the wolf population grows. With the understanding that it's really small right now, right? 70 individuals, they're still listed and so on. But just creating some space to talk about, maybe it stays in updates. To
Well,
talk
that's
about
what
where we
I,
are
that's
and
why I
what
probed.
a healthy population means.
Well, I probe because,
Yeah.
again, back to time and space and effort in this commission and your, not to sort of take outside of your lane, but back to the commission's authorities and where you are.
Mhm.
And I don't really want to invite a conversation here about department management and things that are going on in this space. And I fear we will quickly get into a large topic there that is potentially outside of your purview or potentially in a space where the department is not prepared to have those discussions because it's part of a separate process and program, which typically runs through our director. And so I'm just trying to make sure that we're setting some expectations.
I think that's very
walking into
reasonable.
that.
I think that's very reasonable and right now it's in the realm of updates, so it's there for folks to discuss when you do it as part of an update.
What is the right forum then for a deeper dive and transparent discussion and Q&A?
The department's working through that right now, actually in the background, so that what we can tell you is that we're evaluating the numbers. We've been told, you've read articles, you've made statements in front of the commission about where we are with respect to the conservation, to the management, conservation plan that we have. So we're working through how to evaluate that, recognizing that, there's potential to be at a milestone, if you will, in the phases that are identified in the plan. So we're working through those. Part of the effort that we're dealing with is to capture and to keep continuing our ability to understand those numbers and what's happening. So that's what we're working through. The forum isn't necessarily identified as usual, as you know, but we try to bring those to HCC or to the other individuals that are interested. It's not really a hunting issue either there, so it's this weird wobbler as far as the department. I want to make sure that we set expectations for you and navigating and controlling the meeting that, you get a lot of feelings when you start to bring up the fact of wolves, and if you bring it here, the first instinct from the sort of wolves is probably going to elicit a response of, oh my gosh, they're gonna think about bringing up hunting. Which we all know is in that space at this time, it's not, whatever. So I want to set expectations of where this can go and where our staff can bring stuff. We're happy to bring updates. We try to do that in these timely places where we can to just inform the public of what's going on. In this case, I think a larger audience from the department, if we're going to give an update on wolves, is necessary because there's a lot more interested folks than follow it here. We're happy to give some just general updates, but a general update on wolves to the public is more of a department public meeting that we would hold, discuss where we are and what's happening, we are in.
Look out the community center.
Yeah, right, exactly. So,
Yeah, we have had a stakeholder group. There's no specific commitment to that stakeholder group to continue those conversations, but obviously there's a spirit there. And we had that group when the plan was initially developed, and then we convened a local meeting in Reading surrounding the livestock issues and the implementation.
Compensation program.
Of the compensation program. So there is definitely a group out there. As Chad said, there's a responsibility to maintain communication with as well.
Okay, that's great, and no pressure at all for me, more just wanting to make sure that if the WRC is an appropriate place for that there's space for it.
I think
Rather
an
than the full
update
commission
would
on
be.
Boulder. An update's fine.
Keep
Okay.
it on the update and,
All right.
we will have completed, this is the time of year, we've got the opportunity to get them marked and see what's going on and we can give you an update from that. And certainly any of the things that we're working on, which we're wrestling with these issues for sure. And in any places that, we can advance that and it's ready to bring in this kind of form, I think we'd be happy at that point, sure.
Okay, all right, we'll leave it with updates.
Okay.
And with that, we'll go to item 7, general public comment. This is for items not on the agenda. I don't know that there's any more to tee up than that. I just want to remind folks that we can't discuss or take action on matters that are raised during public comment, other than whether to consider adding it to the agenda of a future meeting. So do folks in the room have general public comment to make?
And if you're online on Zoom and you want to make general public comment, now would be the time to raise your hand.
It's not a Okay. Give folks a moment, but maybe while I'm giving folks a moment, go ahead and conjecture that there is no general public comment. And that takes us to item 8, future agenda items. And I'll just turn this over briefly to Ari to take it off.
Okay, so, next meeting, oh, geez, I should have looked it up. May 14th. No, yes, May 14th. No, May 15th, sorry. 14th is the teleconference, for the full commission, and 15th, we're doing it on different days this year.
Yeah.
In previous years, we've done those on the same day. It's really tough to squeeze a WRC in the same day where the morning's taken up with a teleconference. So we decided to do the WRC the day after, so it is May 15th. It will be in Sacramento again. The items that we have scheduled right now are discussion items for periodic and annual regulations. So that's upland resident game birds, big game hunting, waterfowl hunting, and our annual items, Central Valley sport fishing, Klamath River Basin sport fishing, and department lands. That's a new one that we're just starting for this year based on the new policy that was instituted by the commission, where we include department lands updates in the periodic check-ins. So those will be all initial vetting for potential recommendations in September, and a discussion and potential recommendation that should, I have to change that on the work plan, need a recommendation. Well, actually, no, it won't be falconry because we have a special meeting for that. So we won't be doing falconry in May, so I'll have to take that one off. Well, hopefully not, yes. Assuming we have a recommendation at the next one, then we'll take it off for May. If we don't come to a recommendation, then we will revisit it in May. So let's be clear about that. And I think that is all that we have right now.
We haven't added anything today.
Oh, yes, and a wolf update. That's that new item, as a wolf update. So we added that.
Okay.
And I think that is all that I have so
Another
far. I do need
update or wolf management plan update?
And to keep it at wolf.
Just wolf update.
Yeah, does that even need to go into the table? I mean, what I was hearing from
Part of
y'all
the
is just like, you'll just
department
fold that into your department.
I
updates.
think
We don't
that
need
we
to call it out.
We can
Yes.
do that.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
good.
Okay, yeah,
And that's it
okay.
right now, at least those right now.
Is there a recommendation to make, or whatever it is? Yes, okay, so if there are comments on the agenda, now's the time. Otherwise, okay, I'm gonna recommend that the commission adopt the committee recommendations and update the committee work plan with the changes identified today. Okay, and that brings us to the end of the meeting. So, thank you all for participating. The January 2025 Wildlife Resources Committee meeting is adjourned.